Prologue. Hudson.
Pull harder, husband.
I don't want to hurt you, wife, I say on a grunt as the strings of her corset dig into the flesh of my fingers.
How could you possibly hurt me any more than you already have?
Sloane counters with that telltale sass that I've grown to know very well. A sass that grates on my nerves like a rusty knife, spinning and twirling in my insides. I'll tell you one thing for certain. When I initially hired her as my assistant, there wasn't one telltale sign of that sass. But now it's all I fucking get. I let go of the strings of her corset and take a step back. Fucking irritated with this situation that I've gotten myself into because it's Sloane. Sloane Galloway, 13 years younger than me and sister to one of my best friends, brother-in-law and business partners. She's my assistant. She's my biggest fucking secret. What kind of secret? Well, she's my wife. Yep, you heard that correctly. My wife. It happened so fast I can barely remember the circumstances. Shit, that's a lie. I remember every second of how it happened. Every goddamn intricate second when I felt my world shift. When everything changed. When vulnerability met need. And I succumbed to the combination, falling like a leaf, barely putting up a fight. It all started as a favor to a friend. Jude's sister needed some help finding a temporary job to gain some experience straight out of college. Being the upstanding guy that I am, I offered her a job at the company. It was a win-win for everyone. I needed help, she needed help. A solution was formed. What I didn't expect was to be distracted. And yes, it was my problem, not hers. The pervy fucking grandpa over here, that's me, couldn't stop feeling his heart beat just a touch faster anytime she was in the room. Nor could I get rid of the florally addictive scent of her perfume in my office. Her hair, long, sleek, brown, captivated me. Her deep brown eyes that are so large, so doe-like that I kept staring at her longer than I should have. It got to the point that I could feel her all around me. I saw her all the time. Her husky voice greeted me every morning. Her tailored outfits hugged her body in all the right places. Her attentiveness, the way she would look at me, the occasional brush of her hand. I know it's pathetic. So, when she proposed marriage to me, I fucking folded. Yes. Me, Hudson fucking Hopper, the billionaire business tycoon out to prove his dictator of a father wrong. I folded. I said yes. But not only did I say yes to marrying her, I said yes to keeping it a secret from her brother. I fucking know I can feel your cringe from here. Keeping a secret from my friend and business partner about marrying his sister is definitely not one of my smartest decisions ever.
Hudson?
Sloane says, pulling my attention to where she's standing in front of me, her arms clutching at the corset she's required to wear, looking all sorts of fuckable at the moment as those innocent eyes of hers stare back at me. What? I ask, my voice coming out harsh.
I need you to dress me.
I feel my Adam's apple bob as I swallow the saliva building in my mouth. My skin itches from her proximity. My hands beg me to reach out and touch her. And when my eyes fall to her mouth, that sultry fucking mouth that has brought me to my knees on many occasions, I can feel myself slipping. And she can see it as well. Because when the corner of her lips tilt up, I know I'm in trouble.
Or has your intent been to undress me this entire time?
She asks, just as she drops her corset to the ground, putting her perfect tits on display. Fuck me. She closes the space between us, pushes me back onto the bed, and then moves between my legs, kneeling before me. Yep, I'm fucked. I'm so goddamn fucked.
Chapter 1. Sloane. How does he drink this stuff? I set Hudson's green juice on his desk and twist the cup so the logo is facing him when he takes a seat at his desk. It's not required, but I think it's a nice touch. I've learned in life that appearances matter. I glance at the watch on my wrist and note that he'll be here in 5 minutes, so I take the time to set up his pen and notepad, wake up his computer, and grab him a glass of water from the kitchenette in his office. Once everything is set, I stand to the side of his desk, ready to greet him. Yep, this is my life. Sloane Galloway, 22-year-old assistant to Hudson Hopper, making sure all of his wildest dreams and business goals are met, aka fetching him drinks and telling him people are waiting to talk to him on line 1. Fresh out of college, I was looking for any sort of job, an internship, or anything that paid and could give me experience in anything. I majored in business management with no idea what to do with that, interned at a dying newspaper for a few months, and then desperately pleaded with Jude, my brother, to help me find something where I make some money and earn more corporate experience. Enter Hudson Hopper into the chat. He needed an assistant. I'm great at assisting, even better at listening and catering to your every need. It was a match made in heaven. I make decent money. He doesn't use and abuse the assistant role. And well, I'm learning quite quickly with every demanding email and phone call that business is a lot about slapping on a smile and being gracious, even when it's the last thing you want to do. I can safely say executive assistant is not the future career for me. I'm not sure the corporate life is for me either. Corporate jobs feel a bit soulless, and the emphasis on money and making more of it feels wrong as someone whose family struggled for years to figure out where our next meal was going to come from or how we were going to afford the roof over our heads. What do I want to do? That's yet to be determined and something I hope I figure out along the way. The door opens to Hudson's office, and just like every other morning when he strolls in wearing his bespoke suit, head down, looking at his phone, I feel my stomach flip, my skin break out in an acute sweat, and my pulse beat faster because, oh my God, he is so handsome. No, handsome is not even the most suitable word to describe him. He's ungodly. Olive skin, full light brown hair, and eyes the color of the sweater Andrea Sachs wears in The Devil Wears Prada, cerulean blue. His long legs are endless, his waist thick but narrow, and his shoulders are broad, rounded and muscles that pull on his button-up shirts whenever he removes his jacket. Not to mention one of the best asses I've ever seen in a three-piece suit. And when he's in the state of full-on concentration with his sleeves rolled up, his brow pinched together as he stares down at his notes, he's stunning. It's hard to pull my gaze off him from where I sit at my desk, looking into his office, wondering if there is a way I can ease the tension for him. Something more than just bringing him a drink. Hudson pulls his attention away from his phone and looks up at me. The same mandatory smile he offers me every morning plays on his lips as he says,
Morning, Sloane.
"Good morning, Mr. Hopper," I answer, my hands folded in front of me. And just like every other morning, he turns his attention away from me and brings it to his desk, where he takes a seat. Do I wish that he'd give me more than just his smile used for employees? Of course. Do I wish he noticed the outfits I spend a great deal of time putting together in an effort to impress him? Obviously. But that's wishful thinking, because this is Hudson Hopper. Not only is he way out of my league, significantly older than me, and my boss, but he's my brother's friend, brother-in-law, and business partner, and there's no way Hudson would ever cross that line. I know this from how upset he was when he found out that his brother, Hardy, was cross-pollinating with Everly Plum, who works for Maggie Mitchell. Maggie owns Magical Moments by Maggie and is the official event planner for Hudson and Hardy's co-op. She's the owner of Bridesmaid for Hire as well, which is an emerging, booming business that rents bridesmaids to brides and grooms in need. Everly heads up the program and recently helped Hardy's friend, who needed someone to train the maid of honor. Long story short, Hardy fell for Everly, and Hudson had a conniption about it. I heard him ranting about how you don't mix personal with business. It was a rough day in the office, to say the least.
Any meetings today?
Hudson asks in a gruff voice as he picks up his green drink and mumbles,
Thank you.
"You have 3, I say while pulling my phone out to go over his schedule. This is where I transform. This is where I have an out-of-body experience. Normally, I can be snarky, sarcastic, maybe a bit too sassy for my own good. But when I'm around Hudson, I'm on my best behavior. Again, I know the value of appearances. I'm talking, we're having dinner at the in-laws, do not say anything incriminating type of behavior. I'm polite, I'm courteous, I do the job and I don't linger. When I got this job, Jude pulled me to the side and told me that I needed to put my big girl pants on and be professional, especially since I would be working for his friend. And I do what Jude says. So, yep, every time I'm in assistant mode, I feel like I'm having an out-of-body experience. The first meeting is with Maggie at Magical Moments, a check-in on the business, and then right after that, a few blocks down, you're meeting with Archie Wimbach. Hudson's gaze falls to mine.
Archie's today? I thought that was tomorrow.
I shake my head. It's today. I sent you the notes yesterday about the possible property purchase.
Jesus.
He mutters and then goes to his email. He scans through his inbox, and when he sees my email, he mumbles something else under his breath and then pinches his brow. Is everything okay? I ask.
Fine.
He says in a snappy tone, and I know it's not directed at me, more so at himself. I've heard it a few times, the anger and irritation over something he's done or something not going his way. Here's the thing about Hudson Hopper. He's incredibly intelligent, a diligent and hard worker, a kind, caring boss, but also vastly more intense than anyone I've ever known. Why? Because he has something to prove. Only a few months ago, together with his brother and mine, he formed a new business after parting ways with Reginald Hopper, Hudson and Hardy's dad. But not only did they part ways, they started a co-op with Reginald's enemies, the Kane brothers, who own Kane Enterprises. It was the merger of the century. They invested in smaller businesses, such as Maggie's, and they're building up their philanthropic side by expanding affordable housing during a time when big companies are scooping up property and price gouging. No one saw the co-op coming, not even Reginald, and now he's out for blood, which has led to the intensity Hudson lives with on a daily basis. Hudson blows out a heavy breath and leans back in his chair while pinching the bridge of his nose.
Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you.
See? Kind. Caring. Hot. Just look at how the top 2 buttons of his shirt are undone, showing off his muscular pecs and bare chest. I saw exactly what was under those button-downs when we were at Jude's wedding in Bora Bora. God, he's so impossibly attractive that just looking at him makes me sweat. Weak and panting like a dog, for lack of a better description. Although I am quite feral when I see pec definition. I've had the occasional thought of how I would motorboat the ridges all over his body. And sure, do I seem like a horny assistant drooling over her boss? Obviously, can't deny it, but I swear I perform my job well. It's okay. I understand the stress you must be under at the moment. He glances my way briefly, barely giving me a glimpse of those sultry eyes of his.
Thanks, Sloan.
He sits up again and takes a sip of his juice. When he sets it back down, he stares back at his computer.
This possible purchase is important. It could grant us access to low-income housing in the UK. An expansion that would impress the Kane brothers, as it's something they've been looking to do.
It seemed like a pretty big deal when I was writing up the notes for you, but I think you can make it happen. Mr. Wimbach and you definitely have something in common.
What's that?
He asks. You both went to Stanford.
Did he?
Hudson asks, turning toward me again, but this time it's not just his head. He turns his whole body, his deliciously firm body. He did. He graduated a few years before you, but you were both cardinals, and he's a pretty big donor, which means he loves his college more than the average student. I think that's something you can easily play off. Not to mention, he's recently engaged. Your sister just got married in Bora Bora, so you can bond over that. Maybe discuss your sister's business while you're at it. Pop in the idea that she could bring her vacation rental brand over to the UK. Hazley started her own business a few years ago. Separating herself from her father and Hopper Industries earlier, she took some money from her trust fund and purchased a house in Nashville, which she completely gutted and renovated, then themed the whole house around Dolly Parton. She took the revenue from that house, because who doesn't want a vacation with Dolly, and bought a house here in San Francisco, which she decorated based on the movie Clueless. Hudson scratches the side of his cheek.
That's not that bad of an idea.
I want to say that's a compliment, but why did he have to say it like that? As if he expected me to have a bad idea, but I surprised him with a good one. Thanks, I say, even though I still feel the slight burn of his comment. I might be much younger than him, but I'm also very perceptive. He might not know it yet, but I'm a good addition to his team.
Okay, I'm going to get some work done before we leave.
We? I ask, surprised. Before we leave?
Yeah.
He says, looking at me again, this time his brow full of confusion.
You're coming with me.
Oh, I've never come with you to meetings outside the office before.
This is an important one. I'll need you to take notes. Is that okay?
He raises his brow at me. Sure, I say. Not a problem at all. I glance down at my flouncy skirt and heels, and then back at him. Is what I'm wearing okay? His eyes travel down my legs, heating me up before they travel to my face. He clears his throat and turns away from me, focusing entirely on his computer.
Yeah, it's fine.
Fine? Just fine? I mean, not that he would compliment what I'm wearing. The man barely even looks at me. But I thought my outfit today was better than fine. I worked hard on putting it together. I changed at least 3 times. My lush skirt I found at the thrift store, which, by the way, shopping at the thrift store here in San Francisco, you can find some amazing designer clothing for so cheap. My maroon blouse I got on Poshmark for $12, along with these matching maroon heels. I know how to make dollars stretch. There were several times growing up when we didn't have money for new shoes or coats, and people treat you different when they see your coat sleeves are too short, or that your tennis shoes have soles that were obviously glued to last a bit longer. I'm not saying it's right, but we do live in a world where appearance matters more than it should. It's why I care so much about playing the part while I'm in the office. At most, I think I paid $30 for this whole outfit, and when I was walking out of the house today, even Stacy, my twin sister, told me I looked like an executive, but that the skirt was too short. Too short was also the perfect answer. Hence why I asked Hudson about my outfit. This is one of those instances where I slap on a smile and keep my mouth shut. If I wasn't trying to be professional and hold back, I'd tell Hudson to look again because I'm more than just fine. He's a stoic man. I really shouldn't expect more from him. Okay, well, I'm going to go work on some emails. Let me know if you need anything.
I will.
He says with a nod, his eyes fixed on his computer. I turn away from him and work my way out of his office, making sure to shut the door behind me and then straight to my desk, where I take a seat and scoot my chair in. From here, I look through the glass of his windows that frost when he wants privacy, and I stare at the crinkle in his brow and the sturdy grip he has on his mouse as he scrolls through emails. He's always so tense. I wonder if he ever does anything to relax. Like, what does he do when he gets home from work? He goes to the gym. That's extremely obvious. Through his suits, I can see his muscles, and when he rolls up the sleeves of his button-up shirt when it's late at night and he's been thinking hard, oof, those forearms. But there must be other things. Like, what kind of shows does he watch? Does he even watch any? What music does he listen to? I can't imagine him listening to anything, honestly. In my head, he walks around this earth in complete silence, always thinking about business. He probably drives to work in silence and gets ready for his day in silence, although I bet he listens to the stock market and how well that's doing. Ugh, boring. Does he do anything on the weekends? Does he like sports? Does he go out on dates? I once tried asking Jude about Hudson, but he quickly told me it was stuff I didn't need to know because I was working for him, and anything personal was none of my business. So that was helpful and also somewhat embarrassing. Either way, I wonder about him. But I guess that's not my responsibility. Nope. I'm here to answer emails, schedule meetings, and apparently now accompany him to meetings outside the office. At least it pays the bills. At least I'm learning what I don't want to do with my life. And at least there's outstanding eye candy. We're here, I say to Hudson as the car comes to a stop. Hudson looks up from his phone for the first time since we got in.
Okay.
He answers and then exits without another word. Sheesh, there's not an ounce of personality in that man. Which is weird because Hudson was a different man at Jude and Hazley's wedding. He was more carefree. He joked around, he played games with the family, and he smiled. But this guy? Mr. Business. Sir Tightwad. Lord Stick Up His Ass. He's all sorts of boring. When I first started working with him, I assumed he'd at least talk to me in the car on the way to a work meeting. Nope. He types away on his phone while I play the spelling bee in the New York Times app. The pangram was publicly. My nipples went hard when I saw it. Nothing makes me feel more accomplished in my day than when I find the spelling bee pangram. I exit the car as well, thank our driver, and then straighten out my skirt as I stare at the storefront of Magical Moments by Maggie. The window is covered in pink hydrangeas, inviting anyone and everyone on the street to take a picture. Such a smart idea. Then again, it's Maggie. She's an incredibly smart businesswoman. When we reach the door, Hudson holds it open for me, and as I pass him, I thank him. He just acknowledges me with a nod before following me in. Wouldn't it have been amazing if he gave me a good spank to the ass instead? A girl could dream. Hey, Hudson, Maggie says in greeting. She walks up and shakes his hand. And Sloan, it's so good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. What brings you here today? Taking notes, I say, holding up my pen and notebook. Can I get a copy of those when you're done? She jokes. I offer a wink. Of course. Is that Sheridan? Everly says as she walks out into the main space of the store. Everly is Hardy's girlfriend, and she's so freaking gorgeous. Long black hair that's always tied up in a tight bun when she's at work, the prettiest bone structure I've ever seen, and extremely luscious lips. Plus, the girl knows how to organize better than anyone I've ever met. She's actually helped me out on a few occasions, giving me tips and tricks on how to keep Hudson organized. She's been a real help. Oh, hey, Everly says, spotting us. Sorry, I thought you were Sheridan.
Sheridan who?
Hudson says, growing stiff next to me. Sheridan soon-to-be Wimbach, Everly says. Do you know her? Wait, isn't that Archie's fiancée?
Yes, I have a meeting with her husband after this about a possible merger. Why are you meeting with her?
She had some questions, Everly answers. I told her we were pretty booked up, though, and I wasn't sure if we would be able to help. Hudson is about to respond when the door opens behind us and a woman with bright red hair and a face full of cute freckles steps in. Hudson, she says as a gentleman steps in behind her. What are you doing here?
I have a meeting with Maggie.
He shakes both of their hands.
Looks like we have the same idea, a meeting before a meeting.
It's so fascinating to me watching Hudson turn it on when he's around potential business partners. He morphs into a completely different person. He's animated, smooth, and funny. He listens intently to the person talking to him, making direct eye contact. He's invested and charming. I like this side of him even more, even though I don't mind the grump either. Because, let's face it, the grump is sexy too. Archie, a very tall man with dark-framed glasses, fluffy blonde hair, and lanky limbs, takes Hudson by the hand.
Always being efficient. You know, I read that you've had a hand in creating magical moments by Maggie. That's why we're here, actually.
Oof, what a rich English accent. Yummy. Hudson shakes his head.
I didn't create anything. Maggie is the mastermind behind the business. I just saw how brilliant she was and invested. She has taken the reins and created something truly special.
I catch the smile that passes over Maggie's lips, because who doesn't like a compliment like that? I know I would.
Well, we are impressed.
Archie says. And in desperate need of help, Sheridan adds. Why don't we all take a seat at the conference table, Maggie says, and we can discuss. Unless you don't want to discuss in front of Hudson. No, I think it might be good to have all hands on deck, Sheridan says as we move toward the conference table. Let me grab everyone drinks, I say as I set my notebook down. Is water good? We also have some sparkling waters and juice, Maggie adds. Water is good, Sheridan and Archie answer. Because I've been in the offices before, I make my way to the kitchen and help myself to the fridge, where I pull out a few waters in aluminum cans and set them down on a tray. I then find a basket of snacks that I figure the ladies bring out for guests, so I set that on the tray as well and add some napkins. Then, for good measure, I pick up a milk glass bud vase with a pink flower sticking out of it and put it on the tray as well. Satisfied, I make my way toward the conference table where Sheridan's explaining her wedding. So, yeah, she just called to say that she broke her leg and can't be part of the wedding. And, of course, I don't have anyone to fill in. I set the tray down and pass out waters. I finish by setting one down in front of Hudson, who whispers a thank you, before I take a seat next to him and open up my notebook to take notes. Not that I need to take notes for this meeting, but it could be helpful if anyone needs things emailed later.
That's when we heard about Bridesmaid for Hire.
Archie says.
We thought it would be a good option since the wedding is coming up soon, and we don't have anyone else who could fill in.
Plus, and trust me when I say I'm not proud of this, but we could pick someone who might fit the part a little better, you know? Sheridan adds with a slight wince in her expression. I write down in my notes, fit the part, whatever the hell that means. Seems like I cut out at the wrong time when the tea was being spilled. Something about someone breaking their leg, them needing what I assume is a bridesmaid, and needing someone who fits in. Doesn't seem like too big of an ask. If anyone can help them, it's Maggie and Everly. What kind of wedding are they having? I don't think we have anyone who fits the requirements, Everly says, looking nervous at saying that in front of Hudson. Or maybe not. I glance at Hudson, only to be met by an unhappy pinch in his brow. And yeah, I guess I would be nervous to disappoint as well when he's looking at her like that. Really? Sheridan says, her voice falling flat.
Oh, I'm sure we can find someone.
Hudson says, stepping in, causing both Maggie and Everly to turn their heads toward him in shock. Yikes, don't think they were expecting him to jump in with such a strong commitment. But really, they don't have anyone who could help? Really? Sheridan asks. That would be such a huge help.
Sure.
Hudson says, not breaking a sweat.
What exactly are you looking for in a bridesmaid?
Great question. That's why he's the boss. We would need someone well-versed in Regency ballroom dancing. That's a new one. Regency ballroom dancing? What the hell is that? I write it down in my notes. Is that like what they do on Bridgerton? The fancy line dancing? Good luck finding someone with that kind of knowledge, lady. Someone who can take time off and be in London for a couple of weeks. Ooh, London. Never been there, but I've always wanted to go. double-decker buses, telephone booths, tea, and cheerio, mate. Not to mention the possibility of stalking Harry Styles. Sign me up. It would be convenient if she was married since it's last minute, though it's not a high priority. I'm sure Archie can get it approved, but it would make things easier. A club? Fancy. What kind of club are we talking about? Because my mind is wandering. Imagine them looking for some Regency dancing, unemployed sex club enthusiast to be a part of their wedding. There's a request. And would love for her to have dark hair since all the other bridesmaids have dark hair as well. That's easy. I write down in my notepad, someone willing to have dark hair. Looking over these notes, I can't see how impossible it will be to find someone. Perhaps, not to be presumptuous, but someone like her. Sheridan adds. Like who? I look up from where I'm making another note about dark hair when I see all eyes on me at the table. Because I'm very confused as to why people would be looking in my direction. I glance over my shoulder to see if there is anyone possibly standing behind me. When I come up short, a wave of anxiety washes over me as I bring my pen to my chest, pointing at myself and say, "Me?" "Yes," Sheridan says with a smile. "You actually would be perfect." "Oh,
She'd love to.
Hudson says before I can even tell her I'm not quite sure what the Regency era really is. "Pardon me, sir?" What?" I ask. Hudson nods his head.
Sloane would love to fill in for you.
What? Fill in? Let me clear my ear because I could have sworn Hudson just said I would love to be a bridesmaid for this person I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not an unemployed, married, ballroom dancing enthusiast with a penchant for sex clubs. I'm none of those, actually. The only thing that I remotely check off the list is the dark hair, and that can't possibly be a good enough qualification. Right?
Chapter 2. Hudson. Do you smell that? The distinct scent of sweat and desperation? Yeah, emanating from me. The moment I saw Sheridan and Archie walk through the doors of Magical Moments by Maggie, I knew I was going to say something stupid. I felt it in my bones. I've been rocked the last few weeks with the pressure of growing the company and proving to everyone that not only did my brother and I make a good decision to step away from our father, but we made a good, life-changing decision for the people who depend on us. And when I got wind of a possible buyout with the Wimbox to expand our low-income housing globally, I knew it was an opportunity we couldn't miss. So seeing Archie and Sheridan in need of help, well, it prickled my ears. I told myself to be cool, to not jump in with a solution to whatever problem they were facing. But do you remember the desperation I was talking about? Yeah, it grabbed me by the balls and started tugging, telling me I needed to leap in like a goddamn hero, arm extended into the air, ready to save the day. And before I could stop myself, I was offering up my assistant to Sheridan and Archie as a well-enthused Regency ballroom dancer without even blinking an eye. Pretty sure I would have offered them my right nut if they'd asked for it. That's how desperate I am to make an impression. Did I consider how this might affect Sloane? Maggie? Or even Everly? Not in the slightest. Did I consider that she might not know anything about Regency ballroom dancing? Nope. Did I think to myself, oh, Sloane has brown hair and could get the time off because I'm her boss, so she'll do? Absolutely. I absolutely fucking did. I could not have made the decision in my head faster before I spat it out to the room.
Really?
Sheridan asks, her hands clasped together now, so much hope in her expression. Of course, I say, even though I can feel the questioning stares of Everly and Maggie directed at me. Well, not just questioning, but concerned. I can't even look in Sloane's direction. Those fucking huge-ass eyes of hers are probably as wide as can be.
Do you know anything about Regency dancing?
Sheridan asks Sloane. Before Sloane can even open her mouth, I continue to dig my grave. She was just telling me the other day how she's been partaking in some ballroom dancing in her spare time. More modern waltzes, but I'm sure it's the foundation for good footwork. I have no doubt she'll be able to pick it up quickly. I also have no doubt she probably wants to stab me in the throat with her pen to get me to stop talking.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, any experience is great.
Sheridan says, just as a phone rings and Archie pulls it out of his pocket. Sorry, I need to take this, Archie says, and then stands from the table and walks toward the back of the store. When he's out of earshot, Sheridan says,
Sorry about that. His father has been sick, and, well, we're trying to speed this wedding along so he can be a part of it. Everything that we're doing for the wedding is really for him, hence having it in England with a Regency theme. That's really sweet.
Everly says.
I'm kind of in love with the idea of holding a Regency-themed wedding. Sounds dreamy.
Maggie adds. Sheridan smiles as I sit there, my skin prickling with the awareness that I just threw my assistant into a position I'm fairly certain she not only doesn't want to be in, but that she has zero experience at. Maggie asks Sheridan about the decor and what she plans on wearing. Sheridan gushes about the colors, iceberg blue and cream. She regales us about the flowers, lilies, and sings praises about the club where the wedding will be held. It has an ornate ballroom with painted ceilings where the reception will take place. All the while, I remain as still as possible, sweating and mildly panicking because I fear if I turn to look at Sloane, she'll be one breath away from chopping me in the esophagus with the side of her hand, cutting off all oxygen.
Yeah, so it should be a great week of celebrating. We can't wait.
Sheridan says, just as Archie returns to the table. He softly smiles. Sorry about that. Darling, we're going to have to head out. Unfortunately, some tests came back for my father that were not what we were hoping for, and, well, my father needs me in London. He looks at me and continues. I'm going to have to cancel our meeting for today. My deepest apologies. Oh, we can meet any time. I stand. Business can wait. Please focus on your family. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Archie helps Sheridan stand as well, both of them with concerned looks on their faces.
So, where do we stand with everything?
Sheridan asks, looking between all of us. Knowing I'm the one responsible for this mess, I jump in. We'll get Sloane prepared for the wedding. Just send us the information and she'll be ready.
Thank you so much.
Sheridan says, looking incredibly relieved. Of course, I say. Archie turns to Sheridan and says, Can you wait for me in the car? I need to discuss something with Hudson for a moment. Sheridan smiles softly, placing a kiss on his cheek, and then takes off with a wave to the girls. When she's gone, Archie turns to me. May I have a moment? Yes, of course.
You can use my office.
Maggie says graciously. Thank you. I guide Archie to the back, to Maggie's office, and shut the door once we're inside. He doesn't try to take in the space, getting right down to business. I need to make this quick, he says. I don't want to stress Sheridan out since she's already stressed about her injured bridesmaid and the wedding preparations, but that was actually her father on the phone. Oh, I say. Is your father actually okay? Archie shakes his head. Unfortunately, no. I received a text from my sister that he was asking for me. I told her we'd fly out tomorrow. Sheridan and I were already discussing that, but Sheridan's father, Terence, has been adamant about not selling to you. Fuck. Why the hell not? Now, he owns about 10% of the shares in the company and doesn't have much of a say, but he and Sheridan are very close. I know that Terence's approval of me matters a lot, and we have a good relationship, something I don't want to damage over a business deal. I understand that completely, and respect it, I say. The words feel like gravel coming out of my mouth because 10%? You're going to let a guy who owns 10% make a decision about your business? So I have a big ask of you. He presses his hands together and continues. Would you mind coming to London so my father-in-law could get to know you better? come to the wedding, show Terrence that you're a good guy, someone he can trust. I believe you could be the right fit for us, especially with the business practices you've been engaging in with the Kane brothers and their business model, but I can't make the final decision with Terrence harping in my ear. I appreciate your trust in me. I shift my weight. Can I ask why he doesn't entirely trust me? Terrence nods his head. Because of, as he put it, what you did to your father. Christ. And to be fully transparent, he contacted your father and, well, now he's trying to work out a deal with him. Motherfucker. I keep my face neutral as I absorb this brand new information. I appreciate you offering up this information. Honestly, you need to choose what's best for your business, and if that's keeping your father-in-law happy with you, then I totally understand. If you are granting me the chance to show Terrence that I'm someone he can trust, I'll take you up on the opportunity. I'm more than happy to. I can have my assistant send you the schedule, but whenever Terrence is in the UK, he spends a lot of his time at the Mayfair Club, where we are having the wedding. It's one of his favorite places to be, so that would be a good place to start. I nod, knowing exactly which club he's talking about. Sounds good. I'll be in touch. Looking forward to receiving the schedule. And hey, business aside, I pat his shoulder. I'm really sorry to hear about your father. Thank you. That means a lot. Please let us know if there is anything we can do for you. I know Maggie and Everly would be more than happy to help if anything comes up with the wedding. And if there's anything we can do to ease some of the responsibility, let us know. Thank you, Hudson. I appreciate it. He shakes my hand, and then we head out of Maggie's office. The girls are still at the conference table, and when they see us approach, they all stand. It was lovely chatting. We'll be in touch. Thank you, Sloan, for helping us out.
Yes, of course,
she says, stumbling over her words. We say our goodbyes, and he takes off, meeting Sheridan at the car out front. Once Archie is gone, I turn toward the girls. Fuck, I'm sorry. I let out a deep breath and take a seat at the conference table, feeling the weight of my decision resting like a fucking hippo on my shoulders. The heaviness of it all, tremendous. I scrub my hands over my face. This account with Archie is a big one, and while I was trying to be accommodating, I apologize for putting you in a tough spot. Maggie looks nervous as she says,
Hudson, we are, kind of full at the moment. We really don't have any time to take on any extra work and took the meeting just to be courteous.
I know. I drag my hand over my face again. I'm sorry.
Just to be clear, since I'm taking notes,
Sloan says from the other end of the table.
Did I hear it correctly that I'm going to be in their wedding? A wedding in London with ballroom dancing? That would be a question for Hudson.
Maggie says.
Care to answer that, Hudson?
Not wanting to face her at the moment, but knowing I need to, I stare down the length of the table and slowly nod. Yes, you heard that correctly.
Okay, great.
She says, almost sarcastically.
Think I can have a moment with you, Mr. Hopper?
I hate when she calls me that. Fucking hate it to my bones. That's what my dad makes everyone call him. And for some reason, no matter how many times I tell her not to call me that, she still does. Maggie clears her throat and stands from her chair.
I have emails. Yeah, emails I need to look at.
Not subtle at all.
Same.
Everly says, standing as well. Wait, I say. Everly, I need to talk to you about the Bridesmaid for Hire program. Possibly help us out here. Everly winces.
Yeah, things are really tight right now, but,
She glances over at Maggie.
I think maybe if we move some things around, we can possibly manage it without sacrificing the quality of the other projects we currently have scheduled.
And I know that nervous look. I've made that nervous look before. She's staring down the barrel of a large workload, but she's trying to keep her boss happy at the same time. I don't want to put her in that position. So, I say, I don't want you having to move your schedule around. That's not fair to you. Nervously, Sloan raises her hand.
Not to be the bearer of bad news here, but I have no idea what any of this entails.
Silence falls upon us as Everly and Maggie both exchange looks. After a few seconds, Everly steps in.
I think maybe I could work some time in my schedule.
Hell, I know she's just saying that to appease the investor in her boss's business, and I don't want to put that on her. No, I'm just going to put all the pressure on my assistant instead. Jesus, man. No, please focus on your work. I'll train her myself.
You will?
Everly and Sloane say at the same time. Yeah, you will? You are not fluent in the program. You have zero idea what Regency ballroom dancing entails, and for all you know, weddings in London could be vastly different than ones in America. But sure, offer to train her. I have to go to London anyway, and I got her into this mess. It would be the right thing to do.
You're going to teach me how to dance?
Sloane asks. I rub my forehead in frustration. We will learn together. Do I know how to ballroom dance, let alone the dances from the Regency era? The answer would be no, but Sloane shouldn't have to wear this on her own. Plus, with money comes the ability to hire people. We can figure out the logistics. Right now, I think we should leave Everly and Maggie to get back to work, and we can talk about what's to be expected moving forward.
Okay.
Sloane says in an unsure tone. I don't blame her. I just put her in a shitty position, and it's not like she'll tell me no. Knowing her, she's going to find a way to be the best bridesmaid in the wedding, despite not having a personal connection to the bride, because that's who she is. She's a hard worker, reliable, and good at what she does, even if it's sometimes as simple as getting me my green drink in the morning. Something I hated asking her to do at first, but I needed her out of the goddamn office, so I started sending her on errands. But now it seems like I've gotten myself into a fucking pickle. We offer our goodbyes to Maggie and Everly. I apologize once again, feeling like an idiot in front of the girls. Not to mention we didn't even meet like we were supposed to. And we head out to the street where the driver's waiting for us. He opens the door and I slide into the car first, Sloane following closely behind. When our driver settles into his seat, I say, "Back to the office." He nods and takes off. I pull out my phone and shoot a quick text to Hardy. Hudson, I think I just fucked up big time. I set my phone on my lap and stare out the window with the phrase, "You're a moron," playing over and over in my head. I can only imagine what Hardy is going to say. After a few seconds of silence, Sloane clears her throat next to me.
Are we going to talk about what happened?
When we get to the office, I say as my phone buzzes with a text.
Okay, sure. Back at the office. Marvelous. I wanted to wait until then, too.
She turns to look out her window while I answer my text. Hardy. Jesus, you have my ass clenching. What did you do? Hudson. To keep it short and simple, I told Archie Wimbach and his fiancée Sheridan that Sloane would be more than happy to fill in as a bridesmaid for them without her consent. Why the hell would you do that? Desperation. Is that what that smell was that passed by? I don't need your fucking jokes right now, asshole. I'm in some trouble. Yeah, you are. Why the hell would you do that to Sloane? Is she okay with it? From her deer-in-the-headlights look, I would say no, but I haven't talked to her yet. Dude, that's really shitty. I know. I feel fucking awful. Also, Archie told me that his soon-to-be father-in-law, who owns 10% of the company, doesn't trust us after what we did to Dad. So now I have to go out to London for a few weeks and suck an old man's ass. Fuck, the visual on that. Take chapstick. And the worst part, he reached out to Dad to see if he wanted to work with them. The fuck? Yeah. Not only am I having to deal with this business bullshit, but I also have to train Sloane in Regency ballroom dancing. Wait, hold on a second. Where did the Regency shit come in? It's part of the wedding. Doesn't matter. I'm fucked. Oh, and the best part, Terrence, the father-in-law, loves hanging out at the Mayfair Club. Archie thought it might be good for me to hang out with him there. Did Archie get the impression you were married? Because pretty sure that's the only way to get into that club. I don't know. I didn't get into it. Either way, if Dad gets wind, you know he's going to want to join the club, especially if I'm not able to. He's tried to join before, never got in. It's one of the things that has plagued him for years, and that I've relished. Really? Why didn't I know that? I don't know. But yeah, that was the club Dad was desperate to join. Imagine if you got in and he didn't. I think that would be the day hell froze over for him. Probably right about that. Either way, how fucked do you think I am? Well, the buyout situation sucks, but nothing you haven't dealt with before. The Sloane thing? That's a different ballgame. Because not only are you disrupting the peace in the office that you have with her, but you also know how protective Jude is of his sisters. A pissed-off Jude is not something you've faced before, and I don't think it's something you ever want to face. I saw him crack an egg in his fist the other day. Made me shiver. I don't think Sloane will tell him. You don't? What about Stacy? If Sloane tells Stacy and Stacy tells Jude, I could see your face meeting his fist in the near future. Christ. Think I should tell him myself? Are you nuts? I'd talk to Sloane, feel her out. Does she seem up for the challenge? She seems like she wants to melt into the seat next to me. Could be worse. She could be making slicing motions across her neck with her finger while staring you down. You can work with melting into the seat. Yeah, maybe. Fuck, why did I have to be so goddamn desperate? Because you have daddy issues. Isn't that the fucking truth?
Chapter 3. Sloane.
Have a seat.
Hudson says as he sits in one of the chairs in his office. Instead of sitting at his desk like he always does when he addresses me, he's in his sitting area that consists of a brown leather couch and 2 matching chairs with a wooden coffee table in between. I've never sat in the lustrous area before, but I've seen him have meetings here. Guess it only takes him offering me up as a bridesmaid to a business contact for me to get a serious meeting with him. My mind is still grappling with that, by the way. The entire drive back to the office, I was replaying the moment he said I could do it over and over in my head. Did he panic? Sure. That was obvious, but he hasn't even looked in my direction. It's kind of shitty. And it took everything in me to hold my tongue while we were sitting in the car. I took deep breaths. I stared out the window. I even tried playing Toy Blast on my phone to relieve the anxiety building in my chest. And lucky for me, it worked. But now that I'm in his office, I have questions. First, how dare you? Second, have you lost your mind? I know I'm looking for a new career path, but this is not it. Poised, I sit across from him and hold my pen and paper to take notes because I don't know what else to do with my hands. He leans forward, resting his forearms on his thighs as he clasps his hands in front of him. He stares down at the carpet for a few seconds before meeting my gaze, and I'm struck with just how handsome he is. It's rare when I get his undivided attention like this, when I get direct eye contact. Maybe I need to be grateful for the rarity because I could get lost in this man's eyes. But then he reminds me why we're here.
Listen, Sloane. I need to apologize about what happened back there. It was extremely unprofessional, and I never should have put you in this kind of position.
Well, we must give the man credit for owning up to his mistakes. Well done. Thank you, I say, letting my professionalism guide me.
I know this is asking a lot, so I want to give you the option to back out because I'll never force something upon you. And don't worry about giving me an answer right now. I really want you to think about it. This would entail going to London for a couple of weeks, learning how to ballroom dance, and parading around to impress, which is a lot of pressure on someone, especially when they didn't ask for it.
Seems like it, I say.
It is.
He says as he leans into the couch and blows out a heavy breath. He stretches his arms across the ledge of the couch and tilts his head back.
This is not how I envisioned the day going.
He pinches his brow.
Your brother's going to murder me.
I'm murder seems like a pretty extreme response. I'm not sure Jude would even get mad over this. And why bring up Jude? I'm a grown woman. I can handle my own life, thank you very much. Why would he murder you? I ask.
Because he told me to.
He stops, catching himself, and then shakes his head.
Nothing you need to worry about. Shouldn't have even mentioned it.
Yeah, not getting off that easy. No, what did he say? I ask, setting my pen on my notebook now. Consider my interest piqued.
Nothing you need to worry about.
He nods at me.
Why don't you take the rest of the day off? I've put you through enough today. I think I might hit up the gym, relieve some tension.
The early dismissal, not going to work. You know, I'm a big girl. I can handle myself. I don't need you worrying about my brother and what he might think. This is my job, and what I do at my job is my business. There, that should put an end to it. Doesn't stop me from mildly shaking because it's the first time I've ever stood up for myself in front of Hudson. And from the quirk in his brow, I'm going to guess he wasn't expecting me to say such a thing.
You're 20.
He counters. 22. I'm freaking 22. 22, I say, irritation creeping up my neck. I hate when people discuss my age. Despise it.
22? No, you're not the same age as Everly. She always said you were younger.
That's a problem I've had my whole life. I've always looked younger than what I actually am. Probably something I'll appreciate when I'm older, but right now, when I'm trying to be taken seriously, it's not ideal. I'm about a year behind in my pursuit of finding a career. I took a year off between high school and college when I worked odd jobs to help pay the bills while Stacy started taking community college classes. She was always the smarter one between the two of us, so I thought it would be best for her to get started while I attempted to find more grants to help me pay for college and started saving, and trying to figure out what I planned on doing with my life. Spoiler alert, still trying to figure that out. She was wrong, I say, keeping my poise the best I can. I'm 22.
Either way, you're still young.
He says. Still young. That stings, because that's not how I feel. I feel like I've seen life. I've experienced it. I lost both parents at an early age and had to be raised by a crotchety old lady who barely took care of us. There were days when Stacy and I were helping our grandma get in and out of bed before we went to school, while Jude was out working, providing for all of us. Housing wasn't stable all the time because there were moments when our grandma would make us fend for ourselves. I've been forced to grow up much quicker than others. I've seen more people exit my life than enter it. I've worried about paying bills along with my siblings. I've known what it's like to not have running water for a few days, or electricity. I've spent the night in a car, huddled next to my sister. I know what it's like to make it to the soup kitchen just in time to get a warm meal for the night. There's nothing young about my soul. And the fact that all he can see is the number over my head, that's insulting to me. I might be young in years, but I'm old in experience, I say, even though this is my first real job out of college. Experience doesn't always come professionally. Experience comes through the trials and tribulations of life, and a lot of the time we have to grow up sooner than we expected. That was me and my siblings. We had no choice but to grow up quicker than we wanted. That's what happens when you don't have parents, but rather a grandmother whose patience was lacking.
Okay, Sloan.
He says on a scoff. That's all it takes. That derisive look, that huff in his voice, that disbelief. The professional veil has been lowered, and I can feel the real me crawl right out into the room, ready for a fight. I set my notepad and pen on the coffee table, and I place my hands on my lap, staring him down. I don't appreciate you talking to me like I'm a child, Hudson. It's the first time I haven't called him Mr. Hopper in the office, and I think it throws him because he blinks a few times, looking confused.
I'm not trying to talk to you like a child.
Well, you are, and it's insulting. If you want to make sure you don't piss off my brother, then don't piss me off. Don't act like I'm some young dick around who doesn't know what they're doing, who can't stand up for themselves, who can't make a decision about my work life without worrying it might make my brother mad. He sits taller now.
Dick around. I never called you a dick around.
You didn't have to. You're implying it.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, I argue, holding my ground.
I was just saying you're young.
Yeah, well, you're old, but you don't see me handing you aspirin and icy hot every time your bones crack. The beast has been unleashed, and right now, all I see is red. His eyes narrow.
I'm not that old.
You're 35, I counter, throwing his ageism right back at him.
Yeah, that's not fucking old. Still in my prime.
Well, didn't seem like it today, I say, the words flying out before I can stop them.
Excuse me?
He asks, leaning forward now. Oops, kind of forgot for a second that he's my boss.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Look what you've done now. Gotten yourself into some trouble with that mouth of yours. It was bound to come out at some point. I've always been mouthy, speaking my opinions without consideration. When I took this job, I told myself I was going to tamp down that side of me, that I was going to keep it together and act professional. But consider me triggered because the real Sloane has arrived. Now, I can either turn back to the demure girl that said yes to everything, or I can move forward with my true self and show Hudson Hopper who I really am. A strong, opinionated individual with quick wit and sass that can bring anyone to their knees. What do I really have to lose at this point? He needs me more in this situation than I need him. What's he going to do? Fire me? Good luck finding a bridesmaid. So, chin tilted up, I say, I'd hardly suggest you were a man in his prime today. You resembled a Weasley suck-up looking to score a deal. His eyes narrow, and I realize that maybe I could have left out the name-calling. Perhaps such ability to hold back will come with age. How ironic. Looking perturbed, he replies,
That's not sucking up. That's what it takes to build business relationships. Something you clearly have no experience in.
Oh, he went there. So what you're saying is that in order to succeed in business, you have to go around kissing ass? Let me write that down since I'm learning from a real professional. I pick up my notebook and in giant letters I write and say, suck ass. Got it. He quirks his head to the side.
What the hell has gotten into you?
Carefully and calmly, I set the pen and notepad down. I don't appreciate you calling me young when you don't know anything about me or my life, I say. I don't appreciate people judging me because of my age and assuming I'm inexperienced. Age means nothing in this world. Trust me.
It means something, as no one in their right mind with experience would be talking to their boss the way that you are right now.
Because they don't know how to stick up for themselves, I say. Maybe they went to the same weasel school you went to. Oh boy, now the tongue is flying and there's no stopping it.
Sloane.
He says with such a rousing command in his voice, which would normally make me feel weak in the knees, but something in my brain has switched and I can't stop poking the bear. Yup, poke, poke, poke. I know I shouldn't be talking to Hudson like this, and if Jude ever found out that I did, he'd be livid with me. I do know better. I understand the value of playing the part I meant to play. But I don't know. Today has been a whirlwind. I've been thrown to the wolves, apologized to, and then insulted. And maybe this is further evidence that I'm not cut out for this kind of work. Holding my feelings in all day, getting walked on for the betterment of the company just feels icky. And if you know me, you know I don't take kindly to insults. I never have, and I've always stuck up for myself in those situations. Sure, can I be the polite girl who does what she's asked? Of course. But I also can be a rabid beast with gnarly fangs when I'm doubted. Yes, Mr. Hopper? I ask, crossing one leg over the other. His jaw ticks as he stares me down. I can see the wavering in his mind, wondering how to handle this situation. If I were any other person, he'd most likely fire me. But because I'm Jude's sister, there's no way.
I think you should pack up your desk.
Wait, what? I uncrossed my leg, pressing both feet into the ground. Hold on, what did you say? Staring me down, he says,
I said you should pack up your desk.
A nervous chuckle falls past my lips. Oh my God, it kind of sounds like you're firing me? He works his jaw to the side.
Listen, Sloan, I can't have you talking to me like that and getting away with it. It's not professional, and if you don't learn now, then you're never going to learn.
Hold up. Wait, you're seriously firing me? My eyes blink in disbelief.
Yeah.
He says.
I am.
Holy shit, he's really firing me. I can't believe this. After what he put me through only half an hour ago, he has the nerve to fire me when I stick up for myself? And yes, the name-calling was out of hand, but what happened to a slap on the wrist and a carry on with business? He's just going to up and fire me? Okay, sir, this is not going to go well for you. Apologies in advance for what's about to come out of my mouth. Wow, okay. I stand from my chair and smooth down my skirt. If that's how you want to play this, I guess good luck with your bridesmaid stuff. Seems like you're going to need it, especially after you promised Archie I'd help out. Then again, you reek of desperation. I'm sure you'll have no problem finding a wig and stuffing a bra in order for you to play the part. I move toward the door, and I can practically hear the regret in his voice when he says,
Sloan.
I glance over my shoulder, waiting to hear an apology. Yup, go ahead, beg and plead, apologize until your mouth is frothing for forgiveness. He adjusts the sleeves of his shirts as he says,
I'll let Jude know.
I blink a few times because he's serious. That's all he's going to say? No, I'm sorry. Please come back. You're the apple of my eye and I need you? He's really firing me. Well, that's just rude. He really can't handle the truth? How eye-opening. Facts are facts. He was a bit of a weasel in that meeting, and that's coming from me, the girl who worships the ground Hudson Hopper walks on with his fancy, expensive loafers. I was just being honest, and if he can't handle that, then good luck. That's a him problem. Yeah, that's right. That's a him problem. Why should I feel bad about trying to help a guy out? Why do I feel embarrassment creep up my back, slowly crawling to the nape of my neck? Why are my cheeks heating? Maybe because the man I'm infatuated with just fired me, and that's slightly humiliating. Maybe because he made it quite clear in a matter of seconds that despite the hard work that I've put into this job that I hate, despite working effortlessly at making sure Hudson is taken care of, days full of meetings, demands, and decisions, that I'm fully and freely disposable to him. And that doesn't settle well. It hurts, actually, and there's only one way I know how to react when I'm hurt. Don't worry about telling Jude you fired his sister. I have no problem informing him of your terrible business practices. Maybe, while I'm at it, I'll inform him of other things, like... I try to think of something revealing, anything, and then something snaps in my brain. Oh yes, I got it. Maybe I'll inform him that your green drink you slurp up every morning actually has a ton of sugar in it, something you apparently never looked into. Might still taste like crap, but it's full of empty carbs. His face falls flat.
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah, it is. So much sugar, the most sugar, all of the sugar, Hudson. The wrinkles in the corner of your eyes will only grow deeper if you keep filling your body with such filth. He touches the side of his face, which nearly makes me laugh, but I hold it together as I continue with my rant. And just so you know, if you actually emptied your inbox, I wouldn't have to repeatedly send you the same email over and over again because it keeps getting buried. It's called organization, Hudson. He straightens, looking perplexed and outraged at the same time. Not to mention the healthy snacks you request for the kitchen. No one likes them. Not one single person. We constantly donate them to shelters while Frida stocks up on snacks from Costco and divvies them up around the office for people to keep in their desk drawers. It's a waste of money, and no one will say anything because they're too scared to hurt your brittle ego. His brow pinches together.
The snacks are good.
No one wants dried cucumber, Hudson. What's even the point? I toss my arms up in frustration. And since we're on the train of honesty, that brown suit you wear on occasion is hideous and should be burned.
That's from Italy.
Doesn't make it any less ugly. Just atrocious. I throw up a little in my mouth every time you walk into the office wearing it. He folds his arms now.
Is that all?
No, I say, letting it rip. I use your bathroom when you're gone because your toilet paper is softer. I once scraped ketchup on your back by accident before you went into a meeting and didn't tell you, but watched you give a presentation to a room of 20 people with a blood-like condiment staining your suit jacket. I take a deep breath and keep going. You are negligent when it comes to compliments and my work ethic. You refuse to acknowledge the thought and care I put into looking professional every day. And I've spent countless hours sitting at my desk, staring into your office, wondering about all the ways I could help ease the tremendous amount of tension you carry on a daily basis. Sitting on your face is always the solution I come up with. The moment the words fall past my lips, I know I've gone too far. Oh, shit. The truths were supposed to be about him, not me. His face grows serious.
Sitting on my face.
Did I say that? I ask, a flitty laugh falling past my lips. I don't think that's what I said.
That's exactly what you said.
I tap my chin. Doesn't sound like me.
Sloan.
He says in that dangerous tone all over again. Yes. I wait for him to say something, anything, but when he doesn't, I take that as my sign to get the hell out of here. With a quick 180 on my heels, I turn away from him and head for my desk, where I open my desk drawer, grab my purse, and then start shoving bags of fruit snacks inside. Frida just refreshed my supplies, and there's no way I'm leaving without them. When I catch Hudson leaning against the door to his office, arms crossed, watching me, I take that moment to toss a fruit snack packet at him. See? We don't like your snacks. He catches it with one hand, and I don't allow myself to consider just how hot that was. I straighten, grab the picture of me, Jude, and Stacy on the beach in Bora Bora from Jude's wedding, and hold it close to my chest. The pens can stay. I have no attachment. The Post-it notes that I would cut into hearts on slow days, they must be left behind. And my notebook with every detail I ever wrote about Hudson's insufferable meetings can die in this office. Hopefully, he will flip through it and see just how boring he can be. False pride trying to lead the way, I start my walk of unemployment toward the elevator when I think of one last thing. I face Hudson again and say, "When you speak of this to Jude, please let him know that not one fruit snack was left behind in my retreat. But for the love of God, don't mention the sitting on the face thing, even though I don't recall saying that."
So you're just going to lie like that?
Call it temporary amnesia. Either way, no thanks to that detail. Okay, well, great working with you. Take care. Okay, love you, bye. I pause, my eyes widening. No, I mean not, I love you. I don't love you. I don't know why I said that. It was a slip of the tongue. There is no love and no sitting on the face. Got it? He just stares at me. Okay, looks like you got it. And just in case you missed it the first time, you look like trash in the brown suit. With that, I turn away from him and head toward the elevator, a purse full of fruit snacks, a chest brimming with pride, and a stomach bubbling with embarrassment. "Why is it so dark in here?" Stacy asks, walking into the living room where I'm perched on the corner of the back of the couch like an owl on a branch, leaning against the wall, empty fruit snack wrappers scattered below me. "Whoa, what's going on in here?" Stacy sets the mail down on the coffee table and takes a seat on the couch. "You realize the couch is meant to be sat on like this, not like what you're doing at the moment?" "I know," I say, opening up another pack of fruit snacks and eating one while I stare off toward the wall. From the corner of my eye, I catch Stacy looking over at what I'm staring at, and then back at me. "Care to explain to me why you're acting like a parrot in the dark, eating fruit snacks?" I pop another in my mouth and chew. Just rethinking my life decisions today. "And what life decisions would those be?" she asks as she picks up the mail and starts sorting through it. Between the two of us, Stacy is the one who likes to take care of everything around the house and then dictate to me what needs to be done. It only works out because I don't mind her bossing me around about chores, and she thoroughly enjoys being the leader of the household, especially now that Jude's living with Hazley. Decisions? I answer. She pauses, sifting through the mail, and gives me a look only a twin can give, where they practically see into your soul. Don't make me pry it out of you. I'm exhausted from work today. She's exhausted? Sheesh, wait until she hears about the roller coaster I was on. Although I don't want to discount her vicious days. Stacy works for Amazon. She's in charge of coming up with the Dog of the Day shoutouts on Alexa. Sometimes she does the Dinosaur of the Day as well, but mainly she works on Dog of the Day. Riveting work. Shocked AI hasn't taken her job yet. Couldn't find a good picture of a Cocker Spaniel? I ask. Don't change the subject, she replies. And it was a Dalmatian. Those spots can be tricky. Sloane, stop avoiding the question. What's going on? She never puts up with my shit. Ever. Well, you see, I dump the rest of the fruit snacks in my mouth and then say in a garbled voice, So something happened at work today. Oh my God. She stares me down. You nuzzled his crotch without consent, didn't you? As you can tell, Stacy is very much in the know about the crush I've been harboring. Hard to keep such a secret away from your twin, especially on Friday nights when we dust off the blender and make homemade margaritas. No, I did not nuzzle his crotch. Then you flashed him a boob? Your ass? Sat on his face and told him to feast? Well, face-sitting was mentioned. No, Stacy, I say in annoyance, and then slide down the back of the couch where I take a seat. I got fired. Fired? She screeches. Hudson fired you? How the hell did you manage that? We don't need to go into details. I wave her off. If our brother's friend fired you, we most definitely need to go into the details. What happened? I start brushing my hair nervously with my fingers as I say, Well, we had a meeting and the meeting was going well. I was taking notes, and then out of the blue, Hudson said I could be a bridesmaid for a business contact, and what? Please, Stacy, no interruptions. This is going to be long. I'll address all questions after. So anyway, he signed me up to be a bridesmaid, and I was stunned because I didn't know bosses could do that. And I mean, I would pretty much do anything Hudson told me to do because, I think he's the most attractive man to ever walk the planet. And, well, I kind of blacked out for a moment, and then the next thing I know, he's apologizing to me in his office and telling me I can think about the whole bridesmaid thing and that it wasn't fair for him to do that. And I thought, that's so nice of him. And then this is where it gets tricky because I really don't remember how it happened. But he called me young. Stacy winces. Oh, God. Yep, I can tell from the look on your face that you know exactly where this is going. You let loose. She presses her lips together. Did you tell him off? I mean, in a nice way. It started slow, respectable, with a light jab here and there, but then it built up, and I think I called him a weasel. I know I told him his snacks sucked and that he was eating too much sugar and that's why he has wrinkles, and then one thing led to another and he fired me. Oh my God, Sloane, she groans. That's not even the worst part. The same embarrassment that I felt in his office takes root all over again. How on earth is that not the worst part? In my ranting, I say, humiliation nearly choking me alive. After he fired me, I grew ashamed and angry, and it all swirled together to the point that I said a whole bunch of things that I never should have said. Something along the lines of marking him with ketchup and letting him give a presentation with ketchup jacket, and then just after that I told him I wanted to sit on his face. Her eyes widen and she whispers, Dear God. I know. I nod. It's bad. And then, of course, because I'm an idiot, when I was saying bye, I was on autopilot and said, Kay, love you, bye. You did not, she says, her voice rising. Oh, I did. Then in the midst of covering that up, I told him I never said I wanted to sit on his face and that he must have misheard me. There was a lot of rambling. I took all these fruit snacks and then I left with my chin held high, but now that I've been sitting here in the dark thinking about it, I am kind of on the side of maybe Hudson was right. Maybe I am young. I think a more mature human wouldn't have brought up the sitting on the face thing. You think? She says on a sigh. Jesus, Sloane. What the hell is he going to say to Jude? I have no idea. I'm kind of hoping that he tells him we went our separate ways, because I know for a fact that if Hudson tells Jude that I said I'd sit on his face, Jude would disown me. Yes, he would. God, what a mess. Where the hell did all this stem from? I lean my head back on the couch and stare up at the ceiling. Hudson was trying to impress this guy, Archie Wimbach. Hardy and Hudson are attempting to purchase his property to extend their affordable housing project globally. I don't know much about the backstory. I caught some of his text messages, though. You what? He was texting Hardy in the car, and I was reading them. Invasion of privacy much? Stacy asks. Listen, the man signed me up to be a bridesmaid in the dude's wedding because the person that was supposed to be in the wedding broke her leg or something and can't perform the Regency dances. Regency dances? Like Bridgerton? Yeah, I guess they're knocking it back a century and putting on their petticoats. Anyway, I fit the look, and Hudson said I was available. Talk about shocked. Pretty sure my chin hit the table. I lift my chin for her to examine. Is there a bruise? There is no bruise. Stacy deadpans. Lucky for him, I could have filed workers' comp. Anywho, the texts. Hudson was going off about Archie and this club and how he needs to get close to the father of the bride. What kind of club? Stacy asks. A sex club? Because I could be into that. I roll my eyes at my sister. I know you could, but I think it's one of those posh, rich clubs. What was it called? What did he type? I scratch the side of my head. I think the Mayfair Club. Stacy pulls out her phone and types it into her internet search. But do you know what I really found out today, Stacy? I'm not the kind of person who can put up with this kind of business. It's not for me. I mean, without even a second of thought for my well-being, Hudson offered me up to his business partner, and sure, it could have been worse, but this is not what I want to do with my life. I drag my hand over my face. I want to do something that's more fulfilling, something that isn't fetching drinks and answering phone calls. I want to make a difference. I know the feeling so well, Stacy says. This coming from the dog of the day girl. Maybe this is a good thing. Maybe this is the wake-up call you needed to switch jobs. Perhaps you were so comfortable getting paid that you settled for something you didn't like. That's great and all, but getting paid is the key to what you and I both need right now. We can't afford the luxury of pursuing a dream. Hell, I can't even imagine dreaming. My brain is too focused on paying the bills. Dreaming isn't even an option. She sighs sadly. Isn't that the truth? She taps on her phone a few more times and then says, That club you were talking about looks like it has been around forever. Posh is the nice way to put it. This is for aristocrats. They even have debutante balls where young women come out to society. Stacy smiles at me. When I came out to society, no one threw me a ball. Because we knew you were gay the minute you started talking. No need to celebrate. Coming out is a big deal. There's always a need to celebrate, she humorously counters. Hey, I got you a vibrator in solidarity. Stacy chuckles. Yeah, wore that thing out. Okay, none of that, I say, flitting my hand at her. You can talk about sitting on your boss's face, but I can't talk about the adventures of pleasuring my partners with the vibrator you got me for coming out? How is that fair? It's not, and I admit it. Now, back to me. Stacy laughs and shakes her head while she plucks a piece of mail from the pile and opens it. Either way, Hudson's not getting into that club. It's for the married folk only. Yeah, he's not married, or else what I said to him would have been exceedingly more inappropriate. I groan in frustration. This is such a mess. I can't afford to not have a job. What the hell am I going to do? Probably apologize. She unfolds a letter and starts scanning it. Apologies can go a long way. Apologize? No way. I'm not about to apologize to him. That would be, for one, humiliating. 2, require maturity, which I think we found out today I lack. And 3, be humiliating. You said humiliating twice. Because it would be double the amount of humiliation, and I can't take that. I flick at her paper. What the hell are you reading? Don't you see I'm in a crisis? I do, but... She pauses and her nose scrunches up. Oh, shit. What? I ask, leaning over just enough so I can see what's in the letter. I think the landlord is selling the house. What house? She shoves the paper at me. Our house, cement head. Hey, I told you not to call me that, I say, taking the paper in my hand and reading through it. 30 days? I mumble. What the hell? They can't just sell the house. They can. They own it. Yeah, but we live in it. We rent it. The owners can do anything they want. Well, they can't, I say, glancing around the living room of the quaint bungalow that we shared with Jude when he was still living with us. The house that he rented for us when our grandma passed and we needed a place to stay. The house that we formed a strong bond over when we had no family left but ourselves. This house, it was a light during a dark time. A safe haven. A place where we felt comfortable shedding tears and showing our emotions. A place that felt so incredibly safe that we started to come into our own. It's where Stacy came out to us, right here in this living room. It's where I slipped and fell in the kitchen and broke my wrist, only for Stacy to slide in and do the exact same thing. It's where Jude first told us that he was in love, and where he told us he was going to ask Hazley to marry him. This house has been a possession that we've never been able to own, but that we've worked hard at maintaining because it felt like ours either way. This is our house, I say. It's not. We don't own it, Sloane. I know we don't own it, but we've lived in it. We've made it a home. I mean, this is where we grew, where we survived. We can't just leave because the owner wants to sell it. Well, we can buy it, she says absent-mindedly. The offer is in the letter. Really? I ask and pick up the letter again. I scan to the bottom where it says we can rent to buy with a down payment of $40,000. Hope starts dwindling away. $40,000. Fuck. Do you have that kind of money? Stacy gives me a get-real look. I write about the dog of the day for a robot who informs pesky children. Do you really think I have $40,000? I don't know. I thought maybe you were stashing cash away. Not so much. Damn it. I have nothing in my bank account. I'm nearly living paycheck to paycheck over here because of the school loans, says the girl who works for a billionaire. Used to work, I say on a groan. Ugh, why did I have to tell him I wanted to sit on his face? Because if you didn't, we wouldn't be in this situation? Stacy shakes her head. Face it, we have the worst luck. We're never going to find another place like this house. It's close to the park and walking distance from the restaurants we love. It's quiet and peaceful and just feels like home. She pauses and then turns toward me. Think we should ask Jude for some money? I shake my head vehemently. No, we swore we wouldn't ask him for anything. He married into money and we're not about to take advantage of that. It's bad enough he got me a job with Hudson. When he left, we swore that we would make him proud. Not to mention asking for money negates the idea of us being adults and moving through life on our own without help. And what a great job we're doing at that. I write dog facts for a living, and you're apparently now a world-renowned fruit snack muncher. She shakes her head. And here I thought I was the muncher in the family. This is serious, Stacy, I groan. We need $40,000. Right. Should I just start looking for spare change in the streets? Create an OnlyFans account? I heard I have nice feet. Think you can get $40,000 off feet pics? I say with hope, and then take in her unmanicured toes and shiver. Not with those talons. They're not freaking talons. They're just unkempt at the moment. Your pinky toe doesn't have a nail. Never grew one. I think it was a defect when I came out of the womb. Well, no one's going to spend big cash on your freaky nailless pinky toe. Never know. Could be a demand for a nailless toe. It's very niche. No one wants that, Stacy. No one. At least I'm coming up with ideas. You're the one getting fired. If you weren't so young and immature, maybe you could have said something along the lines of, I'll be your bridesmaid for a $40,000 bonus. Gah, I scoff. That would have been such a good idea. Yeah, I know. But you can't do it now because you got fired, you idiot. Think he would take the deal anyway? Stacy shakes her head. He wouldn't have fired you if he needed you that much. No way he'd take the deal. Well, maybe I can offer him something else. Something he can't refuse. If you say your vagina on his face, I'm going to murder you. No, what if it's something he really needs? Maybe he'd be willing. And what exactly does a billionaire really need that he can't get himself? She's right. Hudson could pretty much have anything. What could he possibly need? What could he possibly want? What could he... And then it hits me. Strikes me so hard in the brain that I actually feel a headache coming on. Stacy, I whisper, a slow smile spreading across my face. I've got it. You've got what? She asks, doubt searing off her lips. I've got an idea that's about to make us $40,000.
Chapter 4. Hudson. Not looking forward to today. Not only do I have to find a solution to being short a bridesmaid and an assistant, but I have to tell Jude that I fired his sister. Not ideal. To make matters worse, I didn't get a lick of sleep last night because all I could think of was what Sloane told me, that she wanted to ease my tension in a way that, I hate to admit, I've thought about several times. Hell, I thought about it yesterday when I caught a glimpse of her in that skirt. How easy it would be to slip off her underwear, bring her to the couch, and have her hover above me. I pinch my brow. What a fucking nightmare. The elevator dings, and I head down the hall, nodding and putting on a smile for some of the early risers in the building. Since we began the co-op, we've been able to bring on 15 employees, which is huge, considering we just started a few months ago. The Kane brothers have assisted with the hiring, and even moved some of their employees in Los Angeles up here to help train. I know for a fact that if it wasn't for the assist of Kane Enterprises, we wouldn't even be close to where we are right now with our business. We would probably still be investing in a single idea, and that's it. But now, hell, we have our hands in everything. Hardy is in charge of our agricultural department, focusing on our almond farms and expanding distribution. Maggie and Hazley are working closely together on the event and wedding business. Maggie with planning, Hazley with vacation rentals that are geared more toward bachelorette weekends. Jude is heading up construction and engineering with the Canes. And now we're moving into expanding the low-income housing projects that Kane Enterprises started here in San Francisco. Not to mention, Brody, Maggie's boyfriend, is opening pop-up shops in old storefronts around the city, giving another life to worn-down spaces. It feels good to know that we have made meaningful and significant changes, and so quickly. So why does it feel like such a nightmare walking into my office this morning? I should be proud of everything we've accomplished and the plans we have in the works, but yesterday felt like a giant leap backward, leaving me to schedule an awkward conversation with my brother-in-law slash friend slash business partner, who, in all honesty, kind of scares me. Jude is built different. Hardy and I are tall, muscular, in a swimmer's body kind of way, and we could hold our own if we needed to, but Jude, he's as if J.J. Watt and Gaston from Beauty and the Beast had a baby together. Massive, intimidating, but also has a real heart, which makes him extremely protective of the ones that he loves, which I appreciate since he's married to my sister, but something I don't appreciate when I have to tell him I fired his little sister. Huffing out my frustration, I walk down the hall, making a note to DoorDash my green drink, which apparently has a lot of sugar, and when I reach my office, I open the door only to be greeted by Sloane, holding my green drink and smiling as if nothing happened yesterday. Jesus fuck, I say, startling back. What the hell are you doing in here? She glances at her watch, and then back at me.
You're later than usual. That's okay. Sometimes we need that extra sleep.
What?
Good thing I waited until the last minute to get your green drink, or else it would be warm.
She hands me the drink, and I stare at her as if I'm in some sort of Twilight Zone. I fired her, right? I did that yesterday. That was real, wasn't it?
I already warmed up your computer for you and checked your schedule. It seems as though you don't have any meetings today, which is surprising given what a busy bee you usually are.
She nudges me toward my desk, and because I'm so fucking confused, I follow her direction.
But not having meetings is a good thing because I saw your inbox and you have a lot of emails you need to sift through.
She pulls out my desk chair for me, and I take a seat right before she pushes me into my desk. What the hell is going on? This is not normal. I mean, the green drink is normal, but the chattiness, the maneuvering, Wait, is she wearing pants? I glance at her outfit, taking in the power suit sheathing her body. She's never worn a power suit. It's always dresses and skirts. I should know because I've averted my eyes from her legs at all costs every single day she's been in the office. Yeah, this is not normal. Something is up. I take a sip of my drink and immediately cringe. Smacking my lips, I hold the drink away and say, "What the hell is this?" Smiling, she leans forward.
Had them take the sugar out for you.
She taps the side of my head and whispers,
Wrinkle Patrol.
I knew yesterday was real. I set the drink down, scoot my chair back, and stand. I fucking knew it, I say, as if I've caught her red-handed.
Knew what?
She asks, looking confused. I knew that yesterday was real.
Yes, yesterday was real.
She takes a step closer, her perfume filtering in between us, making me feel lightheaded.
Are you okay? Did you hit your head or something?
No, I'm fine. The question is, are you okay? She grips her lower back.
A little sore after I attempted to do a backflip off the couch from a sugar high, but other than that, okay. Why?
A backflip? She nods.
Stuck the landing, but I didn't complete perfection without a little bit of a hit to the old lower back. That's what happens when you get older. Not as nimble as we used to be, but you know all about that.
My nostrils flare, and I stand from my chair, only to take a step back, giving myself some distance from her as I say, Didn't I fire you yesterday?
I believe you did.
She nods, as if it's no big deal. Okay, so, care to tell me why you're here in my office handing me a green drink with no sugar?
I chose not to take part in the firing.
What the hell does that mean? I ask. And then, to my surprise, she plops herself on top of my desk, crosses one leg over the other, and leans back on her hand. The pose incredibly too sexy, especially since the position makes the lapels of her suit jacket pop open, revealing that she's not wearing a shirt under that blazer, just a bra. Christ.
It means I chose not to be fired.
That's not a thing, I say.
Oh, it is. You see, I've been taught to seize what I want, to take charge, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Therefore, I've decided that I'm not fired.
You can decide that all you want, but that's not how things work. I'm the boss. You work for me. Therefore, when I say you're fired, you're fired. There will be no point in coming into the office because I will not be paying you.
Says who?
She asks. I point to my chest. Says me.
And would you say that you're the one that makes all the decisions?
Yeah, that's what the term boss entails, the decision maker.
And your choice is to fire me?
What kind of fucking circus is this? Is this some sort of social media trend, refusal to be fired? Am I actually old and I don't realize it? Yes, my choice is to fire you. That's why I did it yesterday. I fired you.
You did, but a part of me thinks that you might regret that decision.
I stick my hands in my pockets and ask, "What makes you think that?"
Because I have a proposal for you.
She hops off my desk and gestures toward my seating area.
Please, join me.
Skeptical, but also intrigued by the fuckery, I follow her and take a seat on the couch as she does, only about a foot of space separating, close enough to catch the lavender scent that clings to her. What's going on, Sloane? I have things to do.
I know. This won't take too much of your time.
She places her hands on her lap and looks me in the eyes.
I was thinking about yesterday and everything that happened, and I know the right thing to do would be to come in here and tell you I didn't mean any of the things that I said, but that would be a lie. I meant every single word.
Every single word. Because I remember specifically one thing in particular that she tried to deny saying, but I'm not going to bring that up. Not when she's sitting this close and smells this damn good. Okay, I say.
And an apology is not why I'm here. I'm here on business.
Sloane, I don't think I can give you your job back,
Not looking to be your assistant.
she says. And then, to my surprise, she gets down on one knee in front of me, takes my hand in hers, and continues.
I'm looking to be your wife.
My what?
Hudson Mitchell Hopper, will you marry me?
She smiles up at me, blinks, fucking winks. She's kidding, right? I look for something, anything, to tell me this is a joke. I glance around the room. Are there hidden cameras in here? Am I on a daytime talk show where someone is going to come out, have a gotcha moment, and say to the audience that I've been lusting after my too young for me assistant? I wait a few seconds, and when I realize none of that is happening, I clear my throat. Excuse me?
Look at you in shock. How cute.
She pats my hand.
Hudson, it's a simple question. Will you marry me?
I shake my hand out of hers and slide back on the couch, putting space between us. Not to sound like an obtuse ass, but why the fuck would I marry you, Sloane? She rolls her eyes.
And here I thought you were a smart businessman.
She gets off the ground and sits back on the couch. She straightens her clothes while I try to comprehend what the hell is happening this morning. This is why I need more coffee in the morning. Forget the green drink. I need a 20-ounce cup of pure, unfiltered coffee straight from the goddamn bean.
I'll lay it out for you. You need a wife, and I'm the one for the job.
I fail to see how I need a wife,
Are you really that dense?
she asks. Are you really this delusional? I counter. Another roll of the eyes.
Jesus, Hudson. You need to impress Archie's father-in-law, right? What's one way to do that? Slip into the Mayfair Club. And what is one of the requirements to get into the club? You must be married.
She holds out her hand and points to her empty ring finger.
All you've got to do is put a ring on it.
Wow, okay, she's lost it. I think the conversation I need to have with Jude is going to veer in a different direction that I'd thought. More like, I think your sister might need some help. You know, not really in the market for a wife at the moment, but thanks for the offer. Now I think it's time that you leave. She shrugs.
Suit yourself.
She stands and starts heading toward the door.
By the way, your father called this morning. I took a message for you because I thought I might be helpful despite being fired. He said to tell you that he still plans on suing you, but he's currently working on another investment, so he might be held up at the moment.
And then she heads out of my office, leaving my skin prickling with irritation. What the fuck just happened? New day. New start. Today will be better than yesterday, because yesterday was an absolute shit show. After I was proposed to, still trying to understand that entire situation, Sloane told me about my dad, and, well, that sent me into a tailspin. He knew exactly what he was doing making that phone call. He found out that I was interested in the Wimbach property, which would give us the chance to expand the affordable housing market in the UK, and he's showing me that he has no problem stealing it away. A part of me believes that Sloane knew exactly what she was doing by telling me about his message, because last night, all I could think was, what if I said yes to her proposal? Stupid. I know. There is no way I would say yes to marrying Jude's sister. That is just asking for trouble, which is why I'm walking into the office today with a freshly brewed cup of coffee, my head on straight, and
I thought I told you that brown suit is hideous.
Sloane says as I walk into my office. Jesus Christ, Sloane, I say, nearly having a heart attack from her surprise appearance. What the hell are you doing here?
Just came to see how you were. I could sense your tension yesterday, and I think you know how I'd help relieve it.
She wiggles her eyebrows, and I swear on my right nut it takes everything in me to look away and not think about that type of relief. I think you should leave. I move over to my desk, set my coffee down, and take a seat, only to be greeted with a photoshopped picture of me and her in front of an altar. She's in a dress, I'm in a tux, and we're holding hands. I pick up the frame and flash it to her. What the hell is this?
A subtle reminder of what could be.
I shove the picture into my desk drawer and say, no reminder needed.
Are you sure?
She walks up to my desk and takes a seat. Today she's wearing another power suit, but this time it's a short skirt instead of pants, and I'm pretty sure there's no shirt under that blazer, just like yesterday.
I could be a good wife, Hudson.
She nudges me with her toe. I turn toward her, my head tilted. Why the hell would you want to marry me? Because that's the question I've been asking myself on repeat. How would this benefit her?
I'm so glad you asked.
She stands up again and gestures to the couch.
Care to join me?
Not this again. With a huff, I stand from my chair, bringing my coffee with me because I'm going to need it, and take a seat on the couch where she joins me. Once again, she rests her hands in her lap and looks me in the eyes.
This could be beneficial for the both of us. You need me, and I could possibly need you.
Possibly, I ask. I doubt someone who has come into the office twice despite being fired would use the term possibly. Looks like you need me.
Semantics.
She says, brushing me off, but I can see right through her. There is something she needs, and she's come up with a crazy-ass plan on how to do it.
Here's the thing. You want this property deal, right?
I don't discuss business with people who don't work here.
Hudson?
She levels with me. And hell, I like it when she says my name.
Just answer the question.
You already know the answer, I say.
So then yes, you want the property. And you also promised Archie and Sheridan a bridesmaid, something I think you're forgetting about.
Trust me, I drag my hand over my face. I have not forgotten about that. That was the reason I woke up at 2 this morning and couldn't get back to sleep. I broke out in a sweat over the fact that I've gotten myself into a major mess.
Well, it seems like you're in a bit of a pickle, and I could help you get out of said pickle. Here is what I propose. I will be the bridesmaid that you signed me up to be, and I will be your bride so you can get into the club.
And what do you want from me? Sloane composes herself, swallows, then says,
Preferably my job back and $40,000.
I feel my eyebrows raise, because I guess I wasn't expecting that answer. The job, sure, but the money? She doesn't seem like someone who is desperate for money. I mean, if she needed anything, wouldn't she just go to Jude?
In exchange for $40,000 and my job, I'll sign a prenup, marry you, do the whole bridesmaid in London thing, and then we can amicably divorce later and be on our way. You'll have your property, everyone will be happy, and we never have to see each other again, after I find a new job, of course.
Other than the fact that your brother is married to my sister.
I never cared for family gatherings.
She says with a wave of her hand.
What do you say?
I take a sip of my coffee and shake my head. I'm not in the business of buying a bride, Sloane.
You're not buying me. You're paying me for a service.
Yeah, I'm not doing that either. I stand and move back to my desk. My shaky legs nearly give out because it would be a good solution. She gets what she needs. I get what I need. A simple solution to a chaotic few days. Yet I can't fathom saying yes. Not when I know who I'd be marrying. She's Jude's sister, and if he caught wind of the fact that I even considered her proposal for a mere second, he'd have my balls in the palm of his hand. It's a good idea, but a terrible, horrible one at the same time. It's going to be a no for me. I peek around the door of my office and fearfully look around, scanning for a clingy brunette, most likely shirtless and in a power suit. When I come up short, not even a sugar-free green drink on the desk, I know the coast is clear. I meant to contact security last night and ensure her pass was revoked, but something about that felt so wrong. This is Jude's sister. She's not a threat to the security of our company. Letting out a deep breath, I step inside the office just as the door shuts behind me, and Sloane says,
Morning.
"Mother of fuck!" I yell as I cover my ears and fly into the wall, turning to see her standing there in a pink suit. This one has shorts and a blazer with no shirt. Fuck, Sloane!
Aw, did I scare you?
What the hell do you think? I ask as I straighten up and let out a deep breath.
You know, I told you I could help you with that tension.
Yeah, I know. I tried to assist with the tension this morning in the shower, imagining what's under that goddamn blazer of hers. And let's just say my imagination and my hand were lackluster at best. The answer is no. Whatever you have to say today, the answer is no. I move toward my desk. As I said before, I don't buy brides, and I'm not fucking marrying you.
Hudson.
What? I say, exasperated as I look up at Sloane, standing before me, hands clutching in front of her. A serious expression crosses her face as she quietly says,
I need this.
The tone has changed, and I can almost feel her words as she says them. You need to marry me? I ask. She shakes her head.
I need this deal because I need the money.
The seriousness in her voice tugs me in as I take a seat at my desk and ask, Why? She looks off to the side, and from the droop in her shoulders and her timid expression, I can tell that this is not easy for her.
Stacy and I got a letter in the mail from our landlord. They're selling the house that we're living in, and we can either move or we can rent to own. Rent to own requires a down payment of $40,000. Stacy and I don't have anything close to that, which means we'll have to move out if we don't find the money, and we can't move out.
Tears start to form in her eyes, which of course makes me move around my desk to her.
This was the house that Jude found for us once our grandma passed. It was our sanctuary, our comfort, and we've shared so many memories in it. We don't want to let it go.
Have you spoken to Jude about it? She shakes her head.
I don't think he has enough capital, and it's also something we don't want to do. We said we'd provide for ourselves when he moved out, and we promised ourselves we wouldn't bother him.
He's your brother, I say.
Yes, which means he'd do anything to help us. He was wary of leaving us to begin with when he moved in with Hazley. The last thing we want is for him to worry again. We want to do this on our own because we are not children and don't need a handout from our brother. That's why I came up with this idea. That's why I came to you.
Christ, I say as I tug on the back of my neck and start pacing the room. Well, this puts a much different spin on her proposal. One that I wasn't prepared for. It has me thinking. You think getting married is the solution?
It's It's the best one I could come up with, and I swear I'll sign any prenup you want. I don't want your fortune or your business or your house. I just need the down payment, preferably my job back until I can find something else, and I'll help you secure the deal with Wimbach.
It feels doable. Like it could all work. But there's a small element holding me back. Jude. Hell, that's not a small element. That's a big element. I shake my head. No, Jude would kill us both.
He doesn't have to know,
She says, walking up to me.
I promise Stacy will be the only one that knows on my end. You can tell who you need to tell. I'll even sign an NDA. Please, Hudson. I know this is crazy, but it could work. And it's not forever.
Gone is the sarcastic girl who came into my office 2 days ago after being fired. And in her place is a girl who reeks of desperation. The same sort of desperation I feel when I consider the shitstorm I've put myself in. I pull on the short strands of my hair. Hell, I can't believe I'm even considering this. It's dumb, foolish, a really bad idea. Yet she's right. It has all the potential to work. It's only for a few weeks. We can go to London, she can be a bridesmaid. I can secure the deal, and then we can be on our merry way. Feels simple. Foolproof.
You're thinking about it.
She says, coming up to me and taking my hand.
Please say yes, Hudson.
In that moment, I do something really stupid. Something that cracks me, breaks me, tears down the minuscule wall I had erected to keep her as far away as possible. I look at her, in her eyes, and it's my undoing. Because how can I say no when she's practically begging? When I know that this could help her? Shit, I mumble.
Is that a good shit or a bad shit?
She asks, tugging on my arm. Doesn't matter, it's a shit. I head to the couch and sit down, bringing my fingers to my brow. You owe me an apology. I see hope in her eyes as she joins me.
An apology for the other day? Not a problem. I'm sorry for the way I treated you. It was very immature, and I learned my lesson about inappropriate behavior in the workplace. That being said, I stand by my words about the green drink and the brown suit. The green drink is filled with sugar your machine of a body doesn't need, and the brown suit does nothing to highlight the contours of your well-carved frame.
She clasps her hands in front of her.
Does that mean you're going to be my husband?
Does it? I look into her stunning eyes. I swear she doesn't know the power she could have over me if I truly gave in to her. She's too fucking beautiful. Even when she's begging me to do something incredibly stupid. Something that will most likely come back to bite me in the ass. But I can see it. In this moment, I can see it. I'm staring back at my future wife.
Chapter 5. Sloane. Are you nervous? Stacy asks as I stick folds of toilet paper under my armpits in the private bathroom of Hudson's office, attempting to soak up the sweat that seems to be pouring out of me. I don't know, I whisper at Stacy. I have toilet paper in my armpits. What do you think? You know, you don't have to go through this, she says as she pulls some toilet paper from the roll and starts dabbing my forehead and upper lip. Yes, I do. He's waiting out there with a reverend and his lawyer. And there's a check in an envelope in my purse made out to me for $40,000. I just need to get it together. And I thought convincing Hudson to say yes was going to be the hardest part. Little did I know actually going through the wedding ceremony was going to be the biggest hurdle. Because this is a real, genuine marriage. Like, I belong to him, he belongs to me. I'm technically going to be Mrs. Hudson Hopper. There is no make-believe. There is no trial run. This is the real deal. He's going to slip a ring on my finger, and we're going to... Oh, God. All the blood drains from my face. What? Stacy asks. I turn to my sister and grip her shoulders, the toilet paper sticking to my sweaty armpits, and say, "Is he going to kiss me?" Her nose turns up in disgust. "Why would he kiss you?" Because that's what people do at weddings. They say, "You may kiss the bride," or each other, or your partner, or whatever. "You may kiss thee. The couple's kiss. There's kissing." Oh, right. Stacy thinks about it. Great question. That's not something you talked about? I wouldn't be freaking out if it was. Knock, knock.
Everything okay in there?
Hudson asks from the other side of the door. Oh, God. Yes, I squeak. Everything's great.
Are you sure?
Ask him about the kiss, Stacy whispers, and I shake my head. She nods toward the door. Yes, ask. No, I say through clenched teeth.
Sloan?
Yup, everything's great, I say in a rush. Can't wait to be your bride. Your beautiful, blushing bride. Just finishing up in here, plucking things. Plucking? Stacy mouths in disgust. I don't know, I whisper.
Okay.
Hudson answers back, sounding perplexed, as he should.
Well, the Reverend is getting tired, so if you can hurry up with the plucking, that would be best.
Be right out! I lean against the wall, pull the toilet paper from the roll, and start dabbing and wrapping every surface of my body. The sweat, there's too much. What the hell would you be plucking right now? Stacy asks. I don't know. I panicked. Panic about lipstick, not plucking. It doesn't matter, I say as I continue to dab myself. Please, fan me. Do something. I'm sweating off my makeup. She rolls her eyes, but like the dutiful sister that she is, she grabs the hand towel from the towel rack and starts whipping it in front of my face, shooting bursts of air in my direction. Don't get too close. I don't need you whipping me in the... Whack! Son of a bitch! I shout, grabbing my eye. What happened? Stacy asks quickly as she lowers the towel to find me wrapped up in toilet paper, leaning against the wall and clutching my eyeball that I have no doubt at any moment will fall right out of its socket and across the bathroom floor. You got me in the freaking eye! Oof, really? What are the chances? Pretty high, apparently.
Hey.
Hudson knocks again.
Are you sure everything is okay in there?
My God, man, I said I was plucking. Leave a girl to pluck. Yup, fine. I groan and pull my hand away, trying to blink my eye back into its spot. Just, final touches. Have to look good for my husband. There's silence, and then he twists the handle, and thank God we locked it.
Sloan, let me in.
Can't, I say. Stacy is naked from the plucking. What? She whispers at me, murder in her eyes.
Sloan, now.
Hudson's voice grows tense, and I'm about to try to reassure him that everything is fine when Stacy moves toward the door. My lips purse and my eyes narrow. Don't, I say. She moves even closer. Stacy! I whisper shout, pointing my finger at her. Stop! Don't! But it's too late. She unlocks the door and Hudson charges into the bathroom, where he finds me looking like a toilet paper mummy up against the wall with my eyeball half hanging out of my head. Not really, but have to play up the dramatics for the imagery.
What the hell is going on?
He asks, taking me in and then looking over at Stacy. Nervously, Stacy backs away. I think I'm going to introduce myself to the Reverend and find out where he grew up, she says as she moves out of the bathroom, leaving me alone with Hudson. When the door clicks shut, Hudson closes the distance between us and starts tearing off the toilet paper that's sticking to my sweaty skin.
What are you doing, Sloan?
Isn't it obvious? I ask.
No.
Yeah, didn't think so. I let out a pent-up breath and say, just nervous and sweaty and trying to combat the sweatiness with toilet paper, and then my sister whipped me in the eye, and now you're going to have an eyeless bride. So, sorry about that. He continues to help me with the toilet paper and stays silent as I allow myself to give my future husband a good once-over. He's wearing a dark blue suit, not quite navy, but not royal blue either, maybe a color in between. He's paired it with a black button-up shirt and a black tie. His full head of hair is styled off to the side, but also sort of pieced in the front, making him exponentially more attractive. And because it's 8 at night, his 5 o'clock shadow has come in, giving him a darker, more mysterious look. And I'm supposed to be all casual and act like marrying this man is no big deal? Afraid not. The man is disgustingly attractive. No single human should be as good-looking as him.
You know, I'm nervous too.
He says. Yeah, I can tell. You're really shaking in your loafers. He finishes removing the toilet paper and pulls me away from the wall.
I am nervous. I apparently just don't sweat as much as you.
I peel the toilet paper from my armpits and deposit it in the trash can. Yes, well, you're missing out.
Is your eye okay? It looks like it's bruising.
Really? I turn toward the mirror, and sure enough, that's a bruise forming in the corner. Lovely. Just what I was hoping on this precious day of marriage. A black eye. I let out a breath and turn toward Hudson. Okay, let's get this over with.
You can still back out,
he says as I head toward the bathroom door. You gave me a check. I'm not backing out.
You can keep it.
He says, looking all kinds of serious.
Consider it a loan, or a bonus. Hell, it could be for the bridesmaid work.
I shake my head. No, this was my idea, and I'm going through with it. We're getting married.
Sloan.
What?
I'm not going to pressure you.
You aren't. I take a deep breath. I just needed a second to gather myself, okay? Trust me, everything is fine. Let's get married. I march out of the bathroom where the Reverend is talking to Stacy and the lawyer is sitting at Hudson's desk. I clasp my hands together. Sorry about the wait. Are we ready?
We are,
the Reverend says as he moves away from Stacy and holds his book in front of him. I glance back at Hudson, who is standing in the doorway of his bathroom, studying me, and I fear that he might pull the plug, see right through my facade and call this off. But then he adjusts his suit jacket and joins me in his office, determination set in his features. Together, Hudson and I get into position in front of the Reverend and awkwardly stand there as he starts talking about long-lasting love. Yup, that's us, the couple bound for long and lasting love. Eternal love. The once-in-a-lifetime kind of love that so little find. A knot of nerves forms in the pit of my stomach. Hudson starts with his repeated vows, telling me to my face that he's committed to me through better or worse. He keeps his eyes on me, but his hands to himself. When it's my turn, I repeat the same words, my hands becoming slick as I watch his Adam's apple bob, the first sign of nerves that I've seen from him this entire time. At least I'm in good company.
May I have the rings?
The Reverend says, and the lawyer brings over a box. Hudson opens it, revealing a giant square-cut diamond ring. Holy shit, I say without a filter and steal it from his hand. Is this for me? When I catch the Reverend from the corner of my eye, I say, wow, darling, you went all out, mommy-like. Stacy snorts behind me while Hudson raises his brow.
Mommy-like?
I meant Sloan approves. Not any better, jackass.
I'm glad,
Hudson says and hands me a simple black band for himself. We spend the next few minutes listening to the Reverend talk about rings being the symbol of everlasting love and repeating after him while we place the rings on each other. Once all is said and done, the Reverend says,
I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Great. I look up at Hudson, who pauses, seeming just as confused as I am. So I move in with my hand, he moves in with his head, and I poke him right in the stomach. Oop! Hello, Mr. Ab, I say. Sorry about that. He grumbles something and sticks his hand out just as I stand on my toes to offer him my cheek, but the sudden movement causes him to poke my breast. Nearly missed the nipple there, mate, I say in a horrible British accent. Dear God, I hear Stacy whisper from behind me. Before I can say anything else, Hudson grabs my cheeks, bends down, and presses a kiss right to my nose. An old boop-boop to the nostrils. I couldn't think of anything less sexy. The poke to the breast was better than a nose kiss. The Reverend clears his throat and says,
Lovely.
"Thank you. We practiced," I say, my awkwardness showing up in spades.
Well, I shall sign the marriage certificate and be on my way. Thank you.
Hudson says in a more serious tone. Silence fills the room as the Reverend scribbles his signature. When he's done, he looks between me and Hudson, who are just standing there, not touching, not doing anything. A concerned look crosses his face, so to reassure him that this isn't a bought bride situation, even though it kind of is, I wrap my arms and one leg around Hudson, holding him tight. Oof, can't wait to climb this man tonight and really seal the deal, you know? I wink at the Reverend, and that puts a smile on his face.
Yes, well,
We'll be copulating. Don't worry about us. Can't wait to climb this log, or his log,
okay.
Hudson says as he shimmies away from me.
Let's sign the papers. Thank you, Reverend. You've been great, and we appreciate you being patient with us.
We sign the marriage certificate in silence.
Congratulations.
The Reverend packs the paper away and takes off, leaving us with Hudson's lawyer. Well, can't say that wasn't entertaining, Stacy says as she takes a seat in one of the chairs. I really liked the vows. Touching. Hudson ignores her and hands me the pen to sign the additional stack of papers the lawyer has for us. I thought the vows were nice. Very traditional, I say. What did you think, husband?
Can we not right now?
He asks, seeming testy. Sheesh, you think he'd be happy after making an honest woman out of me. We sign an NDA and then a contract about what's to be expected with our agreement. When I first arrived, I signed a prenup, not even bothering to look through it because, hell, I got my check. I'm telling myself that's all I care about. Once everything is signed, the lawyer puts the papers in his briefcase, stands, and says,
I'll make copies and send them to you, Mrs. Hopper.
Oh, yikes, he went there. Mrs. Hopper sends a shiver down the spine, doesn't it? Yep, thanks. I'll, be sure to put them in a fireproof safe. We don't have one of those, Stacy says. I'll be sure to get one. Gotta keep those documents safe. The lawyer just nods, shakes hands with Hudson, and heads out the door, leaving it to just the three of us. So, I clasp my hands together. I guess that's a wrap. I hold my hand out to Hudson. Nice doing business with you. I shall see you in the morning. Oh, and thanks for the ring. When he doesn't take my hand, I stick it in the pocket of my white dress. Well, Stacy, shall we? I think we shall, she says as she stands, and we start heading to the door.
Where do you think you're going?
Hudson asks, stopping both of us. We turn around together, and I glance at my sister and then back at Hudson. I believe back to the house, right? I mean, I was kind of hoping you'd treat me to some ice cream, Stacy says. After all, you made your husband believe that you were plucking me minutes before your wedding. I chuckle. Right, not my best moment. You know what? I will treat you to ice cream. The good ice cream. None of this grocery store bullshit. Lady, I got married today. We're getting the...
You're coming home,
Hudson says, drawing both of our attention. Nervously, I chuckle and pull on my ear. Oh, God, I thought he just said I was going home, like his home. No, I think he meant our home. Like, you and I are not getting ice cream. We're to just go home. Maybe it's a marriage curfew or something. Oh, is that a thing? I ask. We both turn to Hudson again, whose jaw is tight and who is looking none too entertained. Seems like someone lost their sense of humor when they said, I do.
You're coming home with me.
I stand there, stunned, blinking as Stacy leans toward me, and from the corner of her mouth she says, I think he said you're going home with him, like to his home. I think that's what he said too, I whisper back, still staring at him. I can't tell if he's serious.
Dead serious,
he says. Ha! Okay, I chuckle. Good one, my man. But, I yawn and stretch my arms above my head. It's getting late and that ice cream is not going to eat itself, so why don't we put this whole Beauty and the Beast, you stay with me act to rest because, frankly, it's slightly outdated.
I told you to read the agreement,
He says. I did. I skimmed it. The legal jargon was a little much, if you ask me. Like, why we so fancy? You can use regular English. Nothing wrong with simple sentences. He takes a step closer to me and says,
In the agreement, it states that you are to live with me.
Where? I ask. Where on earth did it say that? He picks up a copy of the contract that the lawyer left for my records, brings it over to me, and points to the very sentence. I read it 3 or 4 times, mouthing the words before looking up at him, dread filling me. Why on earth would you put that in the contract?
Because we need to get to know each other, and the best way to do that is to live with each other.
Hey, Captor, I work with you. Remember, I'm your devoted assistant again? We can get to know each other here.
This is the workplace, not a place for me to get to know and understand my wife on a deeper level.
Wow, okay, the way you said wife, sheesh, it sounded like you really meant it. It did, Stacy whispers. I wouldn't be surprised if she were to pull a bucket of popcorn out of her pants and start shoving handfuls in her mouth as she watches the drama unfolding. And there is some good reasoning for that. We have known Hudson Hopper for a while now through Jude, and he's always been quite intense. Add in what his father did to their family, and that has simply made his gravity balloon. But living together? He doesn't mean...
I did mean it.
He says, his serious tone never faltering, his eyes never straying.
Our card is waiting for us downstairs.
Stacy taps me on the shoulder and whispers, I think he means it. I think you're supposed to go home with him. That's what it seems like. I lift my chin in the air. Okay, husband, if I'm supposed to go home with you, then where am I supposed to sleep, huh? What about clothes? A toothbrush? Going to tell you right now, I'm very keen on dental care. No way in hell am I going to go to bed without brushing my teeth. That's non-negotiable.
Everything you need is at our house.
Our. He just said our house. This entire situation just got a whole lot more serious.
Stacy.
He says, addressing her.
I have a car waiting for you as well. Tell the driver where you would like to go for ice cream. It's on me.
Then he walks up to me, holds his arm out, and says,
Let's go home.
I stare at his arm and then back at him. I point to his gesture and ask, am I supposed to just slip my arm in yours and act like this is all normal? He leans in and says through clenched teeth,
The quicker you realize just how real this is, the easier it will be for you.
Oh, boy. Okay. So this is serious. This man really thinks this marriage is real. You know, just for the record, I assumed this was going to be more casual. He takes my arm and slips it through his.
This isn't fake dating, Sloan. This is a goddamn marriage. You're my wife. The expectations are different.
He guides me down the hall, my sister trailing after me. Expectations. I swallow the lump in my throat. Can you elaborate on those? He punches the down button and faces forward as he says,
Read the agreement. You will know.
The elevator doors open and we step in. When he pushes the button for the first floor and the doors close, Stacy says, Note to self, always read the document before signing. No shit.
Chapter 6. Hudson. I flip on the lights to the entryway of my mid-century home and allow Sloan to walk in front of me.
Wow, so this is where the beast dwells,
She says, taking in the newly renovated open space of the dining, living room, and kitchen. Fresh oak flooring, dark gray walls, white furniture, and floor-to-ceiling windows that look out toward the bay.
Fancy.
I set my keys down and move to the kitchen, where I take a highball glass off the shelf and pour myself some water because my mouth is dry as fuck. Ever since Sloane showed up to my office wearing that fucking white dress that squeezed every curve of her torso but flared out at her hips, hitting her mid-thigh, I needed a drink. Something much stronger than the water I'm currently consuming. I kept telling myself over and over again, don't do it. Leave. Run. But as the Reverend checked the time and I sensed something was going on in the bathroom that didn't deal with any sort of plucking, I knew she was getting cold feet. Like me. And internally, that fucked with my pride. I'm ashamed to even admit it. But something inside me, a protective side, told me I needed to soothe her. So that's what I did. Which, of course, set me on the straight and narrow to holy matrimony. Because once I saw the trust she had in me, I was a goner. And now, well, fuck. Now what the hell am I going to do? My lawyer, Frederick Steinfeld, the fucker, told me that I needed to put in that agreement that we would live together. The man didn't bat an eyelash about the entire thing. It was as if it wasn't his first time drawing up a marriage contract because he spoke from experience. He told me she needed to live with me, that if we were going to be married, we needed to go all in order to convince people. At first, I didn't think it was necessary because we were just doing this for business, but the more I thought about keeping it a secret, the more I thought, what happens if it gets back to Jude? If he ever finds out, I want to at least be able to tell him that I treated his sister like a queen, that I was a model husband, that I never let anything bad happen to her, that I could look him in the eyes and say I took the vows seriously. And that's what I plan on doing. Sloane is my wife, plain and simple. Therefore, she will be treated like my wife.
You know, I never pegged you as a white furniture kind of guy.
She sits down on the couch and bounces a few times.
More comfortable than it looks. Still in pristine condition. Do you even sit here?
Rarely, I answer and fill up my glass again. Do you want some water?
Don't mind if I do.
She says, coming into the kitchen. I grab her a glass and fill it up for her. She takes the drink from me, then holds it up.
To wedded bliss.
She clinks my glass with hers and chugs her water until it's all gone.
Oof, that tastes good. Even your water is fancy.
She drags her fingers along the marble countertops, observing my place, while I stand there, dumbfounded, observing her. Jude is going to murder me, decapitate me. I will have no head, no balls, no dick. He will rip me to shreds with his bare hands. Yet here I am, not doing a damn thing about it.
So, where is the room where all the magic happens?
She asks, twirling around just enough that her short skirt lifts in the air and I catch a brief glimpse of the bottom of her left butt cheek. Christ, it's going to be a long couple of weeks. Upstairs, to the right, I answer.
This girl is exhausted. Getting married really takes it out of a lady.
She starts climbing the stairs, then pauses.
You know, we didn't get any pictures. We should have posed at least in front of your desk. Think of all the bonding memories we shared there while we were courting.
We never courted.
Sure felt like it.
She winks and keeps walking up the stairs. She's too much for me. There is no way I'm going to be able to handle her. Not this new side of her that I never knew existed. She used to be so quiet, so demure, so, yes, sir, and now she's mouthy, confident, which isn't a bad thing, and by no means ready to submit. Not that I need her to, but Christ might be slightly helpful. I set my glass down in the sink, turn off the lights, and head upstairs, where I find her in my bedroom. Well, I guess our bedroom, making snow angels on the king-size bed. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I can't handle. She has too much fucking energy. And I know I'm not a grandpa, but she sure as hell is making me feel like one when she does shit like that.
For a place this large, I'd expect there to be more guest rooms.
Can you stop that? I say as she opens her legs and shuts them. I avert my eyes, trying not to see anything. Too private. She sits up on the bed.
Am I messing up your bedding?
No, you're flapping your legs open, and I don't need to see that.
Yikes, not something a lady wants to hear on her wedding night.
She hops off the bed and asks,
So, this is what we're doing? Playing house?
"We're not playing anything," I say as I move toward the closet where I take off my suit jacket and tie. She follows me and leans against the doorframe.
Okay, but you realize this marriage isn't real, right?
I start unbuttoning my dress shirt, and her eyes immediately fall to my chest. Sloan, it's as real as they come. I untuck my shirt, finish unbuttoning, and then throw caution to the wind and remove it entirely. Probably a big mistake because she has no shame eating me alive with her eyes. Nope. Her gaze roams up and down, from my shoulders to my pecs and all the way down my stomach. And when I think she's done, she goes for another pass, while she very subtly wets her lips. Fuck me. I clear my throat, which brings her attention back to my eyes. Did you hear me?
I want to say yes, but your perfectly proportioned nipple-to-peck ratio distracted me.
Got to give it to her for being direct. I said this marriage is as real as they come. She folds her arms and takes one more gander at my stomach.
Sure, in the legal sense, but not on the emotional side. I mean, I'm not in love with you, although I could see myself falling after seeing what you're currently offering.
I unbuckle my pants and push them down.
Oh my, tight thigh.
I pull my pants back up and stare her down. Can you please not ogle me?
Says the man who wants this marriage to be real. That's what wives do. They ogle.
Then she walks into the closet and plucks one of my t-shirts off my shelf. She turns to me and says,
Be a lamb and unzip me, please.
Can't you unzip yourself? She scornfully looks over her shoulder.
Sir, this is what husbands do. If you want to play the doting roles, then snap into character. Now unzip me.
She's got me there. Reluctantly, I move behind her, grab the small clasp of her zipper, and slowly pull it down, revealing a white lace bra and the top of white lace underwear. Fucking help me. My mouth goes dry as I step back, and I'm about to turn around, but she lets the dress slide down her shoulders and drop to the ground where it pools on the floor. My eyes travel back up her luscious legs and right to the curve of her thong-covered ass. Motherfucker. Round, thick enough for me to grab onto and fucking ride. Jesus. Then she reaches behind her and undoes the clasp of her bra, and I nearly go hard right then and there as she lets her bra slide off her as well, leaving her back completely bare to me. I envision my hand sliding up her spine to the nape of her neck, where I press her head into the mattress and prop that delicious ass into the air. Just as the fantasy starts playing out in my head, she slips my shirt over her body and turns toward me as she pulls her hair out of the collar. She must catch me staring because a smile crosses her face.
Performing your husbandly duties with a little ogle yourself.
She walks up to me and pats me on the chest.
Well done, Hudson.
Then she makes her way into the bathroom, where she spots the basket of toiletries I had put together for her and sent to the house. I take a few seconds in the closet to calm my body down. The last thing I need is to walk in the bathroom with a half-stiff cock.
You even have the right facial cleanser. How did you pull that off?
She asks from the bathroom. I take my pants off again, adjust myself in my briefs, and then move into the bathroom where I say, "Your sister."
Huh, and she didn't even tell me. She acted like she didn't know I was going to sleep here.
She thought it was a wedding gift. Sloane's face turns to disgust.
She thought you were giving me facial cleanser as a wedding gift, and she still let me marry you? Wow, what a sister.
She removes her toothbrush from the packaging, wets it, and places some toothpaste on it. I do the same, and in silence, we brush our teeth. After we both spit, she says,
What a wedding night, huh? Such magic, you and me, brushing our teeth in tandem. This is how I always envisioned it.
"Are you always this sarcastic?"
Yes,
"You weren't when you first started working for me."
because I was trying to be a good girl.
Why did she have to say it like that? Good girl? Fuck, I bet she's a really good girl. So this is your true self?
Yep.
She rinses her mouth.
Consider yourself lucky. I only show people my true self when I feel comfortable.
Real lucky, I say. We spend the next few minutes getting ready for bed. We both wash our faces and apply lotion. She goes to the bathroom. I go after her. And once we're all done, I shut the bathroom light off, and she stands at the foot of the bed.
So this is really happening, huh? We're doing this whole sharing the bed thing?
So it seems, and it doesn't really make sense to me either. I have a large house. She could sleep in a different room. It's not as if anyone will know she's staying in my bed. I truly have no idea why I am subjecting us both to this. So I say the first thing that pops into my mind. "You're my wife, so yes." Idiot.
Mm-hmm. You keep saying that, so I want to be clear. Do wifely duties also include other things?
Fuck no. Jude would make sure my body was never found. No, I say as I move toward the right side of the bed, the one that's closest to the door. It's not my normal side, but also she shouldn't be the one that's closest to the door. It should be me.
So I don't have to do any fondling or sucking or riding or faking.
I snap my head around to look her in the eyes. You wouldn't be faking it with me.
Ooh, looks like I pressed a hot button.
No, just making sure you have your facts straight. She slips into bed and sinks down onto my pillow. How is she not at all resistant to sleeping in my bed?
How do you know I wouldn't need to fake it? You might have been with girls with an easy trigger. Or you might not have known if they were faking it because they were good actresses.
They were not faking it. She shrugs.
Okay, guess I'll just have to take your word for it. And if we're sharing, I'd like you to know that I'm amazing at giving head. It's my specialty.
Not something I needed to know.
As for the orgasm department, I've only had one guy who could deliver. It was pretty good. Actually, I'm lying. It was really good.
Foolish jealousy rips through me because that's not something I want to hear. I don't want to know that she's been pleasured by another man. I don't want to even know she's been with other men.
His name was Devin.
She continues.
He had the smallest curve in his penis, and he knew how to use that curve to his advantage.
I don't need the details, I say as I sink down into the pillow as well.
I thought we were sharing.
She turns toward me.
Want to tell me the best sex you've ever had?
No.
Seems a bit harsh. I think a wife should know something like that.
Why? She shrugs.
Because I think it's nice to know that my husband has been pleasured. I mean, what if you've never had an orgasm?
I turn toward her and give her a look. I came in the shower this morning. Her eyes widen as a small smile passes over her lips.
Oh my God, Hudson, I came in my bed before I got in the shower. Look at us doing the hard work on our own. Coming, buddies.
She pushes at my shoulder, and I hate myself. I hate everything about this. Why? Why did I make this choice? I'm a smart man. I've been able to navigate life well up until this point, so why now? Why am I making decisions that are putting me in actual physical pain? Some might say I'm sadistic. Others might assume I've had a small crush on this girl the moment I met her, and now I'm fulfilling a fantasy I have no right to even consider.
So, is that going to be part of your morning routine? A good stroke and scrub? Because if so, just let me know. I can be downstairs while you take care of business.
I don't plan on doing anything like that while you're here, I answer.
Oh God, is that going to be a rule? I sure as hell hope not, because there is no way I'll last. Which reminds me, do you have any vibrators? If I have one of those, 30 seconds and I'll be good.
I press my fingers to my brow and say, "Can we just not right now?"
I can sense this is painful for you. That's fine. We can come back to the topic when you're feeling a little more comfortable.
She quiets, and I let out a deep breath, because sleep. That's what I need. I need sleep.
Can I just say how magical our first kiss was? A total inspiration for romances to come.
I groan and turn away from her.
I'm sorry. When I'm nervous, I tend to talk a lot.
She's quiet for a moment, and then adds,
Did you mean to kiss my nose, or was that a spur-of-the-moment thing? Bet it was the first nose kiss the Reverend ever saw at a wedding. Should have told him it's how I like it to really sell the connection.
"You can stop talking."
Sorry. This is just weird, and I don't do weird well.
She pauses.
But, are we nose kissers? I need to know because I'm going to need you to bend farther down if that's the case. I'll kiss your nose, but I'm not kissing your nostril.
"Good night, Sloane."
So is that a yes on the nose kissing?
It's a go the fuck to sleep,
Sheesh.
she says as she turns on the bed.
Wasn't aware you were a grump outside of work, too.
And I wasn't aware I married a smart-mouthed chatterbox with the finest fucking ass I've ever seen. But here we are. Chapter 7. Hudson.
Good morning.
Sloane says as she joins me in the kitchen, wearing a long dress that reaches her ankles. It's dark blue with a gold overlay of cut-out flowers. The off-the-shoulder sleeves show off her shoulders and nothing else. I picked the dress out and assumed it wouldn't make me think about bending her over my desk, but as she floats innocently through the kitchen, I'm quickly realizing it's not what she wears. It's just her.
So, from the lack of coffee machine, I'm going to assume you don't make coffee here.
Nope, I answer.
Okay, so is it a no on a coffee maker? Because, some people might like one.
Tell me which one you want and I'll get it, I answer as I finish my protein shake and rinse my cup out in the sink.
Well, in that case, one of those espresso machines only baristas know how to work.
I eye her, and she laughs. The sound so fucking heavenly. She reaches for a banana and starts to peel it, which is my sign to leave because I don't need to watch her eat that thing. I'm meeting Hardy for breakfast. I won't be in the office until later, so no need to get me my green drink.
Sounds good.
She says, and I glance over my shoulder where I catch her taking a bite of her banana, but she's not eating it the way I thought she would. Instead, she's treating it like a piece of watermelon and eating it horizontally. "What the hell are you doing?" I ask. She pauses, ready to take another bite.
Eating a banana?
I see that, but why the hell are you eating it like that? She looks down at the banana boat in her hand and then back at me.
Because I knew if I ate it the other way, you'd moan and groan and envision the banana as your penis and me as the sucker of said penis.
I nearly choke on my own saliva. "Excuse me?"
Please, all men do it. Don't act like you're innocent. I was saving you just now.
She takes another bite of her banana and it splits in two. The proper answer would be, "Thank you," I stand there, stunned, so she continues.
You're welcome. Anyway, since you're not in the office this morning, think I could go to my place and pack up some things to bring over here? Maybe show my sister that I survived the night despite you constantly kicking me?
My eyes narrow. I didn't kick you. Did I? She smiles and pops one of the banana halves in her mouth.
No, but it's nice that you're concerned. For a second there, I thought you were a robot.
My face falls flat, which makes her laugh.
So, is that a yes on gathering my items?
Yes, I answer, and then head toward the garage. I'm taking my car. Bart is out front, so he'll drive you wherever you need to go. After work, we'll go to dinner together.
Oh, is that right?
She asks.
You're just going to tell me what we're going to do?
Yes. I pick up my car key, stick my wallet in my pocket. See you at the office.
Hey!
She calls out and walks up to me. She pauses, then slips her hand behind my neck, pulls me down to her, and then, to my surprise, she kisses me on the nose. When she releases me, she says,
Nose kiss.
as if it's a funny inside joke.
Have a great day, husband. See you in the office.
Then she twiddles her fingers at me and goes back to the kitchen. Christ, out of all the women, she's the one I married. Great, Hudson, really great. Think of the property purchase. This is only temporary. You can stick this out for a month. I swear to Christ, I keep unsubscribing, but no matter what I do, those fucking flamingo emails keep coming in, Hardy says as he stabs his eggs with his fork. It's because you keep donating, I say to him as I lean back in my chair, my food barely touched. It's hard not to when JP makes such a compelling argument about the damn birds. Hardy leans forward and whispers, I donated to the pigeons, too. Dude, I know, he groans. Fuck! But the email had a picture of a once domesticated pigeon now looking into the window of a warm house. Snow falling around him. It was devastating. It's a fucking pigeon. Trust me, I hate myself. He shakes his head and takes a mouthful of his eggs. It's just so fucking cruel. Society takes these birds in, domesticates them, and then we're like, nope, see ya, you fucking sky rats. You need help. That's what Everly told me this morning when I was bitching to her about the damn emails. Maybe I just need to change my email. You know how people are too scared to quit the gym, so they change their credit card altogether? Maybe I'll do that. Change my email to stop getting those fucking sad bird emails. He'll find you, I say. JP will fucking find you. Hardy slowly nods and wipes his mouth with his napkin. I know. I'm just fucked. Before you know it, you're going to see me on the pier with JP, talking to the damn pigeons. That's one way to get Everly to break up with you. You think she would? You don't think she'd see it as the sensitive side of me? Not a chance, I answer, and take a sip of my orange juice. Something I know Sloan will tell me has a ton of sugar in it and will make my wrinkles deeper. Which, is that even a thing? I make a mental note to look it up. So why aren't you eating? Hardy asks. I ate. He takes his fork and pushes at my half-eaten omelet. I'm calling bullshit. I'm just not hungry. Also calling bullshit. What's going on with you? I guess there really isn't a good time to tell your brother that you got married. That's why I brought him here, after all. I have something to tell you, I say as I push my silverware to the side. His eyes follow my movements, specifically my hands, and I know the minute he sees my ring. His mouth falls open and he slowly lifts his head. Pointing at the ring, he asks, What the fuck is that? I clear my throat and shift on my seat. So I have something that I have to... He yanks my hand across the table and looks at the ring closely. He taps it a few times. That's fucking real, dude. You know that's real, right? Yes, I know it's real. Is that like one of those decorative rings, you know, that people wear for style? Do you think I'm someone who would wear a ring for style? He swallows and shakes his head. No, you're not. But you're also not someone to wear a ring for other reasons. He continues to stare at the ring, and then he reaches for his phone. I need to call Hazley. No, I yell, slapping his phone out of his hand, sending it to the ground and skittering toward the table next to us. What the fuck? Hardy asks, while an older gentleman picks up Hardy's phone and hands it to him. We offer our apologies, and then Hardy leans forward and whispers, "Why can't I tell Hazley?" She can't know. Why not? You clearly got married. I think that's something our sister should know. She can't, Hardy. Why not? Because, I say and steady my breath, because I married her husband's sister. The look of shock on Hardy's face would be comical if I wasn't so fucking terrified out of my skin from announcing those words. No, you fucking didn't, he says. I slowly nod. I did. He leans back in his seat, his hands resting in his lap, looking defeated. Well, he nods, staring off into space. It was nice knowing you, Hudson. You've been a good big brother. For a moment, I thought it might be a heart attack that kills you because, well, you know, Dad and all, but no, it's going to be our brother-in-law. I want to say he's overreacting, but I know he's not. He's right. Then he leans forward again and whispers, "She's like 20 years younger than you fucking pervert." She's 13 years younger. Oh yeah, much better. He scoffs. 20 years would make her fucking illegal, Nimrod. He starts to slowly clap. Glad you did the math to make sure she was legal. Hey, she's the same fucking age as Everly. Yeah, but I'm younger than you. So, should I do another round of clapping? Can you not? I shoot back. I'm fucking struggling here. I can't believe you married Sloane. And here I was bitching about flamingos and pigeons, and you're just sitting there with that goddamn ring on your finger. Jesus Christ. That should have been the first thing you said to me when we sat down. I was working up the courage. Because you know what you did was wrong. Of course I know that, I answer. Then why the hell would you marry her? Are you two in love? Jesus, have you been fucking this whole time? You were giving me grief about Everly, and there you are in a secret relationship with your assistant, our brother-in-law's sister. The fucking hypocrisy. We were not in a secret relationship. Okay, sure, yeah. So you just got married? Yes, I answer. Stop fucking with me. There's no way you would get married unless you were in a... He pauses and tilts his head to the side, his mind working. Slowly, it hits him. No. I glance down at my lap. Hudson, please, for the love of fuck, don't tell me. He knows. Don't tell you what? I say, still looking at my lap because I feel so fucking ashamed. Speaking quietly, he says, "Did you marry her to get into that fucking club?" I blow out a heavy breath and say, "It was her idea." Holy fuck. He leans back in his chair, hand to his forehead. You're dead. You are so fucking dead. You realize how bad this is, right? Like how incredibly bad this is. Yes, I know. And you still went through with it? I mean, did you? Well, clearly you did, Hardy says, his voice growing hysterical. You're wearing the goddamn ring, unless you're just trying it on for size to see how you like it. Please tell me that's the case. Are you just playing pretend right now? I look up at my brother and level with him. Sloane is my wife. No! He groans out, dragging his hands over his face. You fucking idiot. Out of all the stupid things we have done collectively, you and me, this has got to be the cream of the crop. The most idiotic decision either one of us has ever made. I know. I hang my head. For what it's worth, I said no to her several times. Oh, wow! Should I tell the town crier? Throw you a fucking parade? In a whisper yell, he says, Hear ye, hear ye! Hudson said no to her several times. Let's all praise his fortitude. I don't need your sarcasm right now. Yeah, well, I don't need your stupid-ass decisions right now. Christ, man, why her? You know how protective Jude is, and he's our brother-in-law, our business partner. I know he is, okay? It's not like this is forever. It's just until the property purchase is over. Uh-huh. He nods, his tongue poking at the side of his cheek. And when Archie later invites you and the wifey over for dinner, what are you going to say? Pay her to come to dinner. Jesus Christ. He shakes his head and then stops. Hold on, did you pay her to be your wife? I wince, and he shoots straight up from the table. I, I can't handle this. Sit the fuck down, I say through clenched teeth. He sits and then practically lies across the table to get as close to me as possible. You fucking paid her? It was her idea. She needed the money to put a down payment on their house that they love, and she told me she would be the bridesmaid Sheridan needs, and she would marry me. This was after I fired her, of course. You fired her? Hardy's eyes nearly pop out of his head before he sinks low in his chair. This is too much. Way too fucking much. What the hell happened to you? You used to be smart. I was thinking the same thing. I twist my water glass on the table. She slept in my place last night. Of course she did, because might as well keep digging your grave deeper and deeper. We didn't do anything, but Frederick thought it would be best if we treated this whole thing like a real marriage, so he wrote it in the contract that she was supposed to live with me and treat me as a real husband. That's just great. Wonderful, actually. So excited to see that you're treating Jude's baby sister like a mail-order bride because your lawyer told you to. This isn't going to backfire at all. It'll be fine, and I'm making sure to treat her like my wife with care and sensitivity. She's going to live like a queen. Anything she needs or wants, it's hers. He studies me for a moment. Are you looking for an award? Because you're not going to get one from me. When Jude finds out, he's not going to care about that shit. He's not going to find out, I say, trying to convince myself as well. As long as you don't say anything to Hazley or Everly. You think I'm going to keep this to myself? You've lost your fucking mind. No way am I keeping this from Everly. Hardy, I say in a stern voice. Jude and Hazley can't find out. Which means you can't tell Everly, because she'll tell Maggie, who will tell Brody, and that motherfucker can't keep anything to himself. He'll end up posting it on his social media about it because he's such an idiot. I agree, Brody is an idiot, but dude, you're leading in that category right now. The gold medalist with no one coming even close to challenging you. I'm being serious, you can't tell anyone. If this is going to work, we need to keep it sealed. Then why the hell tell me? Because I'm going to need to consult with you when I'm in London. You're going to need to know that I've taken a wife. Taken a wife? What are you, living in the 1800s? Exasperated, I say. Please just tell me you're not going to say anything to anyone. I'm telling Everly, but I'll swear her to secrecy. She's good at keeping secrets. She didn't tell me about the crush she had on me for a long time, so I know she can hold out. I roll my eyes and then point at him. If this gets out, it's on you. He shakes his head. No, man. This is all on you.
Chapter 8. Sloane. So, nothing happened? Stacy asks as she tosses some underwear in a bag for me. Nothing, I reply as I sift through some of my comfortable clothes, since Hudson seemed to have a variety of professional clothes for me. Although I did pack some of my skirts because it seems like some of the things he picked out for me are on the prudish side. I mean, a dress that goes all the way down to my ankles? The nerve. Did you want something to happen? I just wanted to make sure I didn't do something stupid, like fart in my sleep. God, the horror. Could you imagine? I shake my head. I could not. I did wear his shirt to bed, though, and that felt amazing. Oh, and I changed in front of him, and he seemed to enjoy that. He saw my ass, Stacy. Your ass. I nod with a smile. My ass. We have great asses. We do. And I think he noticed because he cleared his throat. Ah, telltale sign of him approving of your ass. That's what I thought, I say. So, overall, what would you rate the night? I tap my chin. I'd give the wedding a 5. That nose kiss was a real downer. I'd give his house a 10 out of 10. And then the sleep, well, maybe a 6 because I was too focused on the not farting. Is that something you normally do? She asks. I mean, not that I can recall, but I remember watching a TikTok about a girl who farted in bed while with a new love interest, and he asked her to leave. It was humiliating on all accounts, and I just couldn't fathom that happening, so I kept things tight. Anyway, overall, I would rate it a 7. Not bad for someone who got married to someone they don't know. I thought the same thing. Like the people who get married on that show, Married at First Sight or whatever it's called. I lucked out big time. I think so. What did you do last night? We finish packing, and I bring my 2 suitcases over to the entryway of the house. I called Beth. You did? I ask, excited. How was it? She shrugs, but there is a smile playing on her lips. From the twinkle in your eyes, I'm going to guess good. Yeah, it was good. Stacy takes a seat on the couch. She's really cool. We talked for 2.5 hours, and then we both started yawning and figured we should get to bed. 2.5 hours? Not sure I've ever talked to someone for that long in my life. You've never had a real connection with another person. It's not my fault they've all been duds. Well, besides one. God, he was good. There is more to relationships than sex, Sloan. I roll my eyes. I'm aware. Just haven't found anyone I care enough to listen to. And isn't that the truth? I've always avoided close relationships. I lost my parents, then my grandma. In some ways, I lost Jude when he found Hazley. I know Stacy will eventually find someone to be with too. I haven't ever opened myself up to the possibility of creating a close relationship because I figure it will hurt less when they leave. She chuckles. Well, that's one way to put it. So, are you guys going to go out on a date? I think so, Stacy says while twirling her hair. I'm trying to figure out when the appropriate time would be to text her. I don't want to come off too desperate, but I also want her to know that I'm interested. Just text her. Don't play games. I bet she'd love to hear from you this morning. And open with something smooth. Something like, I had to get coffee this morning. I didn't sleep at all because I was thinking about you. That's lame. I scoff. No, it's not. I thought that was pretty clever. She shakes her head. No, it's lame. Oh, yeah? Watch this. I pull my phone out and text Hudson. Sloan, I had to drink a lot of coffee this morning. I didn't sleep at all because I was thinking about you. Did you just send that to Hudson? Stacy asks. Yes. Now watch him eat from my hand. The man is going to fill up with so much pride, he's going to regale me with his sleepless night as well. Now, help me with these bags. I have to bring them to Bart. But the moment I open the front door, Bart is standing there waiting for me.
I'll take those, Mrs. Hopper,
He says, grabbing the bags from me. Oh, Stacy coos. Mrs. Hopper has a nice ring to it. Funny, because it makes me feel slightly pukey. Really? Why? It's not like it's really real. That's the thing, I say as I move back into the house. I call out to Bert. Be right there. Then I shut the door and grab Stacy by the arms. He's treating this like it's real, and I'm trying to play along and act like I'm all cool and nonchalant about the whole thing, but I'm slowly dying inside. What do you mean he's treating it like it's real? We're going out to dinner tonight. That doesn't mean anything. She waves me off. You both need food. Makes sense. I shake my head. No. There was something about the tone of his voice, how he said, we'll be going to dinner. This was different. And he's serious about me living with him and spending time with him. He calls me wife. Like, he's really into this. Stacy thinks about it for a second. Maybe he's, I don't know, trying to get into the right frame of mind because you have to be married around business people? Maybe this is like practice, so when you're in the moment and you have to truly pull this off, it's easier. I'm about to answer when my phone beeps with a text message. Stacy and I stare at each other for a few seconds before she whispers, I bet that's him. We know that's him. Then let's see how he's eating out of the palm of your hand, as you put it. She nudges me with her hand. I lift my phone and unlock the screen. I read the text out loud to her.
Hudson, then why did I see you sleeping several times throughout the night with your mouth open and drool on your pillow?
Stacy lets out a howl of a laugh as the insult pulses through me. I was not drooling, I say as I text him back. Sloan, staring lovingly, I see. Hope you got your fill. Oh Oh my God, I can't breathe, Stacy says, still laughing. It's not funny. It's so fucking funny, she says, gripping her stomach. My phone dings with a message.
Hudson, for a lifetime.
And he says I'm the one with the attitude. Sloan, if you got your fill, then no need to meet for dinner.
Hudson, miss dinner and hand me back the check.
Gah! I gasp, staring down at the text. What? Stacy asks while wiping her eyes. He's being rude to me. Rude? Or is he calling you on your bullshit? Rude, I say with a lift of my chin. Absolutely rude. Hello, husband, I say, arms crossed, staring at Hudson, who is wearing a forest green suit and white button-up shirt. A far cry from the ugly brown that makes him look like a potato. Nope. This is tailored to fit every curve and contour of his tall, broad body.
Why are you saying hello? We drove over together.
Yes, but you're finally acknowledging me,
I was driving.
he says. But conversation never hurt anyone. I see you're just carrying over your rudeness from earlier. He opens the door to the restaurant and presses his hand to my lower back, guiding me inside.
How was I rude?
Your text messages? He offers his name to the hostess, and she immediately guides us through the restaurant as he leans his head next to mine and whispers,
Don't play with fire if you can't handle the burn, Sloan.
And then he pulls out my chair for me when we reach the table. I stare at him for a few seconds, studying those dangerous eyes before I take a seat and he scoots me in. Unfortunately, he's right. I played with fire this morning and got burned. Learned a lesson, though, that's for damn sure. He might be a silent one, but he can be quick. Well, this place is nice, I say as I place my napkin on my lap and take in the opulence of the restaurant. I will say this, coming from a family who had absolutely nothing and then sliding into the world of the Hopper family, it's been a bit of a shock. It started when we flew out to Bora Bora for Hazley and Jude's wedding on a private jet. I had never flown before, let alone on a private airplane. Then we had a dream vacation on a remote island in bungalows that sat over the water. Everything was paid for. All we had to do was watch our brother get married and hang out with the family. It was honestly amazing. And working for Hudson has had its perks. When I have to run errands for him, his driver drives me around. And let me tell you, not having to worry about parking in San Francisco, that's a perk on its own. And this restaurant, yowza. You don't get through the door unless you have a reservation. The tables are far enough apart from each other where you don't overhear any conversation. The lighting is dim, the booths are high and private, and I swear you could get away with some fondling and no one would even know. Although the fanciness is rather high, so I'm not sure anyone would stoop to the level of fondling.
It's one of my favorite restaurants,
he says, not even attempting to look at the menu in front of us. It's one of those one-sheet menus with a few dishes on it. If you put 50 of these together, you would have the menu for the Cheesecake Factory. Oh yeah? Why's that?
I know the chef well. His food is well seasoned, expertly cooked, and the presentation is immaculate.
Imagine living a life where the presentation is something you rate a restaurant on. I prefer a good old sloppy breakfast thrown together on one plate at a diner. This is one of those places where they use a cloth to clean any stray drips or steam from the surface before shipping it out to the tables. And don't get me started on the white gloves being worn by the waitstaff. Ah, yes, presentation is key, I say, just as he looks up at me, sensing my sarcasm. This man has made it a point to avoid all eye contact with me up until we've reached this restaurant, and now all of a sudden he's going to act like I exist? All day he barely spoke to me in the office, and when we were in the car, I didn't even know he realized there was a passenger on board. But here, now, he's giving me the time of day with those sultry eyes. It's jarring, alarming. Not something I'm used to because let's call a spade a spade. My husband is hot. Capital H hot. Like, wowza, this guy is not human. I always thought he was incredibly handsome with his suit on, but with it off, let me bite my fist because holy moly, I was trembling last night. All I kept thinking about as I tried to go to sleep was, will he accidentally graze my breast? Sure, he was on the very edge of his side and there was no possible chance of any sort of midnight collision, but God, did I think about it. And I thought about what I would do, too. I would act all coy and be like, oops, was that my breast? And then slowly roll onto my back. My shirt would ride up, and then, oops, he'd touch my bare hip. He'd grumble, I'd grumble, and then I'd turn again, only to have him tear off my shirt and suck my...
Did you hear me?
Huh? What? I don't know about forks. His brow creases.
I wasn't talking about forks.
Oh, you weren't? I nervously laugh and then adjust my silverware. What were you talking about?
I asked if you wanted me to order for you.
Oh, that's not necessary. I lift up the menu and my eyes focus in on the words that make absolutely no sense to me. What does confit mean? I lower the menu back down and say, actually, that sounds like a great idea. I trust you. As long as there are no raw tomatoes, then we're golden.
Not a fan of tomatoes?
He asks. I mean, I like ketchup and spaghetti sauce and sun-dried tomatoes, but if you keep them raw, I shiver. Vile.
That's pretty harsh.
It's the truth. Our server steps up to our table, and I watch as Hudson studies the wine list and orders some fancy wine I've never heard of, praying it's white, and then he continues with what I want to say is sea bass, but couldn't be sure. He rambled about a lot of things, and I was so caught up in watching his lips that I got distracted. Dinner should be a fun surprise. So, I say when the server leaves, how was your day?
You were there.
He says.
You should know.
Was I really, though? I ask. Sure, I was in the vicinity of your day, but I wasn't really in the room, so I wouldn't know how your day went exactly. Seemed pretty smooth. No big fires that you had to put out, right?
Right.
He says softly, not elaborating. Okay, so should we say an average day? He adjusts the cuffs of his shirt.
I told Hardy about the wedding.
Did you just hear that? The sound of something getting the life sucked out of it? Yeah, that was my right nipple shriveling into dust. Why? Because Hardy is attached to the company. Who else is attached to the company? My brother. And the more people who know about the wedding, the more likely Jude will find out. You told your brother?
I did.
He lightly nods. Okay, sure, because, congratulations are in order. I nervously twist my hands together in my lap. Did he say that he was going to get us a wedding gift? Because a coffee maker would be aces.
He did not.
Sure. Shame, though, because we could really use...
He was pissed, Sloane.
Ah, yes. Not surprised by that reaction. Now, was he madder at you or at me, just so I can gauge how to be around him?
What do you think?
He asks. I was trying to be polite. I know he's pissed at you.
Correct.
He answers. Well, did you tell him not to share the news?
I did.
He answers.
He said he'll be telling Everly because he tells her everything.
Respectful. Just like I should tell you everything since you're my husband. Which reminds me, I've been keeping a secret. You know the green drink I was getting you in the morning? It was just a naked juice that I kept pouring into the same to-go cup. I found that if I skipped the stop at the juice bar, I could get 10 minutes of extra sleep. When he just stares at me, I say, I'm realizing in this moment that revealing that might not have been the best timing. I motion to him. Please, carry on. I catch the flare of his nostrils, but to his credit, he doesn't say anything, which might have been great timing in reality because I'm not getting a lecture. Also, the green drink I did get him the other day, the one without sugar, that was from the actual juice bar. Given the situation, I thought the stop was appropriate.
He believes it was the wrong move, and that if your brother finds out, I'm dead.
I press my lips together because, yes, that is far too correct. Hudson will be hung by his balls. Very true, which is why he's not going to find out. We won't be married for very long, and we won't even be here in San Francisco for very long either. Aren't we going to London soon? Do you want me to book those tickets? Because I can.
In a week.
He answers.
Until then, we need to lie low.
Right. So going out to dinner at an intimate restaurant is a total no-go, I say, glancing around the quiet restaurant where tables are lit up by a single lamp.
You realize you don't always have to lean on sarcasm to have a conversation.
I do realize that, but unfortunately for the both of us, that's not how my brain works, especially when I'm nervous. I would just accept that 80% of what comes out of my mouth is going to be pure shit.
Great.
He says on a sigh. Hey, consider yourself lucky.
Why?
He asks. Because I'll keep you on your toes, so you might never know what's going to come out of my mouth.
That's not something to feel lucky about.
He says.
That's the exact opposite.
Agree to disagree. Okay, what's in this sauce? Because if we were not in public, I would be licking this dinner off my plate like a freaking rabid dog. I lick my fork and glance over at Hudson, who has a not-so-pleased expression tugging on those thick, scary eyebrows of his. What? I ask.
Can you act more civil?
Civil? I ask, sitting up straight. Shit, am I supposed to be sipping my wine with my pinky out?
Sloane.
He chastises. Yes?
I'm being serious.
So am I. The pinky question is a solid one.
I'm talking about you licking your fork.
Oh, I say, staring down at my fork. I was just cleaning it off. Am I not supposed to be licking it? Because, oh, hold on. A smile crosses over my lips. Is it turning you on? He dabs his mouth with his napkin and shakes his head.
No, it's not.
I nudge his leg with my foot under the table. Liar, I say. It was. It was turning you on.
It was not. It's just inappropriate behavior.
Are you afraid I'm going to turn on the people around us? I look around the dining area. Oh, I just caught a gentleman looking at me.
Who?
Hudson says with such possessiveness that it makes me chuckle. I'm just kidding. Settle down, jealousy.
That's not funny.
He says, positioning his silverware in that fancy way that tells the server that he's done with his meal. Probably something he learned in finishing school. Not sure he ever went, but I would be surprised if he didn't. Or if he at least didn't have a tutor that taught him all the proper ways to poise yourself in public when you have the last name Hopper. Do you ever think anything is funny?
I do.
Uh-huh. Do you ever think I'm funny?
No.
He answers while taking a sip of his wine. You know, that's hurtful.
Say something funny and maybe I'll laugh.
Challenge accepted. I take the last bite of my sea bass and then set my fork down. You know, you were a different person in Bora Bora.
Yeah, so were you.
He says.
You barely said 2 words on that trip, and now it's like I can't get you to be quiet.
Ever consider that it was intimidating to go on a trip with a family I didn't know and having to be on my best behavior for my brother? Not to mention, it was the first time we'd ever been on vacation. We were just trying to fade into the background and enjoy ourselves. He swirls his wine in his glass.
What about when you first started working for me? You were different then, too?
Because I was trying to impress. I didn't want to do anything to jeopardize my job.
And when did that change? Because I fired you over that mouth of yours.
You called me young. It's a trigger for me because Jude has always babied us, and I hate it. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for the way he protected me and Stacy, but I've hated the way he hasn't trusted our instincts. He's constantly hovering. I understand him wanting to protect us, but we're adults now, and he hasn't quite come to terms with that. Given the way I had to grow up pretty quickly, skipping out on a childhood most get to enjoy, the term young aggravates me. He slowly nods, but doesn't say anything. Not sure if he's trying to take it all in or if he doesn't care, but either way, the non-answer grates on me. I opened up. A reaction would be good, especially if we're supposed to be taking this husband and wife thing seriously. What about you? I ask. Why are you different? In Bora Bora, you were more carefree. Now, it's like, for lack of better words, it seems like you have a stick up your ass.
Life was different then.
He answers. Care to elaborate?
No.
Well, that's not very husbandly. I thought we were supposed to share everything with each other.
Sharing everything was never in the contract.
Okay, so then what do I need to know, Hudson? I ask, not liking this one-sided situationship.
What you already know.
Uh-huh. I lean back in my chair. Well, I don't know very much.
Exactly.
He says, just as the server stops by our table.
How was everything?
He asks.
Wonderful.
Hudson says.
We'll take the check. Right away.
He answers as he motions for someone else to come pick up our plates. We spend the rest of the time in the restaurant in silence while he pays the bill and our table is cleared. It's silent. Tense. And it's obvious that he wants to pretend this marriage is real without doing the work to make it seem real. He can call me wife all he wants, but that's not going to bridge the gap of creating a relationship where we can make this deal work and make it work well. When he's done, we both stand from the table and I grab my purse while Hudson waits for me. Once I have everything, he surprises me by placing his hand on my lower back once again and guiding me through the restaurant. For anyone else, it's a subtle touch that I'm sure is not thought of twice. But to me, it feels like he's palming a scorching hot pressure point. A move that is sending my mind into a tailspin because I can feel just how large his hand is against my back, the length of his fingers, the pressure of his touch. There's a hint of protection, of possessiveness. He leads me to the valet, where he hands the man working the podium our ticket. As we wait, Hudson lowers his hand from my back, and I miss the feel of him. That is, until he reaches down and takes my hand in his. My eyes flit between the connection and back up at him. What are you doing?
Holding my wife's hand.
He says as he looks straight ahead, his posture tall, not an ounce of uncertainty to be found. I see that, but why? His eyes meet mine, and he says,
You're my wife, are you not?
I am.
Then that means I hold your hand.
Uh-huh, yep, I understand that, but what I don't understand is... He leans close to my ear, his lips nearly caressing my skin.
We're going to be in London together, married, in front of people that matter. Consider this practice.
Right, I say as he moves away and I'm able to catch my breath. So, he's good with this kind of show of being married, but not talking. Got it. When his car pulls up in front of us, he opens the door for me and helps me in before tipping the valet and joining me. He pulls out onto the road and holds the steering wheel with one hand while he slips his other hand so casually onto my thigh that, to him, it seems like second nature. To me, not so much. Every muscle inside of me starts twitching from the feel of his warm palm on my thigh. My stomach twirls and somersaults. My inner thighs tremble. And for a brief second, I consider lifting my long-ass dress up and letting him actually touch my skin. While we drive through the streets of San Francisco, the dark night lit up by street lamps, I have a million questions I want to ask him. So many about him, about his intentions, if he's ever thought about me the way I've thought about him. But I hold back because I know he won't answer them. Like I said, he's not the same man he once was. He's different. He's subdued, focused, uninterested in conversation. So instead, I stare out the window while he holds on to me, and I revel in the moment. You know, usually your assistant does tasks for you, but it seems as though you have your driver do things for you now, I say as I observe every last article of clothing of mine hung or folded in Hudson's closet.
Corinne, my housekeeper, put away your clothes.
I open a drawer where I see my underwear and bras lined up neatly. Well, thank God for Corinne, because here I thought Bart was folding my thongs. Not sure I'd be able to look him in the eye. I move past my pajamas and snag one of Hudson's shirts again because they smell amazing and are comfortable. Teeth already brushed, I go to the bathroom and change out of the long dress I don't ever plan on wearing again. I deposit my dirty clothes in the hamper and then walk into the bedroom where I see Hudson, shirtless and looking through his phone while lying in bed. The man never stops. I move to my side of the bed and then stop short when I see my vibrator casually placed on my nightstand. Nothing discreet about it. Yup, thank God Corinne unpacked. I pick it up and open the nightstand drawer where I place it, something Corinne could have done, but, we're not going to be mad at her. She might have been worried that I might not know where she put it. When I slip under the covers, Hudson sets his phone down on his charger and adjusts his pillow.
Don't use that when I'm around.
Excuse me? I ask, turning toward him.
Your vibrator. Don't use it when I'm around.
Do you really think I'm about to just pull it out and get myself off while I'm next to you in bed?
You're too unpredictable. I have no damn idea.
Well, I won't, I say, feeling insulted. I turn toward him. And just for the record, if I wanted to get myself off in front of you, I would because I'm your wife and I have no shame in it.
If my wife wants to get off, then she asks me.
He says, looking all kinds of tense and irritated. Oh, yeah? So, if I told you, Mr. Nose Kisser, I was horny and needed desperately to come, you would do that for me? His lips purse and he doesn't respond. That's what I thought. Please save the lectures. I don't plan on letting you in on the pure pleasure of seeing how I can please myself. That's sacred to me, and only the luckiest of people get to be involved. Like Devin.
Who the fuck is Devin?
He asks as I lie on my back and stare up at the ceiling. We talked about this. The one guy who made me orgasm. I told you about him. Maybe when this farce is all said and done, I'll give him a call. I'll need the release after whatever the hell you're going to put me through. I can practically hear his teeth grinding, and I love every second of it. I know I shouldn't be poking the bear, but the audacity of this man. When he talks to me, he insults. When I talk to him, he doesn't answer. I would say this marriage is off to a rocky start. He worked hard, I say. Really hard, because he knew how good I was at giving head, so he wanted to return the favor, and God, was it good.
Enough.
Hudson says, which makes me smile. So he doesn't see me, I turn away from him and snuggle into my pillow. Sheesh, and here I thought we were sharing everything.
You're goading me.
How am I goading you? The only way it would be goading you is if you felt the same way about me. I glance over my shoulder, and I think we both know you'd never admit to having an attraction toward me, not even a hint, unless... I flip around to face him now and come face to face, unaware that he was looking in my direction. I gulp for a second when his eyes light up under the moonlit room. Unless you do find me attractive.
I find you annoying.
See? Insults.
And too young.
I hold up my finger. No, don't do that. Don't use my trigger word. You should know better by now.
It's fucking true.
He says. Okay, so if I weren't 18 years your junior...
13.
He says with an edge to his voice. Okay, if I weren't 13 years your junior, are you telling me that you wouldn't care and you'd lift my shirt up and over my head right now and have your way with me?
It's my shirt to begin with. And no.
And why not?
Because you're Jude's sister.
Which makes me off limits. What if I weren't his sister?
I'm not playing this game with you, Sloane. There's a multitude of reasons why this will never happen. Those just being a few.
But none of them are because you're not attracted to me. His jaw clenches, but his eyes never falter as they stay locked on mine. Interesting, I say. Well, good to know where you stand. Now, if you don't mind, I think I might use my vibrator now. I turn and reach for it when his hand quickly wraps around my waist and stops me. He pulls me in close to his body, my back to his heated chest. He whispers into my ear and says,
Don't even fucking think about it.
I can feel my heartbeat in my throat. He's so close, my body pressed against his lips nearly tickling my ear, his hand splayed across my stomach. You're not being a very good husband, I say, my voice shaking. Happy wife, happy life.
You're not being a very good wife, tempting your husband like this.
Maybe if my husband weren't such a stuck-up snob, I wouldn't need to tempt him.
What do you want from me?
He asks, his thumb gliding over my stomach. The intensity in his voice is anything but teasing. Hell, I feel like if I say the wrong thing, I very well might get spanked. Although, that's not a bad thing. I want you to not be an asshole, I answer.
I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm under a great deal of stress.
And I've told you, let me help you with that stress, I say, shifting my ass so I press directly into his crotch.
Don't.
He says, his grip on me growing tighter.
Just fuck. Don't.
And there it is, a micro crack in his otherwise strong facade. That break in his voice, that stutter in his sentence. A part of me wants to push him, to see how far he'd let me go, but the other part of me, the one where I see this man struggling, knows that maybe if I push too far, he'll shut down altogether. And I don't want that. He's already teetering on barely talking to me. I don't want to make it worse. So I let out a deep breath and quietly say, sorry. Then I lift his arm off me and scoot away toward my side of the bed. I keep my back toward him to avoid any awkwardness. And for a moment, as I get comfortable, I half expect him to pull me back toward him, to wrap his arm around me. But when he doesn't and just turns away, I know it's for the best. This isn't over, though. I need to find a way to make that connection with him. Because if we're going to sell this marriage, then I need to be more comfortable with him than just on the physical side. I need to be mentally there, too. Chapter 9. Sloane. Shouldn't you be with your husband right now? Stacy says as she opens the door to our house. He has a meeting, I say, lumbering into the living room, my purse hanging off my shoulder. Why does it seem like you're no longer living in wedded bliss? I flop on the couch and drop my purse to the floor. I was never living in wedded bliss. Ever since this ring has been slipped on my finger, I've been living in purgatory. That seems awfully harsh, Stacy says as she takes a seat next to me. It can't be that bad. You're living with a billionaire. It is for someone who likes to talk, who enjoys conversation, for someone who is attempting to get to know the other person. For him, I'm sure he's having a ball of a time. I see, Stacy says. He's all clammed up. Yes. I glance down at the coffee table and notice paint samples. I pick them up and start sorting through them as I continue. He wants to take the marriage seriously, but when I ask him things about himself, it's as if he doesn't know how to use words. He just stops talking. And how am I supposed to act like this man is my husband when I couldn't tell you what his favorite color is? Why does it matter? Because, I say, handing her a green that I really like. He's acting like this marriage is real, hence why I'm currently living with him rather than here. I toss another green at her. Are you picking colors without me, by the way? Just perusing. I wouldn't make any final choices without you. I sink into the couch and stare up at the ceiling. What am I doing, Stacy? I should be here, helping with the house. I mean, this exciting thing is happening for us. We are working to purchase this place, and here I am attempting to play wifey with my boss. It's only temporary, she says. It's not like it's going to be like this forever. Feels like forever. I turn toward her. At dinner last night, we sat in silence for over 5 minutes. I know this because I checked my phone. 5 minutes, Stacy. That's unheard of with me. But after a while of him not responding, I just kind of gave up. It's not healthy. This situation is not healthy. 5 minutes? Wow. I'm surprised you didn't explode. I know. I tossed my hands up in the air. And the worst part is that on the drive home, he put his hand on my thigh. I grip her arm. My thigh, Stacy. I can't remember the last time my thigh was touched. It made my insides flip upside down. Then, of course, I went into a perpetual state of horniness, and let's just say it wasn't pretty after that. Yeah, no need to go into the details. I groan. And I have a whole week of this, and then God knows how long we'll be in London. I can't live like this. The silence, it's going to eat me alive. Then keep trying to talk to him. If anyone can break him, it's you with your constant chatter and nonsense. I would take offense to that if it wasn't so true. I sit up taller. Enough about my sham of a marriage. Tell me what you're thinking about for the house. Well, before I pull out my binder and show you every little thing that I've thought of, let me end with this. Don't let yourself be uncomfortable with him. If you're going to make this work and pull it off, he's going to have to meet you halfway. So keep pushing, okay? Don't let him dictate how this relationship will work. You're right, I sigh heavily. He's not the boss of me. I'm the boss of me. Well, technically he is your boss, but I understand what you're saying. Take charge. I slam my fist into the couch, feeling reinvigorated. Take charge. That I can do. Now, show me this folder. We have a house to work on. Thanks for bringing home dinner, I say as I help Hudson with the takeout bags. He texted earlier and asked if I liked Thai food. It was an immediate yes for me. While he was gone, I pulled out my phone and started writing down conversation starters, things I thought he would answer without realizing that he was opening up to me. Not just a hat rack, my friends.
I'll grab plates,
He says as he heads into the kitchen while I take the food to the dining room table. I will say this. Thank God I know Hudson well enough to move around in his space like this without feeling too awkward. If this arrangement was with someone else, I don't think I would feel as comfortable. While he grabs plates and silverware, I fill up 2 glasses with sparkling water for us and take 2 lime wedges out of a Tupperware bin and place them on the side. When I make it back to the table, he's removing his suit jacket and rolling up the sleeves of his dress shirt. I avert my eyes from his forearms. I've stared at them long enough before to know the effect they have on me. Tonight is about business and getting him to open up. Simple as that. We pull out the cartons of food and start digging in together, filling up our plates with a plethora of noodles, steamed veggies, and curry chicken. Smells amazing, I say. Is this where you order from normally? Question number 1. Simple but hopefully effective.
Yes.
He answers, falling for it. I wait for him to say more, but when he doesn't, I feel an edge of defeat. Okay, it's fine. It was just a warm-up. Where did you find it? I set down the steamed veggies and pick up my fork.
On my way home.
He answers and squeezes his lime into his water. On his way home. Well, that tells me that he's observant while driving and that this place is near him. So that's a whole lot of nothing. Wow, this chicken is so good. Is this what you always get?
Yes.
He answers, and then sticks a piece of chicken into his mouth and chews without looking at me. Creature of habit. Got it. Think I wore out the food talk, so I let him sit there in silence for a moment while I casually pull up the notes on my phone and look at the next question I can ask. Clearing my throat, I say, "How was your meeting?" I know it's an easy question, and I shouldn't need a reminder in my notes, but I have a process, a slow process to get him to open up. Watch me peel him like an onion.
Fine.
He answers. Talk about everything you needed to talk about? He glances up from his food for a moment to look at me, and I nearly lose the air in my lungs from that one quick flash of his baby blue eyes.
Yes.
Great. I swallow. That's really great. Don't you love it when meetings are successful? He eyes me for a moment.
What are you up to?
Nothing, I say. Oh God, is he catching on to me already? I'm up to nothing.
Why are you acting weird?
You think this is weird? I'm just having a conversation. Nothing weird about that. I stab a piece of broccoli with my fork. Just normal conversation is all. I chew a piece of my broccoli, panic surging through me as he stares me down. So, do you want to talk about the biggest disappointment you ever experienced in your life?
Jesus.
He mutters just as his phone rings in his pocket. He pulls his phone out, looks at the screen, and says,
Excuse me.
Then he takes off to the balcony where he answers the phone, leaving me alone in the dining room, knowing damn well I failed. So, this is nice, isn't it? I say as we walk together a few blocks from the office for a meeting. I suggested walking since it was close, thinking it would be a great time to try to talk to him. He asks as he stares down at his phone. Do you think you could put the phone down for a second? I ask. You know, watch where you're going so you don't get run over by a vehicle. I'm not ready to be a widow.
Is anyone ever really ready to be a widow?
He asks, slipping his phone in his pocket. Maybe if they're not a fan of their spouse. I nudge him with my elbow. Are you a fan of me? He quickly glances in my direction.
What are you doing?
Why do you always ask me that when I'm trying to make conversation? Isn't it obvious what I'm doing?
It's obvious that you're trying to do more than you have to.
Some might say having a conversation with another person is a basic human right. Would you not agree? I ask.
I think we can just walk to a meeting without having to engage in any conversation at all. We can walk in silence.
That is not ideal for me. I like to talk.
So I've noticed.
He says. So why don't you indulge your wife and answer her question? Are you a fan of me?
Jesus, Sloan.
I stop, causing him to stop and turn toward me. I'm being serious, Hudson. He tugs on his neck and says,
If I wasn't a fan of you, do you think I would have married you?
I shrug. I don't know. I was pretty convenient.
With a whole lot of baggage if certain people were to find out about us. I wouldn't risk everything over someone I wasn't a fan of.
Well, when he puts it like that, coyly tucks hair behind ear. That might be the nicest thing you've said to me since we got married. His expression falls.
That's sad.
Says the guy who can't give a compliment to his wife. You want to take this seriously, but any chance of me getting close to you, you back away.
I'm not backing away.
He groans.
Just drawing a line.
Not a fan of the line. He walks up to me, takes my hand in his, and then leans in.
The line won't change.
Then, continuing to hold my hand, we walk down the sidewalk, him not saying another word while I contemplate if this was a small win for me or not. I mean, he's holding my hand. I'm going to call it a win. I need to find out what kind of laundry detergent you're using on your clothes. I sniff his shirt that I'm wearing. God, it smells so good. He sets his phone down on his charger and turns out the light. I settle on my pillow and turn toward him. Want to play rapid-fire questions?
I want to go to bed.
He says. Okay, Grandpa, I tease. It's just past 9. You can spare a few questions.
Go to bed, Sloan.
I'm met with the normal grumpy answer. It's the same thing over and over again, but he hasn't worn me down yet. It's a battle of wills, and I want to be the one who wins. Hey, I say, poking him in the chest. His eyes open and they fixate on me.
What?
How was your day?
Fine.
He answers. Want to ask how mine was? His jaw grows tight as he says,
How was your day?
Well, I woke up early this morning thinking I was beating you to the shower, but then I noticed you weren't even in bed. Come to find out, you were out for a run. I enjoyed seeing you all sweaty in the kitchen. Sorry I missed you doing push-ups, though.
Are you going to recount your whole day?
Yes, I answer. Thank you for asking. I appreciated you making breakfast for me. It was sweet, and you make some really good oatmeal.
Thanks.
He says, the anger easing a little. Okay, I might have him hooked. Keep talking. Even though we ate in silence, I saw you stealing glances at me, and I thought that was a sweet, husbandly thing to do. He clears his throat and says,
I liked your outfit today.
Well, holy shit, color me shocked. A freaking compliment. Maybe he does listen to my constant chatter and suggestions. Be cool. Be freaking cool. Don't scare him away. Thank you, I say. Once you were ready for work and we were driving over to the office, I appreciated that you let me pick the music. I also liked that you kept your hand on my thigh the entire time.
Just getting you used to my touch.
He says. Well, I liked it. Anyway, the day went by slow. Lots of emails and scheduling, which is never fun. Somehow started receiving these weird pigeon emails from J.P. Kane. Do you know what that's about?
Don't even ask.
He says as he grows even more relaxed. I take a risk, and I allow my hand to travel to his chest, where I carefully drag my thumb over his skin. When he doesn't shoo me away, I remain in the same position and keep talking. Lunch was kind of boring, since you didn't talk to me again, but ate in silence. That seems to be a thing with you. When he doesn't have a response to that, I keep going. Then I read an article today about how to please your husband because, we're doing this for real, and one of the things was to tease him. So I tried teasing you.
How did you tease me?
He asks. Remember when I was in the closet about to change? I kept flashing my leg in the doorway.
That's what you were doing? I thought you were trying to get out of your pants.
Well, that's one way to pee on my parade. No, that was me being teasingly seductive.
Didn't get that.
He says as I continue to rub my thumb over his chest. That's depressing. Maybe it needs to be my breast next time.
Please keep your breasts to yourself.
Can't hear that enough, I say, and then for a brief moment, a very brief moment, I swear I see his lip turn up in humor. But it's too fleeting for me to confirm. Dinner was fine, watching a show with you was fine as well, and now that we're here in bed, I like that you're allowing me to talk to you.
Is that all?
He asks. I think so. Do you have anything to add?
No.
He answers. Not even a little something like how you enjoy me touching your chest right now?
I don't enjoy it.
My thumb pauses, and I feel my hope fall flat as I say, You don't enjoy it? He wets his lips.
What I meant to say was, I shouldn't enjoy it.
Oh. I feel a smile tug on my lips. Just like I shouldn't enjoy your hand on my thigh?
Yeah.
He says, letting out a heavy breath. He then takes my hand, removes it from his chest, and places it next to me, but he doesn't let go right away. Instead, his thumb rubs over the sensitive part of my wrist.
I'm sorry, Sloan.
Sorry for what? I ask, butterflies erupting in my stomach with every pass of his thumb.
Sorry for not being the type of partner you want in this.
You don't need to apologize. I just wish that you would open up a little.
I can't.
He says. Why not?
Because.
His Adam's apple bobs.
Because I just can't.
Then he releases my hand and turns away from me, scooting to his side of the bed and shutting down immediately. Internally, I'm screaming no because I felt like I had him. He was right there with me in the moment, but then he just snapped out of it, and that is infuriating. So infuriating.
Chapter 10. Hudson. I stare at my computer in front of me, but my eyes blur, my brain fuzzy. Nothing makes sense. I can read email after email, but it doesn't stick, because all I can think about is the last few nights and how close I was to giving in to the temptation that is my wife. How easy it would have been to slide my hand under her shirt, to glide her underwear down her legs, and then just fucking feast. It would have been so simple. And I know she would let me. She would have let me do whatever I wanted, and that's the problem. I have that knowledge in my head. I have the knowledge that she wants me. She fucking wants me. And if I didn't have 1 ounce of willpower, I would have taken advantage. I wouldn't have stopped. I would have kept going, taking and taking and taking until there was nothing left for her to give. And then in the morning, she'd regret it. Hell, I'd regret it. I would feel guilty and like I used her, even though I know that's not the case. But now, as I attempt to get work done, it's all I can think about. And it's fucking painful. Knock, knock. I look up at the door where Sloane is standing, looking gorgeous with her hair curled and floating over her shoulders. A shade of pink lipstick stains her plump lips, and a thick coat of mascara highlights her very innocent eyes. This morning, she was nonchalant, charming, cool as a goddamn cucumber, acting as if nothing happened last night. She jabbered on about what fruit she likes best, strawberries and pineapples, and how she thinks they're the ultimate fruit pairing. I just listened because I really had nothing to say. I did ask Corinne to grab some fresh pineapple and strawberries at the store for me, just to have them on hand. For no other reason than just to have them. Not because I want to make my wife happy. Not because I'm trying to flirt with my wife. Sloane also chose to wear one of the outfits she brought from home. A black skirt with a white shirt tucked in. She paired the outfit with black high heels, making her legs look impossibly long. And even though I was itching to touch her in the car, I kept my hands to my fucking self. Smart move on my part.
Can I come in?
She asks, hesitant. Fuck, look at her. She's so fucking beautiful. So innocent. Yep. I lean back in my chair and press my finger to my cheek and my thumb under my chin. What's up?
Well, first of all, are you sure you don't want your green drink? I can do the naked juice, or I can go to the juice bar and get the gross one.
I'm sure, I answer, trying to keep my eyes off her legs.
Okay, but if you change your mind, you just let me know. I'm aware how much you enjoyed your green drink. I don't want you changing your habits because now we're married.
Shh, I say, looking over her shoulder toward the hallway. Don't mention that shit here.
You don't want me to mention that we're married?
No, Christ. She glances around my office and says,
You do realize that this is the exact place where we tied the knot. If you didn't want people to know, then why did we perform the ceremony here?
Neutral zone, less intimidating, and I was able to do paperwork at the same time.
So romantic.
She says, clutching her heart.
I'll always recall the moment I said I do, with your stapler watching the magical moment, or the way your computer hummed in the background. A true backdrop of love.
You done? I ask with a lift of my brow.
Not to mention the nose kiss. I'll never forget the nose kiss.
It wasn't on purpose, I say. hating that she keeps bringing it up. It's truly something I wish I could forget about.
What were you thinking? Were you trying to make a memorable moment? Because I'll tell you right now, I would remember.
Movement from behind her catches my eye, and just as I see who it is, I sit up straight and call out, "Hey, Jude." Sloane's eyes widen, and I watch her smartly slip her ring-covered hand into the pocket of her skirt. Panic courses through me as I slowly slide my ring off my finger and casually stick it in my pocket as well. "Hey, Sloane," Jude says. "Haven't seen you in a while." Jude is at least a foot taller than his sister, and even though they look alike, they also look very different, if that makes any sense. Where Jude is rough around the edges, with a bit of a bite in his voice, despite not meaning it, Sloane is softer, sweeter, despite being a constant ball of sarcasm.
That's what happens when you marry.
Sloane says.
You don't make time for your sister.
Jude's brow knits together, which makes Sloane chuckle.
I'm kidding. Relax. It's okay to have a life with your wife and to have time to yourselves.
"I'll talk to Hazley about having you and Stacy over,"
Might just have to be Stacy.
Sloane says.
I'm going to be very busy with work. Very, very busy.
I study her, watching for any tell that she's nervous, that she's holding something back. She shifts on her feet. She fidgets with her hair. She avoids eye contact. Fuck, I hope Jude doesn't notice. Jude glances in my direction and then back to his sister. "Do you have new responsibilities?"
Yes. No. I have taken on a new role.
Jesus Christ. What kind of new role?
A personal one?
She says, her eyes cutting to me briefly. Fuck, don't look over here. I can practically feel the sweat drip down my back while I hang on every word Sloane says, hoping and praying she doesn't slip up and give away the knowledge that we are currently betrothed. "A personal one." Jude turns fully toward his sister. "What are you up to?"
Nothing.
She waves at him.
Absolutely nothing. Well, not nothing. Of course I'm up to something, but not like a tricky something. Just a regular something. Figuring out life, making changes. Nothing you need to worry about at the moment.
"I don't like you hiding things from me, Sloane." She nervously chuckles.
Now, can't tell a brother everything.
She pats his arm.
Anyway, you have a call with London?
"Do I?" I ask, confused as to where that came from.
Not sure. Let me go check.
She turns on her heels and heads out of my office, leaving me in a pool of sweat. It was her escape route. "London? Would that be Archie?" Jude asks, still sporting a scowl. "Yes," I answer, my voice surprisingly steady. "Trying to secure the deal. Smart. If only he knew what exactly was going into it to seal the deal, he wouldn't think it was that smart." "Well, I came in to get some blueprints of the building on 7th. Hardy said they were delivered here." Sloane comes back into the room and says,
No call. Silly me.
Jude's scowl grows, probably disapproving of her current flakiness.
Anywho, anything I can help with?
She asks, looking between us. "Blueprints," I answer. "Jude is looking for blueprints for the building on 7th.
They must be up front because we don't have anything back here.
Sloane says.
Unless you have them?
She asks me. I shake my head. "Nope, don't have them." Jude's eyes flit between the both of us, and I can't tell if he's just listening intently or trying to connect the dots. Either way, I feel like there is a giant billboard over my head pointing at me and saying, "I married your sister and almost slipped my hand under her shirt last night." Finally, he says, "Okay, I'll check up front. Hardy made it seem like they were back here. The idiot probably sent Jude back here on purpose just to make me sweat. Well, job accomplished because I'm going to need a new shirt after this." Hardy doesn't know what he's talking about a lot of the time, I say. "Okay. Well, are we still on for our meeting this week to catch up?" Jude asks. Fuck, I forgot about that. There is no way in hell I'm going to be able to sit through an hour-long meeting with Jude, just me and him, without looking like something is bothering me. I'm smooth, but not that fucking smooth. Shit, I was actually going to call you about that. I say, lying through my teeth. I'm going to have to cancel. There's a lot I have to prepare for, and I don't have a lot of time. Not a problem. I didn't have much of an update. I just wanted to make sure we kept up to date on everything. How about I shoot you an email with a few things I wanted to discuss, and you can take a look at it when you get a chance. Yeah, that works. And then we can resume our regular meetings once I get everything under control. That works, he says with a nod. He then turns to Sloane and says, "Dinner at my house soon. Got it?"
Sheesh, a formal invitation would be nicer than a demand.
"But it's not an invitation," he says. "It is a demand."
Lovely.
She replies with a playful eye roll.
Always enjoy accommodating my older brother's demands.
Good, because they're not going to stop. He moves toward the door. "Good luck with Archie." "Will do," I call out, and then he gives his sister a quick hug and is out the door. Sloane and I just stare, watching, waiting, not saying a goddamn thing until...
He's in the elevator. Coast is clear.
She says, and then flops down on the couch in my office.
Mother of God, you made me nervous.
"I made you nervous?" I ask, pointing to my chest.
Yeah, because you became all squirrely and scared.
I was not squirrely and scared. You were the one rambling on about nothing.
Because he can smell a lie on me. I could see it in his eyes.
She shakes her head.
You did not prepare me for this.
How could I possibly prepare you? You just needed to act like nothing was going on.
We could have come up with a story.
What kind of story? I ask. She shrugs.
Why am I so nervous around my brother's story?
Jesus, I say while rubbing my brow.
This is why we need to talk more.
She motions between the two of us.
We need to have better communication.
She pats the couch.
Let's chat.
I scoot my chair into my desk. We have work to do, Sloane.
You don't consider our marriage work?
No, I answer, causing her to groan in frustration.
You know, I have a check in my bank account that begs to differ.
Get back to your desk, Sloane. I take my ring out of my pocket and slip it back on my finger. I can feel her eyes on me, but I keep my gaze fixed on the screen in front of me. I'm not going to get into it with her here, not when anyone can drop in and listen. After a few seconds of silence, she rises from the couch and heads out of my office, shutting the door behind her. When the coast is clear, I lean back in my chair and let out a deep breath. Fuck, what the hell did I get myself into? "Sloane," I call out. "What is this noon meeting I have on the calendar?" Silence. I lean forward, attempting to look out my door. "Sloane?" There's some rummaging of bags, and then she appears at my door holding carry-out in one hand and drinks in the other.
The noon meeting is with me.
She brings the food into the office and sets it out on the coffee table. 2 salad bowls, some bread, and iced teas. "What do you mean it's with you?" I ask as she walks over to the door, shuts and locks it. Then she heads over to my desk, where she presses the button to frost my windows, giving us more privacy. "Sloane, what?" She takes my hand in hers and pulls me over to the couch, where she pushes me down and then takes a seat next to me. Turning in my direction, she says,
Thought I would have lunch with my husband.
"This is not a good idea," I say.
Why not?
"Because the door is locked and the windows are frosted and you are in here. People are going to think that we're doing something."
Please, no one is going to think that. I think everyone in the office believes you're celibate.
"Really?" I ask, my brow knitting.
I honestly have no idea. I don't really talk to anyone.
Then why say that?
You make me nervous. I just say things.
Not a good quality to have. I grab my salad and start to move off the couch. I can eat at my desk and work.
Wait, hold on.
She says in protest.
Have lunch with me, Hudson. get to know me. We can play 20 questions or we can talk about goals. I really don't have any at the moment. Trying to figure them out, actually. But maybe you can help me.
We're not doing this, Sloane. I stand and take my salad over to my desk, leaving her to sit alone on the couch. And a part of me feels bad ditching her, but I don't want to know things about her. I don't want to be sitting that close to her. I don't want to be the one that becomes fucking attached. I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about me. I've never had someone look at me the way that she does. Nor have I ever had someone as persistent in wanting to know me like she does. She's different. She wears an air of innocence that's addictive. And I know that if I open up to her, if I let her see a piece of me no one else has seen besides my siblings, I'll open myself to getting hurt. And I can't get hurt. Not by her. There are too many connections between us. She lets out a heavy sigh and says,
Why am I even wearing this?
I look up just in time to watch her pull her ring off and set it on the coffee table. My eyes narrow in on the diamond. Put that back on.
Hudson, this is stupid.
She crosses her arms over her chest.
This whole thing is stupid. You act like you want this to be real, but then you won't even spend time with me.
I stand from my desk and walk up to her. I bend over, pick up her ring, and then pull her up from the couch. Looking her dead in the eyes, I say, "You're wearing your ring."
But what if...
You're wearing it, I repeat, my body now thrumming with the need to claim her. You're my wife, and you will wear the ring I put on your finger. Her expression falls.
You realize how possessive that sounds, right?
But it's as if I want her to take this seriously, and I fear that she won't unless pressed. You realize that you made a commitment to me, and these rings will be worn.
Oh my God, Hudson, it's not...
She blows out a frustrated breath and then stands.
You know what? You're right. I made a commitment to you, therefore I will honor said commitment. Thank you for the reminder.
She gathers her food, and without another look back, she storms out. And for some reason, that doesn't settle well with me. Because I can see something brewing behind those eyes. Something brewing that I know will come back to bite me in the ass. The only question is, when exactly is that going to happen? I place the key to my car on the side table next to the garage stairs, and that's when I smell something. Something cooking. Sloane left early from work today, claiming she needed to run some errands, and because she seemed to be testy after she left at lunch, I thought that maybe it would be good to let her get some air and time away from me. I had no clue what kind of errands she had to run, but I didn't care. I enjoyed the reprieve from her. Instead of constantly peeking out my office window to catch a look at her, I was able to get some work done. Answered a ton of emails, went over a few spreadsheets, and even looked over some resumes that Jude sent my way for another construction manager that the Canes approved of as well. And now that I'm home, I'm reminded of exactly why I was able to get all of that work done. I turn the corner into the kitchen, where I see 2 pots on the stove, flames beneath them, a chopped salad on the counter, and what seems to be garlic bread ready to be put in the oven. Confused, I glance around the room, and when I don't see anyone, I start to worry that Sloane might have begun cooking, but got distracted and pulled away. I wouldn't put it past her. Clearing my throat, I say, "Sloane?"
Is that my sugar dumpling?
A voice calls out from the pantry, and then all of a sudden her head pops out and a large smile spreads across her face.
Daddy's home!
Daddy? No. She steps out of the pantry wearing a frilly white and pink apron and a pair of heels. That's it. Nothing else. I can feel all the blood drain from my body and pool in one certain area as she walks toward me, her tits barely contained by the top of the apron, copious amounts of side boob peeking out. Her hair is down, curled, and she's wearing bright red lipstick as she walks up to me and places her hand on my chest. Instinctively, my hand falls to her hip where I feel the waistband of her thong. Her hands grip my face, and she stands on her toes and lightly presses a kiss to my nose. The fucking nose. When she releases me, she says,
I'm so glad you're home. Dinner is almost ready.
Then she turns away from me and goes to the oven, where she turns off the burners and lifts the lids off the pots. My eyes travel up and down her body, taking in her sexy curves, the thickness of her thighs, her perfectly round ass, her tits spilling out of the apron. Christ, I clear my throat and attempt to take my eyes off her, but I can't. Not when she's... Hell, not when she's dressed like that. It's every kitchen fantasy come true, and she knows it. Because she's strutting around, bending over, showing off her ass. Sloan, I say, my voice coming out rough.
Yes, darling?
She asks as she wipes her cheek with the back of her hand. What the fuck are you doing?
My wifely duties, of course.
She says as she moves around the counter, coming right up to me. She pats me on the chest and says,
That's what you want, right? A wife?
Yep, I knew something was brewing when she left my office earlier. It was clear as day. I just didn't know she was going to go this far.
Which reminds me, you didn't say if you liked my outfit.
She turns me to face her and then conducts a small spin, showing off her apron.
Normally, when a husband comes home and finds his wife in an apron, cooking dinner, he slides in behind her, caresses her bare ass, and then spins her around to lift her up onto the counter to take advantage of the lack of clothing. Imagine my disappointment when my husband doesn't even compliment me on my outfit.
This is not what I'm talking about when I claim you as my wife, I say.
But this is what a wife does.
She says, stepping in close.
They like to please their man, and what's one way to a man's heart?
When I don't answer, she says,
Foods and nudes.
We don't do nudes.
And why not?
You know why not. We can't cross that line, Sloan.
Shame.
She says as she turns around, and my eyes go directly to her ass again. It's impossible for me to look away, especially when she saunters like that.
Can you set the table, please?
Can you put some clothes on, please? I ask, just as she whips a t-shirt off the counter, turns away from me, and undoes the apron. She fits my large t-shirt over her body, and then turns toward me when it's firmly in place.
Happy?
No. I don't answer her. Instead, I gather plates and silverware and then grab us both waters and set the table. Once everything's in place, I help her bring the food over while she monitors the garlic bread in the oven. Unsure of what else to do, I connect my phone to the Bluetooth speaker and play some subtle music so it's not completely quiet in the house. I can't imagine the conversation is going to be flowing tonight. She removes the garlic bread from the oven and then slices it up, putting it in a bowl. She sets the bowl down and gestures to my seat.
Go ahead, sit down.
I can serve...
I got it,
she says, moving my chair away from the table now so I can sit. Unsure what she has up her sleeve, I timidly take a seat and then scoot my chair forward. But she stops me midway and sits down on my lap. What are you doing? I ask.
Serving you some dinner.
she answers as she starts dishing some noodles on my plate, followed by some sauce. Do you have to do that on my lap?
You can hold my thigh in the car so I can sit on your lap at the dining room table. After all, just getting comfortable with each other, right? We're a married couple, Hudson. We need to act like one.
And yep, my words are coming back to bite me in the ass. Seeing that she's in the mood to prove something to me, I decide to go with it and allow her to sit on my lap. She sprinkles Parmesan cheese onto my noodles and sauce, adds some salad on the side, and then loads up the plate with some pieces of bread. I stare down at the plate, taking in the mound of food. I don't eat that much. She turns on my lap so her legs are between mine, and she's sitting on one of my thighs. She wraps one arm around my shoulder, picks up the fork, and loads on some noodles.
This is for both of us.
So you're going to sit here the entire dinner?
Yes.
She answers.
The guy who gave me the best sex of my life used to let me sit on his lap like this when we ate cereal, although he never asked me to put a shirt on like you did.
She brings the fork up to my mouth, and I part my lips, despite her bringing up that fuck again. I know I shouldn't be jealous, and I know that she's probably talking about him on purpose to make me crazy, and Christ, is it working. Would you rather be naked right now? I ask her.
You know how I feel about foods and nudes,
She says with a wiggle of her brows before she sets the fork in her mouth and slowly pulls off the noodles. After she chews and swallows, she asks,
Do you think we'll ever see each other naked?
I nearly choke on the water I'm swallowing. I set the glass down and dab my mouth with my napkin. What kind of question is that?
An honest one.
She says.
It's obvious that you find me attractive. You know I find you attractive, and we're married, so it's inevitable, right? Like, what if I just happened to walk in on you while you were showering?
You'd see me showering, I simply say.
So you wouldn't care?
What are you trying to get at, Sloane? Frustrated, she blows out a breath and says,
You're all about treating this as a real marriage, but you won't talk to me about who you are as a person. Therefore, we can go to option 2, and that's the other thing married couples do. They fuck. So don't you want to fuck? Don't you want to get rid of this tension? It's getting in the way, and I feel like if we just fucked, then it wouldn't be a big deal. We could be the married couple we're supposed to be, and then we can go on our merry ways when it's all over.
No, Sloane.
Why not?
She asks as she pushes the food away and takes a seat on the table in front of me to really get a good look. Because it would complicate things.
Things are already complicated.
She says.
They became complicated the moment we got married.
This will make it that much more complicated. She folds her arms at her chest.
Then how the hell am I supposed to treat you as my husband if you won't open up to me and you won't fuck me? This is like being in jail. You want to take this seriously, but you're making it impossible to do that.
She has a very valid point, one that I have no counterpoint to. All I have is, I don't want to open up to her because I don't open up to anyone but my brother and sister. I don't want her knowing the shitty side of my life because, in the grand scheme of things, it's going to come off as the whiny rich boy who didn't get the parental attention he wanted. And fucking her? That's completely off the table. I know the minute I give an inch, I'm going to take a fucking mile from her.
You realize you're not being a hero by denying me, right?
She continues.
Like, I don't think that you're some white knight swooping in and saving my vagina from complication.
That's not what I think.
Then what is it?
She asks, exasperated.
Is it Jude?
Yes, it's Jude, I say as I place my hands on her bare thighs. I married you. That's bad enough as it is, but if he knew I fucked you... Christ, Sloane, it could kill the business. okay? It could hurt everything my brother and I have put together. It could hurt the relationship with Kane Enterprises. It could hurt Maggie and Brody, tarnish my relationship with Hardy. There is so much at stake, and I can't be the selfish one here and think with my dick. I have to be smart. I watch as she processes what I said, her mind working overtime. And to reassure her, I say, if I had it my way, my actions would be different. That's when her eyes find mine, hope in her gaze. So I add, but it's not up to me. My dad spent his life being selfish, and I refuse to be the same person. She slowly nods, and then exhales.
I can see where you're coming from. I don't agree with it because I'm a big girl and I can make my own decisions. I don't base my life around what my brother will think and how he will react. But sure, if that's the way you want to handle this, then so be it.
She hops off the table and goes to her side, where she picks up my plate and dumps half of the food onto her plate. When she starts digging in, I attempt to read her body, which is giving pissed-off vibes. Just great. Sloan, I say while I pick up my fork. She asks, her mouth full of pasta. Don't be mad. She chews, swallows, and then says,
I'm not mad.
I can tell you're mad.
How? You haven't given me the time of day to get to know me.
I work my jaw back and forth, not appreciating the slight jab. The tone in your voice, your body language, your response to what I said, that's how I can tell you're mad, I say, naming a few.
Well, you know, Hudson, maybe I am mad.
She sets her fork down.
I'm irritated with the situation. You're giving mixed signals. One moment you're keeping me at arm's length, the next you're pressing your hand to my upper thigh while we drive around. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? You want to be married, but you don't want to be married. It's confusing.
Because it is fucking confusing. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I can't give in and take what I want from her at the risk of hurting her, because Jude would kill me. But I also can't just use her. I need to treat her with care, with affection and respect. It's a fine line I'm trying to walk, and apparently I'm doing a real shit job. I'm not trying to give you mixed signals, Sloan. I'm trying to be honest, I say, imploring her to understand. As I said, this isn't a simple case of whether or not I'm attracted to you. This is about my business, the people who count on me.
You say that, but I don't really believe that's what's going on here. I think you're afraid that I'll get attached. That if we complicate this situation with sex or with getting to know each other, you're afraid you're going to break the young girl's heart. Trust me, I can handle my feelings. I don't need anyone looking out for me.
I know you can look out for yourself, I say. Annoyed, she pushes away from the table and picks up her plate.
If you truly thought that, then you would have no problem spreading me across this table and having me for dinner, or sitting on that couch and telling me all about your childhood.
She says.
Because you'd know that I could handle whatever I got myself into. Instead, you're protecting me.
I'm protecting me, I say, pointing to my chest. I'm protecting myself from being the one that gets attached. You're different, Sloan. I'm aware how different you are, and if I allow myself to explore just how different, then I know I'm going to be crossing a line I shouldn't be crossing. I'm protecting the people around me by keeping my distance.
You're not keeping your distance by sleeping in the same bed, holding my hand, running your thumb over my wrist.
Because you deserve affection, I say before I can stop myself. Because you deserve the kind of care that comes with being a wife. This has nothing to do with attachment on your end. She shakes her head.
No, because if you truly believed that, then you wouldn't think twice about everyone else because you'd know that whatever we did wouldn't cause me to fall apart in the end. But the trust isn't there, which is fine, because why would it be? You don't know me. As your assistant, you haven't taken the chance to get to know me, and now that I'm your wife, the pattern continues. I thought we could have some fun, get to know one another on a deeper level, but I get it. I understand the assignment.
Plate in hand, she heads toward the balcony when I stand and stop her, my hand to her stomach. Sloane, I trust you. Her eyes connect with mine, and she smiles sadly.
You don't.
And then she moves out from under my touch and toward the balcony, where she eats dinner alone.
Chapter 11. Sloane. No sex for me, I say as Stacy takes a seat on Hudson's bed. Should I be upset about that? Stacy asks as she smooths her hand over the fluffy comforter. Jesus, this is rich. You should be upset about it, I say as I fold my laundry on the floor in front of her, preparing for the trip to London. We leave tomorrow, and after living like zombies who don't speak to each other for the last 2 days, I'm looking forward to getting the hell out of here. Why would I be upset about it? Isn't it good not complicating things between you and Hudson? I fold one of my lace bras and look up at my sister. We're married. Pretty sure it doesn't get more complicated than that. The marriage is a piece of paper. It really doesn't mean that much. A true marriage is built on love and the life you form together. You guys haven't built anything together other than a fantastic lie. I understand that, but I'm frustrated. Why? Stacy asks. I thought the whole point of getting married was to buy the house. She picks up her phone and says, which we need to leave now if we're going to get to our meeting about said house on time. She flashes me her phone, showing me the time, and she's right. We don't want to be late. I stand from the floor, leaving the laundry where it is. I grab a pair of jean shorts from the pile, slip off my sweats, and pull those on before tucking in my shirt. I finish the look with the hat and then slip on my Birkenstocks. Ready? I say and move out of the bedroom, Stacy following me. We head down the stairs, and I'm about to respond to her when I see Hudson walk through the garage door, surprising me. It's early. He's not supposed to be home yet. Hi, I say. What are you doing here? The tension between us immediately sucks all the air from the room as his eyes travel up and down my body, like they always do, as if he needs to mentally approve what I'm wearing. When I say we've been walking around like zombies the last 2 days, I'm not kidding. We haven't spoken to each other. We've barely acknowledged one another, and when we have, it's been curt sentences. There's anger simmering, irritation, a lack of understanding. It's a recipe for disaster for two people who are attempting to act like they're in love. Hudson tears his eyes off me when he notices Stacy to the side.
Hey, Stacy.
Stacy looks between us, clearly sensing the awkward and uncomfortable tone as she says, Hey, Hudson, how's my favorite brother-in-law? Leave it to Stacy to push the limits. Hudson visibly looks uncomfortable as he says,
Fine.
Why are you here? I repeat. His eyes move back to mine as he says,
I live here.
Yes, but you work in the office. Shouldn't you be on the phone, ignoring me? Hudson's eyes narrow.
I'm meeting Hardy and wanted to change because I'm going to the gym after. That answer good enough for you, or do you need more of an explanation?
Oh, Stacy whispers in the background. That explanation will suffice. I head toward the front door and he calls out,
Where are you going? Shouldn't you be packing?
I should, I say, and keep walking toward the entrance.
Are you done?
Hudson asks. You'll find out when you go upstairs. I nod toward the door. Come on, Stacy. I'm about to exit the house when he says,
Want to be treated like an adult, Sloane? Then act like one.
That pauses me mid-step because where the hell did that come from? As far as I know, I'm the one actually communicating, unlike him. What did you say?
You heard me.
He says. Did this man really come into this house guns blazing, ready to pick a fight? I forget that my sister is even here as I march right up to Hudson and stand toe-to-toe with him. We have a very long trip ahead of us, husband. I suggest you try to get along with me rather than start more turmoil between us because, if anything, I'm the one trying to grow this relationship, not you. His jaw grows tense as he stares down at me, a comeback on the tip of his tongue. Finally, he says,
When will you be home?
I don't know. I turn away from him, but he grabs my hand and spins me back right into his brawny chest.
Will you be here for dinner?
My mouth goes dry as his eyes zero in, those beautiful, sultry eyes of his. And I hate this. I hate that he has this power over me, that in an instant he can steal all the air from my lungs. Don't plan on it, I say, my voice going shaky. His hand connects with my neck and then slowly works up to my jaw, where he tilts my chin up with his thumb.
Make sure you come back.
You're making that less and less likely, I respond, right before he leans down and presses a kiss to my nose. The mark of death of this relationship, the nose kiss. With that, he takes off up the stairs, leaving me in an irritated state. As I approach Stacy, she says, "That was intense." Tell me about it. My legs are feeling like jello at the moment. Come on. I take off down the front stairs to the street, where Stacy has the car parked. I mean, the iciness in there, combined with the obvious sexual tension, wow. And for a second, I thought he was going to banish you from the house, but then he threw me for a loop and did that nose kiss thing. Is that like something special? No, I say as I get in her car, and she does the same. As we buckle up, I continue, "It's a sarcastic gesture that is a subtle way of reminding the other that what we have means nothing." Uh-huh. From the tension and anger, I can sense that you want something with him. No, I say, folding my arms. From the way spittle flew out of your mouth on that no, I'm going to assume you mean the opposite. Groaning, I lean my head back while Stacy pulls into the street. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but that tempting and teasing, that's more to just, I don't know, get him to break. He's not breaking. I know, Stacy. I groan and sink into my seat as she starts driving. You know, when I decided on all of this, there was a part of me that thought maybe he would rub off on me. Ew, gross. No, not like that, I say with a roll of my eyes. I mean, he's so business-minded, smart, knows what he wants with his life, has a direction. And I don't know, a piece of me thought that I would learn from him. I mean, I did this big, risky thing, and I'm no further along in my life than where I started. It's been a week. Yeah, a week of nothing, I say. I hate to admit it, but I really don't think I like myself at the moment. This isn't the person I normally am. I'm all thrown off. I never should have suggested we get married. She brakes at a stoplight and turns toward me. You have a lot going for you, Sloane. Yeah, name one thing. You get to go to London. We are about to sign the paperwork for the house. Things are happening. Still feel unsettled. I can sense that. She pauses for a moment and then quietly says, "We can always go back. We haven't used the check yet. We can return it and, well, move on." I shake my head. No, we're not giving the check back. I'm still married. I'm going to see this through. Okay, but it seems like you're a little crazed right now. I am, I say, feeling all kinds of unwell. Maybe you tell me about it then. I tug on my hair. I press my lips together, irritated with my feelings. I don't think I'm mature enough to handle this situation. And that truth causes Stacy to let out a roar of laughter. Oh, the irony! Can you not? I stare out the window, unable to look my sister in the eye. It's bad enough I'm realizing it. I don't need you laughing at me. And there you were, bitching that he's calling you immature, too young, your hot-button words, and you believe him. Wow, that's really rich. Are you going to tell him? Have you lost your mind? I nearly yell at my sister. No, I'm not going to tell him. God, the gloating. I wouldn't be able to handle it. I need some help. I need like a crash course on handling this kind of situation. I don't think they make a book that gives you a rundown on how to handle a situation like this. I mean, we can go to the bookstore after the bank and see if there is a self-help section, but temporary marriage of convenience isn't a very popular everyday life choice. I don't need a book. I need to talk about it. Get in the right frame of mind. Isn't there some wisdom you can impart on me? This is kind of out of my wheelhouse, but, she taps her chin. I actually might have someone you can talk to. Who? I ask. She smiles. You'll see. Let's sign the papers first, and then I'll have them meet us at the house. This might be incredibly helpful. Should I be scared? Maybe a little. Is this weird? I ask. Stacy stares up at the living room ceiling with me, both of us with champagne in mugs, a pizza between the both of us half eaten, her crusts waiting to be composted, mine fully consumed. Is what weird? She asks. That we are technically lying here in a house that we somewhat own? Maybe a little, she says as she rolls over to look at me. I didn't think we would ever be in this position. Of buying a house? I ask. Yes, and where Jude actually left us to live his own life. Where he did something for himself rather than always thinking about us. He still thinks about us. He does, but he also has given us freedom from his protection, not always keeping track of us. When Gran passed, he was adamant about making sure we were always taken care of, and now that he's living with Hazley, it feels weird but wonderful. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for us. Same, I say as I pick up one of her pieces of crust and take a bite. Do you think Gran would be proud of all of us? Stacy shrugs her shoulders. I want to say yes, but her feelings about us were always complicated in a way. Like that we were a burden she had to take on when Mom died? I ask, saying the words out loud that we've never really spoken about before. Yeah, she says softly. We might have been a burden, I say, but I still think there were moments when she was proud of us. Maybe, Stacy says, and then smiles at me. Remember the first time Jude brought us here and the carpet was maroon and looked like several people had died on it? I laugh and nod my head. He ripped the carpet out immediately, then went to Walmart and bought us all slippers to wear while walking around on the plywood floors. That roll of carpet lived out on the back patio for months because he didn't want the landlord to know. And the first night, that scratching noise. Mr. Whiskers, I say, remembering the rat that was rummaging through the walls at night. And the hole Jude plowed through the wall trying to punch the thing dead. It's a good thing he was into construction and home repair. I look around at the renovated space that we created ourselves. It took a while and some growing pains along the way, but we put a lot of love into this home. A home that wasn't officially ours, but one we made our own. One Stacy and I didn't want to let go. This feels really big. We need to do something special with this house, I say. What do you mean? I shrug. I don't know yet, but I feel like this is more than just buying the house. There's more to this story. Well, when you figure it out, will you let me in on the plot? Absolutely. Stacy sighs and says, I'm proud of us and your whorish ways. Whorish ways? I laugh. Where the hell did that come from? Well, without you selling your body for us, we wouldn't be here right now on a track to own our house. I did not sell my body. I sold my soul. There's a difference. If I sold my body, I'd at least be satisfied right now. Instead, I'm cranky and irritable with a husband who likes to push my buttons. Please, you push his more. Dressing up in nothing but an apron was evil. May as well have worn devil horns with the getup. I had a thong on. I don't see how that makes a difference. Makes a little bit of one, as I can say I wasn't fully naked. Stacy rolls her eyes. Either way, you're both pushing each other's buttons. Knock, knock. Ooh, that must be her. Right on time, Stacy says. Care to tell me exactly who it is? I ask. Stacy gets up from the floor and moves toward the door, not answering me. When she opens it, a blonde with short, early 2000s Kate Gosselin-type hair walks in. Her purple glasses are huge, covering nearly half of her face, and her vagina-shaped earrings are both fascinating and somewhat off-putting at the same time. The realism is a bit much. Why all the folds? Melva, it's good to see you, Stacy says, pulling her into a hug. Melva? When did my sister ever become friends with a Melva? What has she been doing behind my back? So good to see you, Melva says, squeezing Stacy tight. When she slowly, and I mean slowly, pulls away, her hand grazes over my sister's shoulder and down her arm, and Melva smiles lovingly at her, as if there is history there. What is going on here? Stacy turns toward me and says, Sloane, this is Melva. Melva, this is my sister Sloane. I step up to the eccentric woman and take her hand in mine. Nice to meet you. Such a pleasure. I always love being in the presence of twins. That's a weird thing to say. Well, I clasp my hands together. Glad I could make a lifelong dream come true. She chuckles. Oh, she is funny. She touches my sister's face. Funny and sweet. What a nice combination. What's going on here? What kind of lady of the night is Melva? Because she's giving off those kind of vibes. Don't pump her up too much, Stacy says. She'll run with it. Very true, I say, humoring my sister, but then getting down to business. So, how do you two know each other? I motion my finger between the two of them. A mutual friend, Melva says as she walks up to the pizza box on the floor, picks up a piece of pizza, and takes a bite before sitting on the couch, crossing one leg over the other. Help yourself. Wasn't planning on eating that. Mutual friend. That's fun, I say. So, can I ask why you brought Melva here to eat our pizza and touch you in interesting ways? Sloane, Stacy chastises, but I don't even care because this lady is weird. Not to mention, she's older. Like 30 years older than us, easily. She's at least in her 50s. What? Just pointing out the obvious. I hear that you're in a marriage of convenience, Melva says. Yes. So am I, Melva says with a smile. Oh, I thought... Stacy, you said you didn't know anyone in a marriage of convenience. With my characters, Melva continues. You see, I'm an author, and I know all about the marriage of convenience trope. Quite popular. My expression falls, and I turn toward my sister. You're kidding me, right? You brought someone who writes fiction for a living to tell me how to handle my very real situation? Fiction is always the child of some sort of reality, Stacy says. She might have some really good advice. At least you can listen. She's the closest thing we have to advice. I discuss personalities and human characteristics on the daily, Melva says. I can very much help. She takes another bite of the pizza and smiles broadly. At least hear her out, Stacy says. This is stupid, but do I really have any other options at the moment? Not really. So looks like I'm about to take some advice from Melva with the vagina earrings. Okay. I take a seat in the chair across from Melva and say, impart your wisdom on me. First, please tell me more about this man you married. Well, is this confidential? Because it's very important that this stays here in this house. You have my utmost discretion, Melva says, her hand to her chest as Stacy takes a seat next to Melva on the couch. It's appreciated, I say, almost feeling like I'm making some sort of weird deal with her. So his name is Russell. Stacy's nose quirks to the side, but luckily she doesn't say anything. There's no way I'm giving away real names to Melva. Can't trust anyone with that kind of haircut. Russell, a solid, strapping name. Very, I say. And that's what he is. Solid, strapping, extremely attractive. Maybe one of the most attractive men I've ever met. I can see where this is going. You're married and you want to push the boundaries of the original agreement. I mean, yes, why not have a little fun with it? The marriage was for a business deal, and I assumed that we would grow closer, get to know each other better. But he wants nothing to do with that. So I thought we could at least have some fun while in this purgatory, since I find him attractive and he finds me attractive. But he refuses to partake in that as well. Won't even budge on his decision, no matter how hard I try. But then he does things like puts his hand on my thigh when we're in the car, and it's all very confusing. Melva nods her head. Let me ask, what do you want to get out of this? I got money, I answer. No, what else do you want to get out of this? I understand the initial trade that occurred, but is there more you want? I mean, we are going to London together. We have to act like we're married in front of a lot of people. He can be very affectionate in a way that I wasn't expecting, and it's going to be hard sharing a hotel room with him where I'm not allowed to play around, even though I'm going to desperately want to. I just want to enjoy myself while I have the chance, and when this is all over, just move on. Do you think you can do that? Move on? Melva asks. Of course, I answer. I've never been really emotionally attached to anyone besides my family. I don't think it'll be a problem at all. Plus, as much as I think Russell is hot and I want to see him naked, I know for a fact that he's also not the relationship type. So there's no feelings there. This is purely carnal. Yes, I say. Melva nods. And what's the holdup? Our brother, I answer. They're friends and, well, he doesn't want to ruin that relationship. Not to mention he thinks I'm too young. Ah, good plot, good plot. Melva nods her head as if she's seeing a book come to life right in front of her. And what have you done to try to get him to break? Nearly everything short of actually making a move, and I fear the way he's been acting, he might ask me to put clothes on, and I don't think my confidence can take that hit. And he's still not budging? Nope, I say. Well then, there's only one thing left to do. What? I ask, feeling like I'm about to be blessed with the golden key to all answers. Nothing, Melva says, and then bites her pizza. My hope for an answer tumbles to the ground. Nothing? That's her grand plan? Her smart idea? For me to do nothing? Did she mention if she was a best-selling author? Because I would not read that book. So glad Stacy brought her here to eat our pizza and offer nothing of value. Wow, solid advice, I say with an edge to my tone. Stacy and I never would have thought of that. Stacy turns toward Melva and says, You'll have to excuse my sister. She can be an ass when she's horny. I can sense her aura. Melva waves her hand at me. Motioning to my head, she says, very red in the brain. Then she moves her hand to the southern part of my body and says, very blue in the crotch. I place my hands over my lap. Please don't call my crotch blue. Or say crotch. It's a gross word. Sorry, your vaginal walls are very blue. Okay, wasn't looking for a gynecological exam here. I go to stand. It was nice meeting you, but I should get back to my husband. So you can continue to be frustrated? You realize if your vaginal walls turn purple, it's the end for you. You realize that what you're saying is not actually a thing? I look at Stacy and say, I love you, but this was weird. Sit down, Sloane. Let her explain, Stacy says in an exhausted tone. She did explain. She said I should do nothing. How is that helpful? If you let me elaborate, then you would understand, Melva says, examining her pizza before taking a bite. So sit. Let me turn your vaginal walls from blue to burning red. Wow. Out of pure curiosity to see what this nutcase has to say, I take a seat. By all means, please heat up my vaginal walls. Smiling, she tosses her crust on the pizza box, brushes off her hands, and then folds them in her lap. You're doing too much. Trying too hard. This will only lead to frustration on your part, and why should you be the one who is frustrated over the male brain? It's not fair to you. Okay, yeah, I can agree with that, so I let her proceed. You're trying every trick in the book, and nothing is working, which means he's a different kind of breed. You need to try the less is better approach. You need to play along, so he's looking for affection, begging for you to pay attention to him. You've almost primed him at this point to want to wait for you. Now he needs to see you disinterested. He needs to know what it's like when you don't pay him attention, when you're indifferent to the situation. Shit, that's a good idea. I don't want to admit it, but God, it's actually really smart. You will break him because if I know men like I know my heroes, they're not going to appreciate going unnoticed. And when you must be together, when you need to put on a show, that's when you give him a taste of what he's missing out on. But when you are alone together with no onlookers, you are unengaged, offering him nothing of your personality. Give him very little. Stacy looks my way with a smile in her eyes as I think about this intriguing advice, something I never would have thought of. Hell, my next move was going to be climb into his lap at night, completely naked, and just start dry humping him, probably only to be rejected. But this feels genius. This feels mature. Might I say, demure, mindful. Okay, I say, trying to hold back my conniving smile. This feels brilliant. Melva picks at her front tooth. It's why they call me the plot fairy. I know how to twist and turn the lives of my characters. I guess so. I stand again. Well, I guess I should go try it out. See what the husband has to think about my negligence. Melva shakes her head. No, dear, you are not. What do you mean? I mean, you are not to rush home to him. You owe him nothing. You stay out as late as you want. Make him wait. Make him wonder. Make him wish that you were home with him. That is even more devious. She taps the side of her head. Not just a rack for vulva earrings. Not even a little, which, I must say, love the earrings. Very labia-like. Thank you. I saw you eyeing them. How could you not? I say to my new best friend. They're vaginas. You're right. And who doesn't love a vagina? Not me, I say, raising my hand. Sheesh, where are our manners? Can I get you a drink? Stacy rolls her eyes, probably hating my change of tune. No, but I would love some ice cream. Oof, we don't have any, I say. Doesn't mean you can't order some. We have time. A large smile crosses my face. You are right. We have plenty of time.
Chapter 12. Hudson. I glance at the clock for the 20th time in an hour and grumble under my breath. Where the fuck is she? Is she not coming home? She hasn't packed yet. We leave tomorrow for London. She's not answering her phone, and it's past 11 at night. I pace the living room, trying to keep it together. But Jesus, it's hard to not flip your shit when your wife is so erratic. Lights flash past the window, and I quickly walk up to the curtains and pull them back slightly to see Sloane step out of a car and thank the driver. I move toward the front door and open it just as she reaches the top step, scaring her.
Jesus, what are you doing?
She asks as she makes her way past me and into the house, as if nothing is wrong. Waiting for you, I say. Where the hell have you been?
With Stacy.
She says, and keeps walking up the stairs. No more explanation to that. I quickly lock up the house and follow her up the stairs. When I reach the bedroom, she moves past the laundry I folded for her and to the bathroom, where she grabs a pair of pajamas from the dresser, not opting for one of my shirts. And that is just wrong. It's become my new normal to see her in my shirts. So, what is going on? Care to explain?
Explain what?
She asks. Where you were, I say.
I said I was with Stacy. We were at the house, enjoying ourselves.
Then she moves into the toilet room and shuts the door. When she comes out, she's dressed and puts her dirty clothes in the hamper before walking over to the sink where she starts washing her face. Sloane, I say, irritated.
What?
She replies as she suds up her face with facial cleanser. Are you going to ignore the fact that I was trying to get in touch with you and you weren't answering? She rinses her face and then towel dries it before picking up her lotion.
Why were you trying to get in touch with me?
She asks with such a blasé attitude that it grates on my nerves. Because I wanted to know where the fuck my wife was.
You knew I was with Stacy.
Were you, though? I ask, feeling jealousy pulse through me as my imagination runs wild with other possibilities.
Yes?
She says in an annoyed tone.
And before you suggest I was with anyone but you, you better check yourself. Because I might be horny, but I gave you my word. You're my husband, plain and simple. I won't be searching for anything else.
I'm annoyed that her reassurance puts me slightly at ease, because I shouldn't care that much, even though I do. Why did you come home late? I ask, not able to drop this. She lotions her face and answers.
Because I don't need to answer to you. You made it clear that nothing in our arrangement extends past what is required of me, so that's what I'm going to stick to. What is required of me in this marriage? And frankly, Hudson, I'm done trying. I spent a week attempting to get to know you, to lean on you through this situation, and you've given me nothing. So I'll do what you want, but give the bare minimum.
She lines her toothbrush with toothpaste and starts brushing. The bare minimum. I don't like that, and I have no right to complain about it because she's right. She's done a lot in the last week, and I've kept her at arm's length. I've shut her down, made sure to not get tempted, to not fall into the trap of her charm. Because fuck is she charming. This distance, the lack of joy in her expression, the defeat in her shoulders. Hate it. But I can't do anything about it. I just need to accept it and move on because, like I said from the very beginning, I won't go there with her. Sloan, we leave for London tomorrow, she nods. And it would have been nice to have discussed our plan for when we're there. She spits her toothpaste out and says,
Type up a memo. I'll read it on the plane.
Then she walks out to the bedroom. Well, fuck, she wasn't kidding about bare minimum. A memo? No, I'm not about to communicate with my wife through memo. I finished getting ready for bed, mulling over her new attitude, wondering if something else happened tonight that really made her change. I mean, it had to. The question is, how am I going to handle this? I turn off the bathroom light and move into the bedroom, where she's lying on her side of the bed, turned away from me. She's scrolling on her phone, looking at Instagram, when I slip in behind her. There is one thing I did promise myself when I put a ring on her finger. I would treat her like a queen, like a wife, like how she deserves. So I try to soften my approach. I'd prefer to talk to you about London, not write it up in a memo. She sets her phone down and sits up in bed. The matching set of white and pink striped pajamas are cute on her, but I got used to her wearing my t-shirts to bed.
Fine. What are your expectations?
She asks while she rests her hands in her lap. That mouth, those lips, pursed and ready to fire a comeback at me within a drop of a hat. It's one of the things I have come to appreciate about her. Not that I should be counting up all the reasons I like her, but it is. She's spunky. Doesn't take shit. And yeah, she might be young, but she's right. She handles herself well. Makes me forget just how young she really is. None of that matters now, though. She needs to know what to expect when we get to London. We'll have to share a hotel room.
Well, since I'm currently sleeping in your bed, I don't foresee that being an issue. Also, I booked the travel. I know what kind of room we're staying in. Does this really need to be something we have to discuss?
The fucking attitude. I thought it would be appropriate to let you have a voice in the matter.
Oh, so if I told you I didn't want to share a hotel room with you, you'd get me my own?
No, I answer, but I could at least plan to sleep on the pull-out couch. She rolls her eyes dramatically.
Don't be a drama queen. I share a bed with you now. I can share a bed with you in London. What else?
I've secured dancing lessons for us so that you can be trained in the dances that Sheridan requires for the wedding.
Sounds enjoyable.
She replies.
But what do you mean by us? You're not part of the wedding.
I said I would train you.
As far as I know, you're not versed in Regency dancing. How can you possibly train me?
You're going to need a partner, I shoot back.
I'll just use whatever dancer they have available. I'm sure there will be a single man ready to whisk me off my feet.
My eyebrows turn down. I will be your partner.
Stop, Hudson. I'm sure you have better things to do than to learn some dances with me.
I'll be your partner, I repeat. No discussion.
Okay.
She says with a roll of her eyes. Christ.
Anything else?
I clear my throat, unsure of how to handle this side of her. There'll be a lot of meetings and dinners we have to attend. You'll attend as my wife, not my assistant.
Okay.
And pack light, because I'll be taking you to Harrods when we arrive to make sure you have the appropriate wardrobe for the different events we will be attending.
Okay.
I purse my lips to the side, annoyed with her one-word replies. And I've set you up for a class in etiquette before any of the meetings or dinners we have. I want to make sure you're prepared to eat a meal amongst dignitaries. Not to mention how to speak to people in a higher position.
Okay.
She says, grating on my nerves. I was sure she'd be insulted about the etiquette classes. I would be, and yet she hasn't tossed back any sass.
If that's all, I'm going to sleep.
She lies down again and turns away from me. I slide my hand over my jaw and try not to let my discomfort get the best of me, but of course it does. Tonight has been one long night of irritation. She wasn't home. She wasn't texting me back. She got home very late. Didn't seem to care that I was, concerned. She's not treating me the same. She's lost her spunk. And she's not wearing my goddamn t-shirt. As I list that all out, I know it's fucking ridiculous to be annoyed by because in the grand scheme of things, she's doing nothing wrong. This is what she should be like in this type of arrangement. Detached, distant, and yet somewhere in my sick fucking brain, I want more. She turns off her light, and the room clouds in darkness as I sit there on the bed, staring at her back. There's one more thing, I say as I slide under the covers.
What's that?
She says as she stays turned away. So I move in closer and glide my hand over her waist. She doesn't move, doesn't even flinch. We're going to have to be intimate in front of people.
And your point?
She says, as if this is no big deal. My hand curls into a fist around the fabric of her shirt. My point is, if I touch you, hold your hand, press a kiss to your cheek, you need to not be surprised.
Hudson, unless somehow your tongue finds my pussy in public, I'm pretty sure we're not going to have a problem.
I'm being serious, Sloan. On an irritated sigh, she rolls to her back and looks up at me. In the moonlit room, I take in her soft facial features and the rounded curve of her jawline. She's so damn beautiful. I wish that circumstances were different.
If I thought this was a joke, I'd be laughing. I know you're being serious.
Then why are you acting like this? I ask.
Like what?
Like you don't care,
I do care.
she says.
But I'm exhausted with this, with us. I'm kind of over it. So let's just get through the next couple of weeks, and then we can move on with our lives.
My brow creases because I don't like what she said, that she's kind of over it. Over what, exactly? Is this about the other night? She shakes her head.
No, it's not.
Because I'm sorry, I say. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. I know I can be an ass when I'm stressed, but you know I can't do anything about us. She pats my chest.
It's fine, Hudson. Don't sweat it. Now, unless you have anything else to say, I'm going to bed.
Don't sweat it. Oh, I'm going to sweat about it because this Sloan roller coaster I've been on has not been the easiest. The moment she walked into my office, ready to be my assistant, I knew I was in trouble. But I never thought it would turn into something this intense. It's already beyond complicated because I feel the need to take care of her, to treat her well, to make sure she has everything she needs. Yet I need to keep her at arm's length. I need to set a boundary because there is a great possibility that if I let her get too close, if I let her break down my walls, I could become attached. And I can't be attached. Not with who she's related to. Not when I'm carrying around a load of baggage. Not when I just need to stay focused on the business. And fuck, we haven't even gotten to the heart of what we need to do when we're in London. We're at the tip of the iceberg. If we're already irritated with each other now, imagine what it's going to be like when we're knee-deep in dancing and meetings. Not to mention, what happens after this? Is she going to continue to work with me? The thought of her not coming back to the office when we return makes my stomach hurt. I know I can't have her. I know she's not mine. But I don't want her to leave either. I've realized I've become comfortable having her close, seeing her every day. Jesus, what has come over me? With nothing else to say, because what really is there to say, I release her and turn to my side, getting comfortable with my pillow as I feel her turn away. I've done some pretty dumb things in my life, like hiring Sloan to work for me in the first place, but this? Marrying her? Yeah, I earned the gold in the dumb shit to do Olympics. I stare at the watch on my wrist, watching the seconds tick by as I pace the airport next to our gate, waiting for Sloan to show up. I fucking knew taking 2 cars to the airport was going to bite me in the ass, but I forgot my computer at the office like an idiot, so I told her I'd meet her at the airport. And now that I'm here and she's nowhere to be found, nor is she answering her phone, I'm starting to fucking panic. What if she decided not to show up? This morning, when she was finishing packing, I gave her a hard time for waiting until the last minute because I was stressed watching her. And then I end up being the one that forgot something. Did I push her too hard? Of course you did, you fucking idiot. You put her in this mess, and now she's not going to come because you can't handle your stress appropriately. And you're the one calling her young. I drag my hand over my face, visibly stressed as I check my phone again. I'm going to have a heart attack. This is exactly what that feels like, a heart attack. I stuff my phone back in my pocket, and I'm about to ask the gate attendant to call her name over the intercom when I hear the sound of laughter. I turn around to find her arm linked through another man's, heading right toward me. What the actual fuck? Tall, with black hair and dark-rimmed glasses, the man looks like a knockoff Clark Kent.
There you are,
Sloan says with ease as she releases the other man, walks straight up to me, slides her hand up my chest, and presses a kiss right to the corner of my mouth. I feel my breath hitch as she pulls away, and then slips her arm around my waist and leans her head against my chest.
Devin, meet my husband, Hudson. Hudson, this is Devin. We went to college together.
Devin holds out his hand, and I reluctantly take it. Devin, nice to meet you, I say as I keep a firm grasp around Sloan. Nice to meet you. He looks me up and down, assessing. Assess all you want, you fuck. She's married to me. I had no idea Sloane was married, nor did I know she was going to London to be in Sheridan's wedding. Do you know Sheridan? I ask. Yeah, she's my childhood neighbor. Our families go way back. Fucking great. Which means...
Devin is going to be at the wedding. Isn't that fun?
Sloane asks. Yeah, I say, swallowing back my animosity for a man I don't even know. Are you in the wedding party? I am, he says. I was telling Sloane I know all of the dances. I have no problem showing her. Oh, I have a fucking problem. A real fucking problem. Even showed her a little bit of one at the bar. Bar? I ask.
That's where I ran into Devin.
Sloane answers. Flying sort of freaks me out, he says with this boyish charm that I don't appreciate. I always like to grab a beer or two before I board. He glances at the gate and then adds, Shit, we actually need to get on the plane. Yes, I say through clenched teeth. They're about to do last call. Well, might as well get on. Devin nods toward the gate. Shall we?
I think we shall.
Sloane says sweetly as she heads toward the gate, following behind Devin. Devin steps up to the gate agent and scans his ticket. He steps off to the side and waits for us, which grates on my nerves. We're not a threesome. Move the fuck on. I scan our boarding passes on my phone and then take Sloane's hand in mine, marking my territory as we head down the jet bridge. Remember the party we went to at the football house our senior year? Devin asks as he walks in front of us, turning just enough so he is able to engage in conversation.
Yes.
Sloane chuckles.
That was a good night.
A really good one, he says, wiggling his eyebrows. The fuck? Do that again, motherfucker, and I'll rip your goddamn eyebrows right off your forehead. Are you guys heading back to economy? Heat rips through my body as I answer. First class. Nice, he nods. Me too. I'm guessing you got the middle pods together. We did, I answer as we move toward the front of the plane. Well, I'm right here, Devin says, finding his seat that's right across the aisle from ours. If you want to come hang out, you know where to find me. Yeah, over my dead body.
Maybe I'll pop on over.
Sloane says.
Have a good flight.
You too, Devin says, and then gets settled in his seat while I shuffle us over to ours. Thankfully, we have pods that are connected with walls that rise, blocking us off from everyone around us. I guide Sloane into the pod and immediately put up the wall before sitting her down and taking a seat as well.
Oh, this is roomy.
What the hell were you doing with him? I whisper, getting extremely close to her.
Pardon me?
She asks, leaning back. You were dancing in an airport bar with him? While I was fucking waiting for you, worried that you weren't going to show up?
You were worried?
She asks, a crinkle to her brow. Yeah, I was fucking worried. I was texting you, calling. You weren't answering, and then you show up with that fuck hanging all over him?
First of all,
she holds up her finger.
I was not hanging all over him. Second of all, he was the one who stopped me. We got to talking, and I just lost track of time. I guess it was good we were on the same flight, huh?
I don't like him, I say.
You don't know him.
I know him enough that I understand the way he was clinging to you, the way he was looking at you, and that bullshit about the football party. He brought that up only to make me jealous.
Yeah, and it seems like it worked.
Sloane, don't test me, I say, my irritation at an all-time high. And here I was, thinking I scared her away.
As if I would want to poke the bear.
She rolls her eyes and gets comfortable in her seat.
Trust me, the last thing I want to do is get this...
She motions to my body.
All riled up.
She plucks the complimentary headphones from the hook and plugs them in before putting them over her ears. I'm quick to remove them. We're not finished here.
We sure are,
she says.
I'm not playing this game with you. There's nothing to be upset about.
So, if you saw me dancing with an ex,
He's not an ex, just a guy that, you know.
She shrugs and then starts scrolling through the movies on the screen in front of her. That you what?
Come on, Hudson. Use your brain. It's the thing that's causing you to be jealous right now.
Were you fuck buddies? I ask.
If it needs a label, sure.
I thought there was only one guy who... My voice trails off as realization hits me. Is that the guy? That's the Devin you mentioned? I ask.
Yup.
She says, and that just pushes me right over the goddamn edge. He's the guy who has a chokehold on her orgasm. The one and only guy that's ever made Sloane come. She taps on the comedy genre and then chuckles when she sees Anchorman as a choice. She goes to click on it, but I stop her. In a low, almost desperate voice, I say, Sloane, how would you like it if...
Can we not do hypotheticals?
She asks.
Come on, Hudson.
She shakes her head and sticks her headphones back on. I realize then that there isn't going to be a fighting chance that I can get through to her. There wasn't last night, and there sure as hell won't be today. She has shut me out. Completely. Stoic. Uninterested. She wants nothing to do with me, and you know what? I can't even be fucking mad about it. I was the one who wanted this distance. I was the one who told her no time and time again. She's given in, and there's no reason why I should be this mad, this irritated, this itchy to have her back. At least when she was walking around the house naked and in an apron, she was still herself. Sassy, mouthy, keeping me on my goddamn toes. Now she's slipping away. But maybe that's a good thing. Because don't I need to focus on the business? Don't I need to focus on maintaining all the relationships involved? The distance should be good. The distance will make the end of this journey easy. At least that's what I'm trying to convince myself of. Instead of attempting to get her to pay attention to me, I let her turn on Anchorman as I pull my phone from my pocket and text my brother. Hudson, I'm losing it. While I wait for him to text back, I adjust my pillow and kick up my feet on the footrest in front of me. I glance at Sloane, who already has a blanket covering her and is looking extra cozy. I consider talking to her again, but no, there's no use. At least not here, on the plane, where Devin the douche can hear us. My phone buzzes in my hand, and I immediately read the text. Hardy. Let me guess. Sloane? Hudson. Yes. We're on our way to London, and I've managed to make a complicated situation exponentially more complicated. Sounds about right. Didn't you know happy wife, happy life? Apparently not. What did you do this time? The better question is, what didn't I do? Christ, man, I'm not cut out for this shit. What's going on? She's detached herself, which I should be happy about, but I'm not. She has zero need to talk to me, interact. She plays the part when she needs to, but fuck, when we're alone, it's as if I'm nothing. Shouldn't that be a good thing? Yes, but I don't fucking like it. And then she ran into an old friend in the airport who happens to be on the same flight and in the wedding. But he's also the one guy that's ever made her orgasm. The way she talks about him, you would think he's a goddamn hung horse. Well, is he? Have you looked inside of his pants? Don't be a jackass. How do you know he's not hung? He wasn't walking like he is. Maybe he rolls and tucks it. If I rolled and tucked my dick, I would be waddling around like a goddamn penguin. Shh, for the love of God, don't mention penguins. JP went on a rant the other day about them. I swear, if you talk about it too much, he'll sense it. I can't get on another one of his donation trains, man. I can't. You have issues. Says the guy who's mad that his wife, a wife he's not supposed to be attached to, isn't attached to him. Seriously, What am I supposed to do? Job 1? Forget about Sloane and any sort of attachment. It's best this way. You and I both know that. 2, find out if Orgasm Boy is hung like a horse. Inquiring minds want to know. You're not fucking helpful. Could have told you that from the start of this text thread. You know, when you were going through shit, I was helpful. Where's the return? When I was going through shit, you were yelling at me for falling for a girl that works with our sister. You're falling for a girl who is our sister's sister-in-law and the sister of our fucking business partner. Awkwardness and sarcasm are the only reasons I'm not gnawing my leg off from nerves at the moment. And this is why being the older brother is more difficult. That and the age, your back is always going to hurt more than mine. Although, I say that now, but you should have seen the position Everly had me in last night. I thought I was going to snap my spine. I don't want to hear it. Jealous, I know. Probably been a while since you've had sex. Too fucking long. Shame you need to keep it in your pants. Yeah, trust me, it's not coming out. Just the answer I wanted to hear. Good thing you have more self-control than I did. Although my situation seemed to work out for me. Think Jude would take kindly to you messing with his sister? What the hell do you think? I think he'd sit on your head until you stopped breathing. Exactly. Well, glad we got that covered. Hey, serious question. What? Have you ever had your balls tickled by a feather? Everly did it to me last night, and I pre-ejaculated. What the actual fuck, Hardy? What? Don't fucking say shit like that. You're my brother. Who the hell else am I supposed to share that with? No one. Keep that shit to yourself. I can't stop thinking about it. Dude, I could not refrain. My dick was dancing all across my stomach, like a fucking magic marker decorating my abs. Bye. No, wait, come back. I might have taken it too far with the magic marker thing. I can recognize that. I set my phone down in the cubby just as a flight attendant comes by with a tray of champagne and water.
Champagne? Water?
She asks. I grab a champagne, thank her, and down it quickly. It's going to be a long-ass flight, especially with that fucking magic marker visual stuck in my head. Sloane, I whisper, tapping on her shoulder. The cabin is dimmed. The meal service is over, and everyone has settled in to grab some sleep. I, on the other hand, have made some bad choices. Some very bad choices. Sloane, I tap again. Her sleep mask is over her eyes, her whole body is turned away from me, and her blanket is up to her chin. I see you in there, I say, tapping again. She snaps up, slips her eye mask up, and whispers,
What do you want?
When her eyes meet mine, I smile. Hi. Her expression falls flat as she stares back at me. I wave, and then realization hits her.
Are you drunk?
My smile grows wide. The flight attendant has been heavy-handed with the champagne.
Jesus, Hudson.
She says as she turns toward me now. There's a partition between us. Nothing too big, but big enough to annoy me.
Sleep it off.
I can't sleep. I'm not tired.
Here you go, sir.
The flight attendant says, bringing me another mini champagne flute. Sloane sits up farther and holds her hand out.
Actually, can you take that back? He doesn't need another one.
She doesn't know what she's talking about, I say. I'm thirsty. I reach for the champagne, but Sloane pushes my hand down.
Seriously, can you bring him water?
The flight attendant eyes me for a moment, then, to my annoyance, takes my champagne back to the galley. That was fucking rude.
Hudson, why are you drunk?
Sloane asks. I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I don't feel drunk.
Well, you are.
Prove it, I say. She sighs and then picks up my phone and, unbeknownst to me, takes a picture of me, nearly searing my eyes with the flash. She turns the screen toward me, but I have to blink a few times before the picture comes into view. And yep, there I am, looking drunk as can be, with my eyelids heavy and my face sagging, almost in defeat. It's your fault. I say, pointing at her as the flight attendant puts a mini bottle of water next to me.
How is you getting drunk my fault?
She asks. Because you're not being nice to me.
I'm not being nice to you. How so?
She asks, fully turning toward me now. You're not yourself, and I don't like it.
Uh-huh, and what would that entail?
I shrug and sway to the side. You're not wearing my t-shirt to bed.
And that makes you...
Sad, I say.
But why should that matter?
Because I like when you wear it. Actually, why don't you wear my shirt right now? I reach behind my head and start to tug on my shirt, but she quickly stops me.
Do not take your shirt off on the plane, Hudson.
But I want you wearing it. And why don't you care about me?
I do care about you.
I shake my head and reach over the partition to take her hand in mine. She lets me. No, you don't. You don't talk to me anymore, or look at me, or get naked.
I never got naked for you.
She says, the smallest of smiles tugging on her lips. Yes, you did. The apron. I blow out a breath and lean my shoulder against the back of my chair. I can't stop dreaming about your ass in that thong. Her smile grows.
Oh, yeah?
I slowly nod. Yep, I wanted it so bad.
Shame you couldn't take what you wanted.
I know, I say, and I link our hands together. If I had it my way, you'd never remember that Deacon guy.
Deacon? You mean Devin?
Yeah, Devin the douche. You wouldn't even be thinking about his dick.
What would I be thinking about?
She asks. I bring our connected hands up to my lips, and I press a gentle kiss to her knuckles. You'd be thinking about my dick.
Pretty presumptuous, don't you think?
I shake my head. No, you would. I pause and then lean closer. Does he roll his dick?
Huh?
She asks cutely. Douche, does he roll his dick up?
No.
So he's not hung like a horse. She chuckles and leans in closer, the smell of her perfume clouding my thoughts even more.
He's pretty big.
Fuck. I exhale and lean my head against my chair now. I didn't want him to be big.
Why?
Just don't like that you've been with a big dick.
Because you're small?
She asks. No, I say. Because I want to be the only big dick you know.
Can you be quiet?
The lady next to us whispers.
You're being rude while people try to sleep. Sorry.
Sloane says with a wave of her hand. Then she whispers to me.
Drink your water and get some rest.
She lets go of my hand and turns back around. Not satisfied, I pick up my phone and text her. I know she signed on to the airplane Wi-Fi because I caught her texting her sister earlier. Hudson, I want to be the only big duck in your life. Shit. Hudson. Duck. God damn it. Hudson. Not duck. Duck. Growling, I slowly type out the word dick, and when I'm satisfied, I send it. Hudson. Dick. Sloane picks up her phone and reads the messages, a cute smile passing over her lips.
Sloane, go to bed, Hudson.
Hudson. No, I want to talk.
There is nothing to talk about.
Did you suck him off?
We're not doing this.
When you saw him today, were you excited?
Hudson, go to sleep.
When he touched you, did you like it?
Do you really want to know?
Yeah, I really want to know.
If I tell you, will you go to sleep?
Yes.
Promise?
Promise.
Fine. When I saw him today, I felt familiarity. When he danced with me, I felt special. When he linked my arm through his, I felt cherished. When I saw you and kissed your cheek, I felt butterflies.
I stare at her words, my heart racing a mile a fucking minute. Because that's what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to know. My phone buzzes again.
Sloane, now go to sleep.
She sets her phone in her cubby, flips her eye mask down, and brings her blanket back up to her chin, shutting me out.
Chapter 13. Sloane. You okay? I ask Hudson, who is standing at baggage claim looking practically green.
No.
He says curtly. Can I get you anything?
No. Hey, guys.
Devin says as he comes up to us with a wave.
Customs was fun.
He eyes Hudson up and down.
Dude, you don't look so good.
I think he's feeling a little airsick, I say as I rub Hudson's back. And it was hot over in customs. I think he just needs some fresh air, and Hudson takes off running before I can finish my sentence. I watch him throw up into the garbage can as Devin winces next to me.
Yikes. That's not an ideal way to start a trip.
Yeah, not so much, I say, watching Hudson heave into the trash can. The champagne was a bad choice on his part. Did I ignore Hudson to the point that he was actually asking me to talk with him? That was the plan, right? Melva plotted it out, it worked like a charm, and he was begging to have a conversation. And let me tell you, it took everything in me not to fall into the trap of conversing with him. But now that he's clearly not feeling well, I feel bad because no matter how many times he shooed me away, cut me off from digging deep with him, or flat out just trying to form a connection, I still don't like seeing him like this, and I feel responsible. I know the whole point was to get him to the place where he's acting, well, like this. But now that he's getting drunk, throwing up because he's upset on account of me, yeah, it makes me feel two things. For one, awful. I don't like putting people in that kind of situation. And two, he's tugging very hard on my heartstrings. Hudson lifts up from the trash can, takes a few deep breaths, and then heads into the men's room, where I'm sure he's going to freshen up.
Tough day.
Devin says. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be better soon, I say, while the bags start flowing down the carousel, our driver looking out for our luggage.
I'm serious about the dance lessons.
Devin says.
I don't mind helping you out. We might even end up being partners in the dancing at the wedding, so it could help to practice with you.
Oh, thanks, I say as I glance over to the bathrooms. I know what Stacy and Melva would tell me to do in this situation. They'd say take him up on his offer, make Hudson eat his words, turning me down over and over. But for the life of me, I can't fathom doing that to Hudson. Not after I read those texts, and not after the state I saw him in. He'd lose his mind. Not to mention, he'd probably be sad, and let me tell you, when he's sad, it does something to my heart. Like a rusty fork stabbing me over and over again. I can't take it. The bottom line is, I do like Hudson. Yes, he can be brusque and, to quote him, an asshole. But I do know he's a man of substance and honor. Devin was, well, he was fun when we spent time together. And even though it wasn't that long ago, I honestly can't imagine fooling around with him again now. Not since I've met Hudson. Not since I married Hudson and committed my time and loyalty to him. Thank you for offering to help me with the dances, but I think I'd like to learn the dances with my husband, I answer.
I get it.
Devin nudges me with his elbow.
Looking to add some romance to your marriage?
Yeah, I say absent-mindedly as I stare at the bathroom, waiting for Hudson to return.
Should be a fun time, though. Are you excited about the wedding?
I am, I say.
How do you even know Sheridan?
You know, I don't.
What do you mean you don't?
Devin asks. I'm just a filler for her.
What do you mean a filler?
One of her bridesmaids broke her leg and she needed someone to fill in, and Hudson is an investor in a company called Bridesmaid for Hire. I was available, and the rest is history.
Oh, wow. I had no idea you were doing that kind of work.
I'm not. I actually work for Hudson's company, I say. But I guess I was in the right place at the right time. Finally, Hudson appears from the men's room, and he's looking rough. Like, really rough. "Excuse me," I say, and take off toward him as he walks incredibly slowly toward the baggage claim. When I reach him, I put my arm around him and whisper, "Are you okay?"
Not even a little.
He says, "Okay, why don't you take a seat on this bench, and I'll tell the driver that we're going to wait here for him."
Okay.
He answers as if he's in pain. He takes a seat on the bench, and I go back to the driver, letting him know where we will be. He goes off to get a trolley to help with the luggage while I wave bye to Devin and tell him I'll see him later. Then I head back and sit next to Hudson, where he lays his head on my lap and I gently run my fingers through his hair. It's the same position we take in the car to the hotel. And it's the same exact position we find when we make it inside our hotel room after the quickest check-in process I've ever seen. Our bags were brought up for us, and when we reached the room, the bellman shut the drapes and had water and saltines brought to the room as well. Hudson booked us a suite, so not only do we have a living room with a separate bedroom, but we also have a terrace that looks over Hyde Park. We're on the couch with a trash can in front of us and a clammy Hudson on my lap. I sift my hands through his hair and ask, "Think you can have some water?" He threw up 3 times in the car, and I'm starting to think it wasn't the champagne that's causing this. More like food poisoning.
No.
He croaks. "The bellman was saying they could send a company up that administers IVs. Think you could manage that? Get some electrolytes pumping back into your system?"
Maybe. In a bit.
He says. "Okay, well, do you want me to give you some space? I can get you set up in the bedroom."
No.
He says quickly and then clings to my leg.
Don't leave.
"Okay," I say softly, a smile playing on my lips. Not because I'm happy about him being sick, but because men are such babies. Hudson doesn't give off needy vibes, especially when he's wearing one of his suits and making multi-million-dollar deals happen in his office. But the moment he doesn't feel good, he becomes the clingiest man I've ever met. I continue to run my hands through his hair, hating this quiet moment, but also loving it at the same time. This is a problem because I'm getting a taste of his softer side, the side he doesn't want to show me. It's breaking down my defenses. It's causing me to feel things.
I'm sorry.
He says quietly. "Sorry for what?" I ask.
Ruining the first part of your trip to London.
"You don't need to apologize. I'm sorry you're not feeling well."
You know, if you want, you can leave. I don't want to keep you here against your will.
"You're not holding me against my will,"
You sure?
he says in the groggy voice.
After the last few days, I would have thought this wasn't for you.
"I believe I vowed to be with you in sickness and health, so this is me performing my wifely duties,"
You're good at it.
he says. Funny how flattering you can be when you're not acting like an ass.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry you have to deal with me.
It's also surprising how many times you apologize. Maybe you should be sick more often.
I'd rather not.
"Thank you. He's in the living room," I say as I let the nurse in. We took the hotel up on bringing some IVs up here because even though he's stopped throwing up, he's not looking great. He hasn't been able to keep anything down. I follow the 2 nurses into the living room, where Hudson is stretched across the sofa with the TV on in the background. We found reruns of the UK version of The Office, and we've been watching that as Hudson has been switching from throwing up to sleeping. Now he's transitioned to dry heaving, so we think he's got it all out of his system. I'm going to take a quick shower while they hook you up, okay? He glances up at me, and I can see in his eyes that he doesn't want me to leave, which is hilarious to me because here is this man, this strong alpha man brought to his knees by some food poisoning. He's needy, clingy, and flat out pathetic. Yet here I am at his beck and call. Can't say that I'm proud of what I'm about to say, but I like the neediness. I live for his clingy arms, and I enjoy watching just how pathetic he is when I shift away. Like I said, not proud of it, but it's true. It's nice to be wanted. Or I can stay here with you, I say while I take a seat back on the couch and let him rest his head on my lap. Can you please turn to your back? The nurse asks, and he does, very slowly. I rest my hand on his chest and gently run my thumb over his pec, while my other hand continues to run through his hair, something I've found he really enjoys. The nurses get to work finding a vein, poking him, and setting him up with some fluids. Once they hang the IV bag up, they tell us they're going to step outside and come back to check on us in a little while. I give them a key card so they can come in easily. Once the door is shut, I ask, "You doing okay?"
Yeah.
He whispers, his eyes drifting shut. Tired?
Yeah.
Well, I can let you sleep if you want.
Why do you keep trying to get away from me?
He asks, his eyes peeking open to look up at me. I'm not, just wanting to give you your space.
Isn't it obvious, Sloan?
He says in his delirium.
I don't want space from you.
What do you want?
I don't know.
He says on a sigh.
All I know is I can't have you.
Something you don't seem to want me to forget.
You can't forget.
He says.
Because when I slip up, I need you to remind me.
Slip up? I ask. He nods and closes his eyes.
It's bound to happen. No way in hell I can hold out. You need to remind me.
Slip up? Remind him? Is he insane? As if I would ever stop him from making a move. Melva's plan be damned. And if I don't? I ask as my fingers stroke his luscious hair.
Then we're fucked. So, you need to be my moral compass.
I don't like that responsibility.
Someone needs to be responsible.
I don't know. You're doing a pretty good job, I say.
I hate it. I don't want to be responsible.
Neither do I. I run my hand over his thick pecs, and I notice that his nipples have gotten hard, pointing against the fabric of his shirt. It's best that you are, I say, because I can tell you right now, if you ever came up to me, walls down, defenses turned off, and ready to take me up against the wall, there is no way in hell I would stop you. His teeth roll over the edge of his lip.
Not the right answer, Sloan.
But it's the correct one. I cinch my robe around my waist and step out of the bathroom and into the bedroom, where Hudson is freshly showered and wearing a pair of briefs, looking better than he was this morning. He's still moving slow, but he said the IV helped a lot, which is great, especially since he's been able to keep water down. I love that shower, I say as I dry my hair with my towel. Hudson glances over at me.
The water pressure is perfect.
It is. I could have stayed all day, but the timer they put in the shower made me think about my water choices.
Yeah, I saw that. Made me move faster, too.
I love this hotel. I think it's one of the nicest I've ever stayed in. Well, besides the St. Hopper and Bora Bora, but not many hotels can beat bungalows over water.
Or Hopper hotels.
He says reluctantly. I'm assuming you refuse to stay in one now?
You would assume right.
Hudson says as he makes his way to his side of the bed and slowly sits. Do you need anything?
No.
He says softly, then lies back on the bed.
I have water. I should be good.
Do you feel nauseous anymore? I finish drying my hair and pick up my brush from the counter and start getting the tangles out.
No. Feeling better, just exhausted.
He lets out a sigh.
Never having chicken on an airplane again.
Don't blame you. Chicken and champagne. I'm sure you'll regret the combo for a very long time.
Yep.
He checks his phone, and I take that moment to finish getting ready for bed. It's early, around 6 p.m., but we're both so exhausted and jet-lagged that we decided to call it a night. When I'm finished in the bathroom, I turn out the light and head over to the closet, where our clothes have been hung up and put into drawers. I find my pajamas in one of the drawers, but also spot a stack of Hudson's shirts. And I tell myself not to. Remind myself of what Melva said about making him think I'm completely uninterested. But after the last few days, I just don't think I can do it anymore. Not when he's acting the way he is now. Appreciative, affectionate, like he can actually stand to look at me. Who knows? Maybe this could be the start of a friendship at the very least. So I grab one of his shirts, slip out of my robe, and pull it over my head. For a second, I bring the collar to my nose and take a big whiff. God, he smells so good. I could be happy just wrapped up in this. Pleased with my choice, I exit the closet and enter the bedroom, where I round the bed and turn on the light on my nightstand. He's still on his phone when I climb under the covers. I kind of wish he saw what I was wearing, but then again, he's lost an entire day of work, and I'm sure he's wanting to catch up on running his empire. I plug my phone in to charge and turn off my light. I let out a large yawn. Unsure what else to do, I turn away and adjust my pillow.
Tomorrow.
He says in a distant, distracted voice.
Etiquette classes.
Okay, I answer hesitantly.
Then Harrods. Do you have something nice to wear to class, or do we need to go to Harrods first?
I mean, I could use less of the condescending tone that just appeared out of nowhere. I brought a few dresses, I answer.
Appropriate ones?
He asks. Okay, sir, no need to be rude. Yes, they are quite appropriate.
What's appropriate to you, Sloane, might not be appropriate to others.
Excuse me? Hold on a freaking second. What's with the insults? Have I done something wrong to warrant them? Because the last thing I remember, I just nursed this man back to health. Here I was feeling bad for the doof when I should have known his golden retriever attitude was only temporary. It's as though opening his email reminded him of the walls he erected earlier, reminded him of his thoughts about me, Jude's sister, too young. Look at him asking me questions about whether I can dress myself. Pretty sure the reason why you aren't still feeling like death is because I took care of you. God, he's infuriating. With a less nurturing tone, I say, they're appropriate, Hudson.
I'll approve of them in the morning.
He'll take a look at them in the morning? As if I need his approval? That's not how this is going to work. Hey, I say, turning toward him and slapping his phone down. Insensitive prick. Maybe instead of second-guessing my ability to dress myself appropriately, you could show some appreciation for the shit I did for you today. He blinks a few times, startled. Yeah, that's right. You can't treat me like that.
I'm sorry.
That's right, you're freaking sorry. Christ, Hudson. I tug on my hair, my frustration getting the better of me. You get your phone back, and in seconds you become the biggest douche in the world. His brows knit together.
I had things I needed to check up on, Sloane.
I get that, but also you're being a dick to me, and I don't appreciate it. Did I or did I not lie with you for the past few hours? Did I or did I not make sure you were well hydrated and taken care of? Even when you were dry heaving into the trash can, I was rubbing your back. Did I not show you how capable I am of managing this, nursing you, making sure you had everything you needed? And then you go and question my outfits, treating me like some adolescent who has no idea how to act in society. Jesus, that's being a dick.
I'm sorry.
Damn right you are. Jesus. With that, I turn back around and line up as close to the edge of the bed as possible, because the last thing I want is to slide another inch closer to him. God, what a freaking ass. Do you have an appropriate outfit? Guess what? Just because you asked, I'm going to go find some titty tassels to match with a pair of leggings to wear to etiquette. And when they tell me to put clothes on, I'm just going to shake my tits at them. I'm going to let those tits fly. Let them bounce up and down, side to side, flick them in the face with the tassel. Teach them a freaking lesson on payback. They want to show me how to drink tea with my pinky out? Well, I'll show them how to seek revenge on your husband/boss/man-child who can't handle his champagne and salmonella-infused chicken. Do I have an appropriate outfit? I inwardly scream. What a freaking tool! I hear Hudson set his phone down, and he turns off the light. Internally, I wish him the worst of nightmares, possibly one more dry heaving session out of nowhere just to remind him of his humility. What I wouldn't give to hear him at the toilet tonight. Come on, second round. He shifts on the bed, bumping around like an inconsiderate klutz until he finally settles in. I half expect him to say goodnight, but the room falls to silence, and I can see that I've been taking care of an ungrateful... His hand slides over my waist and right to my stomach before he tugs me right into his bare chest. A gasp falls past my lips from the surprise attack, and I'm about to ask him what the hell he's doing when he settles his arm around me and snuggles into my body. And let me tell you, at first, it's not the most romantic scene. I lie like a dead fish just washed up by the ocean, stiff as can be, mouth agape, and eyes wide because this, my friends, is confusing. He is big spooning me. Yup, he's the soup spoon that no one ever wants to use, and I'm the baby teaspoon that people pull out for their charcuterie boards when serving jelly with their brie. This is new. This feels awkward. But then... his thumb glides over my stomach as his mouth inches close to my ear.
Relax.
Relax? I laugh as chills spread over my skin. You want me to relax?
Yes, wife. Relax.
Well, husband, it's hard to relax when I'm harboring a decent amount of animosity toward you. You can't just swoop in here and act like everything is okay.
I know.
He says solemnly. You know? Then why are you trying to do that?
I don't know how to navigate this, Sloan. I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you did for me today. But I fear that if I speak up about how I feel, I might slip up. I might forget what's holding me back, and I can't forget.
Hence why we don't do things like this.
I'm well aware.
Then why? I ask. Why now? He clears his throat and his thumb slides over my stomach as he says,
Because I just want a piece of you. Even if it's a small piece, I want a piece.
That's pretty self-serving. You're running hot and cold with me. How is that fair?
It's not.
He admits. Feeling the weight of the words, I turn onto my back so I can look him in the eyes. His hand remains on my stomach. This is not what...
You're wearing my shirt.
I glance down at my attire as if he's surprising me with such information. Yes, I'm aware. I'm also aware that it was a mistake to put it on.
Why?
He asks, his thumb still rubbing my stomach. I wish I weren't wearing your t-shirt because we're not connected in a way that would result in me wearing your clothes. And for a minor second, I thought that maybe you had a change of heart, that you were possibly going to be different. But then I was reminded of your behavior. Now I'm thoroughly regretting my decisions. Actually, I think I might go change right now. I start to move, but his hand clamps around my side, preventing me from going anywhere.
Please don't change.
The heaviness in his voice nearly breaks me because this is the man who brought me to putting his shirt on in the first place. Not the man with the phone, but the man who seems to wear his heart on his sleeve on occasion. Why not?
Because
he carefully says.
I like you in my shirt.
That's obvious, given how possessive you've been with me. But can you explain to me why it matters?
Can we not do this right now?
He asks.
Can we just let it be and sleep?
Always skipping out on the real talks, I say, feeling sad he won't go there.
Sloan.
No, it's fine. I wet my lips. Just so I know that we're on the same page, you want to sleep like this, with your arm around me? He studies me for a few seconds, his eyes searching, before he finally says,
Yes.
And I'm supposed to just be okay with it?
No.
He answers, his gaze steady on mine.
It's your choice.
Well, my choice is we don't do this. We shouldn't do this, I say, and then pluck his hand off my stomach. My choice is to draw the line because I can't keep riding on this roller coaster. I slide to the side a few inches, waiting for his response. The unhappy expression on his face tells me that he doesn't approve, but to his credit, he doesn't press me. Instead, he lies down on his pillow, facing me.
If that is what you want, Sloan.
No, that is not what I want. What I really want is for things to be different between us, for you to always show kindness, to not treat me like some kid, to have confidence in the fact that I know what I'm doing, but I know I won't get that with you. So, yes, this is what I want. This separation. You don't know what you want, you're muddying the waters, and I think it's best that we keep our distance. He just nods his head. Because you don't want sex. You don't want to grow a friendship or a relationship of any sort. You want distance from me. You've made that very clear, so I'm just running with the rules you set from the very beginning.
I know.
And I hate that response. I sort of wished he would say something along the lines of, what if I want to change the rules? What if I don't want distance from you? But that's not Hudson. He's stubborn. He's going to stick to what he said, and I think he would die trying before he ever changed his mind on the true relationship we're supposed to have as a married couple. Okay, good night. He's quiet, so I take that as he's done with this conversation. Disappointed, I turn away from him and attempt to get comfortable, but I can feel his eyes on me. Even though the room is dark, the curtains shut besides a sliver that's letting in the light of the moon, I can still feel those eyes on me.
Sloan?
He says, cutting through the silence. What? I say, exhausted.
I still want to hold you.
I squeeze my eyes shut because fuck! There it is! That voice, those words, they're like a drug I never knew I needed, but that I crave.
Please.
He says softly. I clamp my mouth shut, my frustration rocking through me, because why? Why does he have to be like this? When Melva wrote out this plan, did she expect him to show this softer side? I don't think she did. This is a major flaw, a flaw that is eating away at my self-control. Second by second, I feel myself falter. I feel myself give in. And before I can tell him to fuck off, I scoot a few inches back, and then a few more. And a few more until his arm wraps around me and tugs me into his chest. I can feel myself holding my breath as he snuggles in close, as his head goes to my hair, as his hand clamps around my middle, bunching the shirt up.
Relax.
He says.
Stop thinking.
You realize that you're the reason why I'm thinking so much. You're the reason why I'm second-guessing all of this. You're the reason why I'm a neurotic mess.
I know.
He turns me on my back, and I'm forced to look up at him again.
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I don't know how to handle this, and I'm sorry I've made a difficult situation even more difficult. I don't want you to feel like, as you put it, a neurotic mess.
He's so close, so sincere, that once again he pulls me back in. I know I should give him hell. I know I should tear myself away, but for the life of me, I can't. Instead, I quietly nod and say, thank you for apologizing.
Thank you for taking care of me today.
Needing to break the seriousness of this moment, I say, just doing my wifely duties.
It was appreciated.
Should be, given how you were on the airplane. He shrugs and then lightens the mood as well.
I didn't like that Devon fuck.
The levity in the moment makes me chuckle as his hand presses against my stomach. This is what I've wanted. Hudson talking, chuckling, joking. Him being comfortable is all I've been hoping for when he calls me wife, when he says he's taking this marriage seriously. I've wanted this appreciation. You didn't like him because he's the one man who has ever truly pleasured me.
And as your husband, I don't appreciate that.
Because as my husband, you have yet to pleasure me. His expression falls flat, which makes me laugh even harder.
Not fucking funny.
I press my hand to his cheek, staring into his sultry eyes. I agree. It's a real problem. We might need you to see a doctor.
Yeah, to make sure my blue balls aren't about to fall off.
Oh my God. I press my hand to my chest. Hudson Hopper, was that a joke?
I do know how to make them.
And when he does, I feel a huge weight being lifted off my shoulders. I see sun peeking through the dark clouds because this is the side of him I've always wanted, I've always craved. Really, because the only other time I've seen you lighten up was when you were at Hazley and Jude's wedding.
That's because the rest of the time you've seen me has been in the office, and I don't fuck around in the office.
That much is obvious, I reply. You know, you could lighten up after hours, though.
You're still part of the business.
He admits. Not as your wife. I can see his mind working on that one, like he wants to tell me differently. He could look at this two ways. He can feed into this not-so-realistic situation where we marry for convenience but sink into the roles, or he can play this off as just another business transaction. Given how he's been, I have a good guess on how he's going to react.
Being my wife is business.
He replies, not surprising me in the least. Is that what you truly think? I ask, pressing for him to think about it a little bit more. Do you truly see me as a business transaction, or do you see more? He wets his lips as he shifts, his hand slightly moving over my stomach.
I don't think I can answer that. I don't think it's safe to.
A small smile tugs on my lips because I'm starting to read him so well now. Your avoidance of the question is all the answer I need. I lift up and kiss the tip of his nose. Night, husband.
Chapter 14. Hudson.
Morning.
Sloane says as she walks out on the terrace where I'm sitting with a glass of water.
How are you feeling?
I glance to the side, catching her smooth legs stretching out from the bottom of my shirt. Her toenails are painted white, her hair a beautiful mess. Better, I say, and take a sip of my water, my mouth suddenly dry.
I'm glad.
She leans against the terrace wall. She waits, not saying anything, which is unlike her. Makes me think that she still might be giving me the cold shoulder. Then again, she's out here talking to me, wanting to break the building tension from the past few days and from last night. I say, thank you again for yesterday.
You're welcome.
She's toeing the ground, but then she looks up at me.
You held me all night. Anytime I tried to move away, your grip on me grew stronger.
I push my hand through my hair. I'm aware.
Why?
I look away, out toward the rising sun. I'd rather not examine it, I answer honestly. She nods, and then quietly says,
You know, some might say it's because you find yourself becoming attached to me.
Yeah, I fucking know. I keep my gaze away from her because I fear what I might do if I catch those big eyes staring back at me. I have a feeling I might stand, slip my hand around the back of her neck, and pull her in close where I can explore.
That's okay. You don't have to admit it.
She says as she pushes off the wall and then walks up to me. She slides her finger under my chin and urges me to look at her.
For what it's worth, The feeling is mutual.
Then she winks and turns back into the hotel room. I press my hand to my forehead. Jesus Christ. Hardy, you think it was the chicken? Hudson, I have no fucking clue, but I still can't look at food. Humiliating that you not only threw up in front of her several times, but also in public. Nothing screams wet blanket on the sexual tension than seeing someone dry heave repeatedly. Probably was needed. I mean, no one looks good retching and clinging to a toilet as if it's a lifesaver keeping them afloat. I wasn't clinging to the toilet. Can't be sure of that. In my head, you were playing koala and gripping it like a eucalyptus tree. Why do I even text you? I honestly don't know. Don't you have any other friends? I do, but I'm currently married to his sister and trying to make sure he doesn't find out. And we already discussed why Brody can't be trusted. That dude is so unreliable. The biggest gossip among all of us. Also, he's a goddamn hot mess. I was in a meeting with him the other day, and he happened to spill his coffee all over his lap. Thank God it was just me and him, because he whipped his pants off so fucking fast. The dickhead was wearing a pair of briefs with Maggie's face on the crotch. I can't unsee it. Maybe that's why you were throwing up so much. Probably. I saw him yesterday, and he was showing me his scar from when he had his appendix removed. Why does he think that's something I want to see? He's fucking weird. But I still like him. Maybe there's something wrong with me. I think there's something wrong with the both of us, because when he showed the scar to me and said I could touch it, I fucking touched it. Touching another man's scar. Dude, that's weird. I know. Afterward, I thought, why the hell did I do that? He's rubbing off on us. He's rubbing off on you, not me. I wouldn't have touched the scar. You can't say that. You weren't there. You would have touched it. Guaranteed. We are not debating this. I have more important things to worry about. I'm slipping, man. Yeah, I know. Next text I get from you is that you had sex with Sloane and don't know what to do. I'm so fucking worried that's going to happen. I spooned her last night. No, why? I couldn't stop myself. I needed to hold her. This is not fucking good. Seriously, Hudson, you are acknowledging your poor decisions, which means you need to stop making those poor decisions. I know, but there was that Devin fuck, and she took care of me, and I didn't like that she wasn't herself around me. I'm just so fucked in the head that I really don't know what the hell I'm doing. Well, I'm here to tell you to press the reset button. It's the spot just behind your balls. Grow up. You grow up. This is business. Start acting like it. Get the job done, divorce her, and move the fuck on. I know. Fuck. Why does she have to be so interesting? Interesting? Sheesh. Good thing you're not waxing poetic to her about your feelings, because that would be a real doozy. She wouldn't be able to keep her hands off you. I don't know how else to describe it. She's interesting. Yep, keep saying it. That makes it better. She's unlike any woman I've ever met. She has no filter, and for some reason, I really like that. Probably because you've been surrounded by people your entire life, besides me and Hazley, who have always had a filter on. Yeah, probably. She's also beautiful. Like, fuck, you should see her in one of my shirts. Okay, we're not going there. Forget what she looks like wearing one of your shirts. Make her wear a turtleneck to bed. Also, stop sharing a bed. She's my wife. For fuck's sake. You know what? I can't deal with this fuckery anymore. She's not really your wife, you Nimrod. She's an associate who happens to be wearing a ring you put on her finger. Nothing else. This is business. She's still my wife. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I can see that we are still delusional. Please don't text me when you fuck. When Jude finds out, I want to be able to tell him that I was an innocent bystander in all of this. You are far from innocent. You're in too deep. I fucking know.
Is this really necessary?
Sloane asks as she fixes her hair in the mirror.
I'm not going to do anything embarrassing.
I take in the robe she's wearing and how it slightly parts in the front while she curls her hair. I know she's not wearing anything under it, which I shouldn't care about, but for the life of me, I can't stop thinking about it. It is necessary, I say. I want you to be prepared. Sheridan's wedding will require you to act a certain way, and the Mayfair Club is full of pretentious rich people who will eat you alive if you're not prepared.
You know, I have watched Titanic.
I'm sitting on the bed, leaning back on my hands, looking into the bathroom and watching Sloane's every move. She can be random and different, but Titanic? Where the hell did that come from? How does that have anything to do with what we're talking about? She finishes her last curl and sprays some hairspray over her hair before turning toward me and leaning against the doorframe of the bathroom.
I studied the class difference between Jack and Rose. I get it. You're Rose and I'm Jack. You're trying to get me all gussied up and ready to hang with the wealthy while I'm dragging you down to the cargo room and trying to fuck you in the car.
That's not what is happening.
Isn't it, though?
She says as she moves toward me, her leg peeking out from the slit of her robe.
You were born with wealth and expectations. I'm just a lowly soul looking to have a good time Irish dancing.
Jesus, I mutter as she moves in even closer.
I know what it takes to hang with Rose.
She says as she presses her hand to my shoulder and pushes at me until I'm lying flat on the bed. Please don't climb on my lap. Please don't fucking climb on my lap. She takes a seat on the bed right next to me, but leans down on her elbow and then dances her hand over my bare stomach. She's more playful this morning, almost back to her regular self, and even though I'm happy about it, because I couldn't stomach the cold shoulder from her, I know I need to be hyper-aware. How I react when she's around, what I say, how I touch her.
What do you think, Hudson? Think you'll let me draw you like one of my French girls?
Her fingers flick over my nipple, and I can feel myself start to go hard. No, she smirks.
Shame. Your wife would love to see you naked.
Sloane. Stop. She smiles again and slides her hand down my leg, causing me to lift right off the bed and away from her. Get dressed, I say as I attempt to hide my half-hard dick.
You're no fun.
What the hell do you expect me to do?
Get into the role. Be Rose. Speak with an English accent and tell me things that you would never tell Billy Zane.
Get dressed. She rolls her eyes.
You're so annoying. Always business. That's you. Business, business, business. What happens when you're on your deathbed one day looking back at your life? Are you going to be happy with all of your business-focused choices? Or are you going to think back and say, remember that time I married my business partner's sister and had the time of my goddamn life? Don't you want those memories?
The reason I'd be on my deathbed is because I decided to have those memories with my business partner's sister, and he was the one who put me in the hospital.
Oh, it would be worth it.
She says as she stands from the bed.
Because I'm worth it.
She winks and turns away from me, dropping her robe right before she heads into the closet. Fuck me. Hands on my hips, I try to clear that image of her perfectly round ass out of my head. I try to calm my racing heart. Tell myself not to fucking fall into the trap. Remind myself that this is what I wanted. I didn't want her being cold to me. I hated it, actually. I like this side of her. I just wish that it wasn't slowly eating away at my willpower. This class will be good for you, I call out as I push my hand through my hair. It will prepare you for what's to come. She pokes her head out of the closet and asks,
Did you say come?
My expression falls. Sloane, come on.
Come on what? Come now? Husband, you can't just demand it. You have to work for it.
Jesus Christ.
What kind of etiquette class is this?
Sloane whispers to me, leaning in close so her breath tickles my neck. I glance over at her, my eyes falling to the immense amount of cleavage she has on display today. She chose a white and blue toile dress that's fitted up top but loose at her hips. If it wasn't for her tits nearly popping out the top, it would be the perfect dress to go get tea. I don't know, I say as I tear my eyes away from her cleavage. I thought it was...
Shh!
Madame Laurie says with a snap of her finger in our direction. Both Sloane and I straighten up. So, when I decided Sloane needed to go to etiquette class, I was thinking that it would be more of what utensils to use at a fancy dinner, things like that, so she wouldn't feel so out of place when we are out on business. But this is not what I was expecting. First of all, I wasn't expecting to be in the class. Second of all, I wasn't expecting there to be not a single table in sight, but rather just a line of chairs with an instructor toting a riding crop in her hand. When she entered the room, she slammed it against the wall, scaring everyone right out of their goddamn shoes, me included.
You have come to me for help,
Madame Laurie says.
and from the looks of it, you all seem to be in desperate need.
I glance around the room at all of the couples. I mean, we look like a decently posh group. How could she be a judge of that? The guy in the bow tie, for instance, looks more than ready to take on a business function that includes petty small talk and low-hanging quips. A woman to the right, who is wearing a flower fascinator in her hair, raises her hand.
Yes?
Madame Laurie asks.
Is there time to go to the bathroom?
What a dumbass question. Don't you know you always pee before entering an event? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe these people do need etiquette training.
You should have gone before,
Madame Laurie says with a snap, and I inwardly applaud myself. Might have been a while since I learned the rules, but this guy still has it.
Now, I need you all to take your chairs and move them to a distinct part of the room. Find your own quiet section.
Odd, but okay. I stand up, and just as I'm about to grab my chair, a resounding snap shrieks through the room, pausing all of us. We turn to look at Madame Laurie, and she yells,
Sit down!
Shocked, we all sit, and I can feel Sloane move in closer to me.
When I offer you direction, you must say, Yes, Madame Laurie.
Jesus, okay.
Now!
She moves around the room again, tapping her crop in her hand.
Please pick up your chairs and find your own distinct area in the room.
Together, as a group, we say, Yes, Madame Laurie. Then we grab our chairs. I take mine and Sloane's and carry them to a corner off to the left near the closed curtains.
Do we sit down?
Sloane whispers to me. I have no fucking idea. I whisper back.
You should know. You've been through this kind of class before.
This is different. Must be a more modern version.
Now, line up.
Madame Laurie says, motioning for us to all line up in the middle of the floor. We do as we're told, because I don't think anyone wants to see the markings of that riding whip on our skin. Once we're in position, she walks up and down the line, examining every participant in the class. When she gets to me and Sloane, she studies Sloane's dress, and I inwardly plead for Sloane not to get picked on. Her breasts are nearly spilling out, and I know that's not what a teacher would be looking for in an etiquette class.
Does she belong with you?
Madame Laurie asks me. She does. She's my wife, I say.
I see.
Madame Laurie steps back and looks Sloane in the eyes.
Join me. Shit.
Sloane steps forward, and Madame Laurie puts her into position, so Sloane is facing everyone in class.
Take a look at... what's your name? Sloane? Yes, take a look at Sloane.
Madame Laurie motions her crop up and down, and then carefully drags it over Sloane's cleavage, which, of course, raises the hairs on the back of my neck.
Do you see this dress?
Here we go.
This dress is exactly what all of you women should be wearing.
What?
Raise your hand if you have not looked at this woman's breasts since she walked into the room.
I glance to the left, looking down the line of attendees, and not a single one of them raises their hands. What the fuck? The guy at the end is even wetting his lips and staring at Sloane. This is going to be a fucking problem.
The silhouette is formal, with the skirt hitting just above the ankles. The print is posh. And yet, her breasts are a promise of what she's not afraid to show off.
I scratch the back of my head and wonder what the hell is going on. Did etiquette class change in the last few years? I thought I'd have to tear down one of the curtains and fashion Sloane a scarf to hide her breasts. Madame Laurie walks up to me and slides her crop over my chest.
Very well done.
Sloane joins me and smiles with a fist pump.
Passed the first test.
How? Madame Laurie then goes down the rest of the line, pointing out how each participant could have enhanced their outfits, while I rack my brain to try to figure out what the hell I'm missing.
Did you see everyone's been looking at my boobs?
Sloane mutters to me.
Even you. You didn't raise your hand.
Hard to miss them, I mumble.
I'm glad you approve, husband.
I want to roll my eyes, but I'm still so fucking confused.
Please, take your seats.
Madame Laurie says with a snap of her crop. Why the hell does she have that thing in the first place? I press my hand to Sloane's lower back and guide her over to her chair. We both take a seat so our knees are knocking together and we're facing each other.
One of the first things we need to learn when it comes to etiquette in the bedroom...
In the what?
...is giving yourself over to your partner.
Sloane leans in very close and says,
What the hell is she talking about?
Fuck if I know.
Please raise your hand if you are the dom in your relationship.
The couples around us offer their hands up. And when I look at Sloane, she has her hand raised with a giant smile crossing her face. What the fuck are you doing?
Clearly, I'm the dom between us.
The fuck you are, I say, just as Madame Laurie walks up to us and smiles. She slides her crop over Sloane's neck and says,
I knew you were just like me.
Then she slaps the crop against the window and says,
Subs, on your knees.
Sloane points to the floor between us.
That would be you, husband.
Clearly we're in the wrong class. I clear my throat. Madame Laurie? She whips around to look at me, the devil in her eyes. Christ, I don't know if I would want to be caught in a bedroom with this woman. She terrifies me.
Yes?
I think we might be in the wrong classroom.
This is the only classroom in this building. This is Etiquette 101.
Yes, that's what we signed up for.
Then on your knees, sub,
she says, pushing at my shoulder and forcing me down to the ground. When she walks away, Sloane covers her mouth and laughs. With Madame Laurie's back to us, I quickly take out my phone and search my email for the confirmation of this class. That's when I read the name of the school under Madame Laurie's name. Madame Laurie, a school of etiquette for the kinks. Jesus Christ, I say. I booked the wrong school.
Really?
Sloane says as she slides her leg over my shoulder.
I don't know. This feels like it might be the right school.
We're getting out of here, Sloane.
Did I just hear you correctly?
Madame Laurie says.
Are you trying to dominate your dom?
No, there's just been some... Madame Laurie pushes me forward, bending me at the hips just enough for her to slap her riding crop across my ass. Motherfucker! I yell, causing Sloane to snort and cover her mouth again.
You listen to your dom.
Madame Laurie releases me.
Good thing you brought him to this class, Sloane. It seems as though he needs the training. Could not agree more.
Sloane says.
Now, submit.
Madame Laurie waits for me to move. What? Squatting down, Madame Laurie gets right in my face and says,
Bow your head to your dom and submit to her.
Not wanting to get whipped in the ass again, I look up at Sloane, who can't keep it together, and I slowly lower my head, bowing to her. Her hand finds my hair as she says,
Such a good boy. That's it.
Madame Laurie says as I feel like the biggest asshole in the world, bowing to my goddamn assistant while her leg is draped over my shoulder.
Tell me, Sloane, does he listen to you in bed? It's why we're here.
Sloane says.
He has yet to make me come.
I'm going to kill her.
Well,
Madame Laurie stands.
we are going to change that. Don't worry. We will give him all the tools he needs to give you everything you deserve. Thank you.
Sloane says.
Now,
Madame Laurie says to the class.
subs, I want you to look your doms in the eyes and tell them that you are there to serve them.
I lift my head and look at Sloane. I'm not saying that. Sloane's hand glides over my cheek.
Oh, Hudson, when will you learn? You will receive pleasure once I start receiving pleasure.
Cut the shit, Sloane.
That doesn't sound like you want to serve me. Maybe try again, this time with less anger?
I'm not fucking saying it.
That's a shame, because now I'm going to have to raise my hand and get Madame Laurie to come over here and spank my naughty boy again.
She starts to raise her hand, and I quickly say, don't even fucking think about it.
Say it, Hudson, or I raise my hand.
I don't say anything. I remain still, and she drops her leg from my shoulder and leans forward, offering me the best view of her tits.
Say it, my good boy.
Sloane.
Say it, or I'm raising my hand.
She starts to raise it again. When I don't say anything, she raises it fully and calls out,
Madame Laurie?
Panic ensues because I don't want to be spanked, and despite not knowing what the hell is going on, I mutter, I'm here to serve.
A problem over there?
Madame Laurie asks. Sloane looks at me, eyebrow raised. So I say it a little louder. I'm here to serve.
Here to serve who? Is there a problem?
I glance at Madame Laurie and that riding crop, and then look Sloane in the eyes. I'm here to serve you.
Not a problem.
Sloane says, keeping her eyes on me.
Such a good boy.
She says, and then leans forward and kisses me on the nose. I don't think this could get any worse.
His balls are really sensitive.
Sloane says as she rubs my back while I'm positioned on all fours, tied up with rope and feeling like a goddamn hog ready to be roasted over a fire.
If that's the case, you don't have to tie his balls. You can leave those free.
Madame Laurie says, also rubbing my back.
It's a shame they're so sensitive. Ball play can be very pleasurable for both parties. I know, that's what I've been telling him, but any time I go remotely near them, he comes. Oh.
Madame Laurie says.
So they're very sensitive.
You'd think I'd be defending myself at this point, but nope. Coming from her being near my balls is barely a blip in what I've been through today during this 3-hour-long fucking class. She has told Madame Laurie, who has paid extra special attention to us, that I squeal, yes, she said squeal, when she plays with my nipples, and that I kick my legs when I go down on her, which is why she's had a hard time coming, because the kicking has been distracting. Madame Laurie said she had a solution for that, hence why I'm tied up at the moment. I've also been labeled as the early ejaculator of the group, the man with the large boner, and finally, baby blue eyes by one of the other doms in the class. I've been rolled on my back, on my stomach. I've had my head tucked, lifted, my ass spanked several times, and I've watched another man come in his jeans because of how hard Madame Laurie was spanking him. Legit, his eyes rolled in the back of his head as he groaned and moaned. Easily the most uncomfortable situation I've ever been in. And yet, there's Sloane, fucking thriving, asking questions, getting into the spirit of the classroom.
Would you mind if I touched him there?
Madame Laurie asks. I mind, I nearly yelp. I mind if you touch me.
Silence,
Madame Laurie says.
That is not your choice to make. You gave yourself over to your dom. Best you remember that.
I swear on my left nut, if Sloane allows Madame Laurie to touch me, I will hand her divorce papers today and ask for my money back, because this is not the bride I purchased.
Actually, I think I want to be the only one touching him,
Sloane says, finally making some good choices.
I respect that. Can I guide your hand, then? Of course.
Sloane says. What? There should be no guiding. Also, guiding where?
If you want to avoid him ejaculating so quickly and taking the fun out of a session, have you tried rubbing down his crack? I haven't.
Sloane says.
Well, it's a great way to tease, but not tease him where he's more sensitive. Place your hand on his tailbone.
Sloane, don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Her hand lands on my tailbone. Yep, she's doing it. And I'm regretting not wearing jeans right now because these chino shorts are not the thickest material.
With your middle finger, slowly slide it down his crack.
I clench and hold my breath, not wanting to be turned on. Smack. Motherfucker! I yell as the riding crop hits me in the ass. I learned about 2 hours ago, when I asked whether the spanking was allowed, that I signed off on it when I registered for the class. I chastised myself for not reading the fine print.
Unclench.
Madame Laurie snaps at me. Breathing heavily, I unclench my ass and wonder what the other students are doing. I hear a little bit of moaning in the background, but my ears are ringing from the onslaught of emotions and feelings pushing through me.
That's my good boy,
Sloane says as she reaches around and squeezes my nipple.
Squeezing his nipple is like giving a dog a treat for a job well done. My sub loves when I play with his nipples.
Madame Laurie says. Seriously, when I get out of this classroom, I'm going to have a really long conversation with Sloane.
Okay, now slide your hand down his crack, but stop right before you reach his balls.
Sloane slides her hand down my shorts, and I stare at my hands holding me up, attempting not to feel anything. Just a normal day on the job, nothing to worry about here. Just working with my assistant, learning things that won't apply to us in the future, but gaining life experience. Yep, that's it. There is no way I'm going to get turned on.
Now, drum your fingers close to his testicles, so close he can feel the vibration.
Sloane starts drumming, and Madame Laurie praises her.
Yes, just like that. Continue to drum until he gets hard. I'll be back to check on you. Thank you,
Sloane says. When Madame Laurie walks away, I mutter, "What the hell are you thanking her for?"
This is good information.
We don't do this shit, I say as she moves her fingers closer to my sack. Christ, that feels a little good.
I know we don't do this, but that doesn't mean when we get divorced and I start my new life in the house I own with my sister that I'm not going to want to drum another man's perineum. As you know, I've only been with one man who's been able to give me pleasure. I don't want to risk another disappointment. If I go into my next relationship knowing how to drum, it could be the key to unlocking pleasure with my new partner.
Can you stop talking about other men?
Jealous?
No.
Liar.
She leans forward so I can see her pretty face and asks,
You hard yet?
No, Sloane.
Damn it.
Then she lifts up and shouts,
He's not hard yet! Get closer to his balls.
Madame Laurie calls out.
Must do what the doctor orders,
Sloane says, and then moves her right hand over the base of my balls and starts tapping on them. Fuck me. I squeeze my eyes shut, and I feel my ass lift in the air without my permission as my cock starts to grow. Stop, I say.
Stop?
She asks, coming in close to me. Yes, fucking stop! I can hear the smile in her voice as she says,
Getting hard?
What the fuck do you think?
That my work here is done, husband.